Chapter 6, Part 3 of Nana by Émile Zola, translated by Burton Rasco. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 6, Part 3 of Nana.
"Whatever is all this?" asked Madame Rougon in surprise.
Then she guessed, she seemed to divine, and indignant at such an invasion crossing her path, she murmured,
"Oh, that woman! Walk on, do walk on. Pretend not to—"
But it was too late. The 5 carriages, which were taking Nana and her guests to the ruins at Chamont, were already close to the little wooden bridge. Fauchery, Daguenet, and the Muffat ladies had to step back, whilst Madame Rougon and the others stopped also at various distances along the road. It was a superb procession. The laughing in the carriages had ceased. Some faces turned round with curiosity. Each party looked at the other, amidst a silence that was only broken by the regular trot of the horses. In the first carriage, Maria Blonde and Tatane Néné, reclining like duchesses, their skirts blown out over the wheels, looked disdainfully at the respectable ladies on foot. In the next was Gaga, who almost occupied an entire seat to herself, quite burying La Faloise, of whom only the anxious nose could be seen. Then came Caroline Eque with La Baudette, Lucy Stewart with Mignon and his sons, and at the end of all, accompanied by Steiner, was Nana, who had on the little seat in front of her that poor love of a Zizi, with his knees touching hers.
"It is the last one, is it not?"
quietly inquired the Countess of Fauchery, affecting not to recognize Nana. The wheels of Nana's carriage almost grazed her, but she did not move back an inch. The 2 women had exchanged a searching look, one of those scrutinizing glances lasting but a second, yet complete and definite. As for the men, they behaved admirably. Fauchery and Daguenet, perfectly impassive, recognized no one. The Marquise, anxious and afraid of some practical joke on the part of the girls, had plucked a blade of grass, which he was twirling between his fingers. Vandrouve alone, being at some little distance from the others, just moved his eyelids by way of recognizing Lucy, who smiled at him as she passed.
"Take care,"
murmured Monsieur Venot, standing behind Count Muffat. The latter, greatly agitated, followed with his eyes that vision of Nana flying away from him. His wife had turned slowly round and was examining him. Then he looked on the ground as though to lose sight of the galloping horses who were carrying off his flesh and his heart. His agony almost made him cry aloud. He had understood all on seeing Georges lost amongst Nana's skirts. A child! It broke his heart to think that she should have preferred a child to himself. He did not mind about Steiner, but a child! Madame Rougon, however, had not recognized Georges at first. On passing over the bridge he would have jumped into the stream, had not Nana's knees held him. So, white as snow and cold as ice, he sat immovable, looking at no one. Perhaps they would not see him.
"Ah, good heavens!" suddenly exclaimed the old lady. "It is Georges who is with her."
The carriages had passed in the midst of that uneasiness felt by persons who knew each other and who yet did not bow. This delicate encounter, so rapid in reality, had seemed to last an eternity. And now the wheels were gaily carrying away into the sunny country those vehicles full of girls, with the wind blowing in their faces. Ribbons were flying about, the laughter commenced again, and jokes passed from one to another, whilst some stood up and gazed back at those highly respectable people who had remained stationary at the side of the road, looking very much put out. Nana, as she glanced round, could see them hesitate, then retrace their steps without crossing the bridge at all. Madame Rougon was leaning on Count Muffat's arm, silent and so sad that no one dared console her.
"I say," cried Nana to Lucy, who was leaning out of the carriage in front of hers,
Did you notice Fauchery, my dear? Didn't he look a dirty rip? He shall smart for it. And Paul, a chap to whom I have been so kind, not the least sign. Really, they are polite." Then she had a frightful quarrel with Steiner, who considered that the gentleman had behaved admirably. So they were not even worth the raising of a hat. The first blackguard they met might insult them. Thanks, he also was a nice fellow, he was. It only wanted that. One should always bow to a woman. "Who was the tall one?" called out Lucy, in the midst of a noise caused by the wheels. "Countess Muffat," answered Steiner. "There now, I thought as much," exclaimed Nana. "Well, my boy, in spite of her being a countess, I can tell you she's not worth much. Yes, not worth much. You know I've an eye for that sort of thing, I have. Now, I know her as if I had made her your countess. Will you bet that that viper Fauchery isn't her lover? I tell you that he is her lover. One can easily see that between women." Steiner shrugged his shoulders. Ever since the previous evening his bad temper had been on the increase. He had received some letters which would oblige him to leave on the following morning. Then, too, it wasn't very amusing to come to the country just to sleep on the drawing-room sofa. "And this poor baby," resumed Nana, suddenly becoming tender-hearted, as she caught sight of Georges, who was sitting pale and erect, and scarce able to breathe. "Do you think that Mamma recognized me?" he at length stammered forth. "Oh, most decidedly. She cried out. But it's all my fault. He didn't want to come, and I made him. Listen to me, Zizi. Shall I write to your mamma? She looks a very kind woman. I will tell her that I never saw you before, and that it was Steiner who brought you to me today for the first time." No, don't write," said Georges anxiously. "I will arrange all myself, and if they make a fuss, I'll come away and never go back again." But he continued very dejected and absorbed in reflection, trying to invent some lies for the evening. The 5 vehicles continued along the straight and interminable level road, bordered on either side by some very fine trees. The country around was enveloped in a kind of silvery gray vapor. The ladies continued to pass remarks from one carriage to another, from behind the backs of the coachmen, who laughed to themselves at the strange company they were driving. Now and again one of the women would stand up to obtain a better view, and, becoming interested, would remain in that position, leaning against her neighbor's shoulder, until a sudden jerk of the vehicle brought her to her seat again. Caroline Equet was having some very important conversation with Labordette. They both came to the conclusion that Nana would be wanting to part with her country house in less than 3 months, and Caroline instructed Labordette to acquire it for her under the rose for a very moderate sum. In the carriage preceding them, La Falloise, very spoony, and unable to reach Gaga's apoplectic neck, was depositing kisses on that part of her dress which, almost bursting with the tightness of the fit, covered her backbone, whilst Amélie, sitting bolt upright on the little seat in front, sick of being there with empty arms watching her mother being kissed, kept telling them to leave off. In the next carriage, Mignon, with the view of surprising Lucy, made his sons recite one of La Fontaine's fables. Henri especially was prodigious. He could say it right off without a single mistake. But Maria Blonde, at the head of the procession, was beginning to feel awfully bored, tired of poking fun at that fool of a Titane Néné, who believed her when she said that the Paris dairymen made their eggs out of gum and saffron. It was too far. Would they never arrive? And the question, passed from carriage to carriage, at length reached Nana, who, after consulting her coachman, stood up and called to the others, "In about a quarter of an hour. You see that church over there, behind the trees?" Then, after a slight pause, she resumed, "You don't know. It seems that the owner of the Château de Chaumont is an old flame of the time of the first Napoleon. And oh, such a fast one, so Joseph told me, and he heard it when he was at the bishop's. She used to lead a life such as one couldn't lead now. However, she has become awfully religious." "What's her name?" asked Lucy.
Madame Danglars.
"Irma Danglars! I knew her!" cried Gaga. From each vehicle there issued a string of exclamations, which were lost in the more rapid trot of the horses. Heads were stretched out to catch a glimpse of Gaga. Maria Blonde and Tatan Nene turned round and knelt on the seat, holding on to the closed hood at the back of the carriage, and questions were asked and malicious observations, tempered with a secret admiration, were made. Gaga had known her. That filled them all with respect for this faraway past. "I was very young then," resumed Gaga. "All the same, I recollect I used to see her pass. It was said that she was something disgusting at home, but in her carriage she was magnificent. And the most incredible stories circulated, such filthy goings-on that it's a marvel she ever lived through them. It doesn't surprise me that she has a chateau. She could clear a man out as easy as breathe on him. Ah, Irma Danglars is still among the living. Well, my little friends, she must be about 90 now." On hearing this, the ladies all became very serious. 90 years old! There wasn't one of them, as Lucy said, who had a chance of living to that age. They were all roarers. Nana, too, declared that she didn't want to make old bones. It was funnier not to. They had now almost reached their destination, and their conversation was interrupted by the drivers cracking their whips as they urged on the tired horses. Yet, in the midst of the noise, Lucy, jumping to another subject, continued talking and pressed Nana to leave with the others on the morrow. The exhibition was about to close, and the ladies were anxious to get back to Paris, where the season so far had surpassed their wildest hopes. But Nana was obstinate. She detested Paris. She wouldn't go back there for a long time to come. "Hey, ducky, we'll stay where we are," said she, squeezing George's knees, notwithstanding Steiner's presence. The carriages suddenly stopped, and the party, very much surprised, alighted in a desert-looking place at the foot of a hill. One of the drivers had to point out to them with his whip the ruins of the ancient abbey of Chaumont, almost hidden by the trees. It was a great deception. The ladies were disgusted. All they could see were a few heaps of rubbish, overgrown with brambles, and a half-tumble-down tower. Really, it was ridiculous to come 2 leagues to see that. The driver then pointed out to them the chateau, the park belonging to which was close to the abbey, and he told them they could reach it by following a little path that skirted the walls. They could take a look round whilst the carriages waited for them in the village. It was a most delightful walk. The party agreed to try it. "The deuce! Irma must be very well off," said Gaga, stopping in front of some iron railings at one of the corners of the park. They all gazed in silence at the handsome trees and shrubs on the other side of the railings. Then they continued along the narrow path, following the walls of the park, every now and then raising their eyes to admire the trees, the branches of which spread out overhead in an impenetrable green canopy. After 3 minutes' walk they came to some more iron railings, which enabled them to see an extensive lawn, over which 2 venerable oak trees cast a welcome shade. And 3 minutes further walking brought them to some more railings, which exhibited to them an immense avenue, a passage of darkness, at the end of which the sun looked like a bright star. An admiration, at first silent, gradually burst forth into exclamations. They had at the outset indulged themselves in chaff, feeling rather envious, however, all the time. But this decidedly was too much for them. What a wonder she was, that Irma! Such things as this gave one a grand idea of woman. The trees still continued as plentiful as ever, and at every few steps there were patches of ivy trailing over the wall, with the tops of summer houses just visible, and screens of poplars succeeding to compact groups of elms and aspens. Would it never come to an end? The ladies, tired of continually following this wall, without catching a glimpse at every opening of anything except masses of foliage, were anxious to see the chateau. They clutched the railings with both hands, pressing their faces against the iron. A feeling of respect took possession of them, while thus kept at a distance, and dreaming of the chateau hidden in this immensity of trees. After walking quickly for some time, they began to feel really fatigued. Yet there were no signs of the wall coming to an end. At every turn of the path, ladies, despairing of ever reaching the end, talked of going back. But the more the length of the walk tired them, the more respectful they became, impressed as they were at every step by the calm and regal majesty of the domain. "It's positively sickening," muttered Caroline Eke between her teeth. Nana checked her with a shrug of the shoulders. For some little while she had not said a word, but walked along, looking slightly pale and very serious. Suddenly, at another turn, they found themselves close to the village. The wall abruptly terminated, and the chateau appeared at the end of a spacious courtyard. They all stopped, lost in admiration of the lofty grandeur of the broad entrance steps, of the 20 windows that studded the façade, of the extent of the 3 wings, the brick walls of which were framed with stonework. Henry IV had inhabited that historic building, in which his bedroom still existed, with its enormous bed hung with Genoa velvet. Nana, deeply affected, sighed like a child. "My goodness," murmured she very softly to herself. But a violent emotion seized upon all. Gaga, on a sudden, stated that it was Irma in person who was standing in front of the church. She recognized her perfectly, always upright, the minx, in spite of her age, and just the same eyes when she assumed her grand air. Vespers were just over. For an instant Madame stood within the porch. She wore a silk dress of the color of faded leaves, and looked very tall and simple, with the venerable countenance of an old marchioness who had escaped the horrors of the Revolution. In her right hand a bulky prayer book shone in the sunshine, and she slowly traversed the open space before the church, followed by a footman in livery, who walked at a respectful distance behind her. The congregation was streaming out. All the Chamont folks bowed low as she passed them. An old man kissed her hand. A woman fell on her knees before her. She was a mighty queen, loaded with years and honors. She ascended the steps of her chateau and disappeared. "That's what one comes to when one is careful," said Mignon, in a convinced manner, while looking at his sons as though giving them a lesson. Then everyone said something. La Bardette thought her wonderfully preserved. Maria Blonde called her an offensive name, whilst Lucy became quite angry, saying that one should ever respect old age. In short, they all agreed that she was something stupendous, and then rejoined the carriages. From Chamont to La Mignotte, Nana did not utter a word. She turned round twice to take a look at the chateau. Lulled by the noise of the wheels, she no longer felt Steiner by her side. She no longer beheld Georges seated in front of her. A vision rose from out of the twilight. Madame still passing slowly along, with the majesty of a mighty queen, loaded with years and honors. That evening, Georges returned to Les Fondettes in time for dinner. Nana, more and more absent-minded and peculiar, had sent him home to ask his mamma's forgiveness. It was indispensable, said she severely, seized with a sudden respect for family duties. She even made him promise not to return to her that night. She was tired, and he would only be doing his duty in showing obedience. Georges, very much bored by this moral lesson, appeared before his mother with a heavy heart and hanging down his head. Luckily for him, his brother Philippe had arrived, a big soldier and a very lively fellow. This dispelled the storm that was impending. Madame Rougon contented herself with looking at him with her eyes full of tears, whilst Philippe, informed of what had occurred, threatened to bring him back by the ears if he ever returned to that woman. Georges, greatly relieved, slyly thought of a plan by which he might escape the next afternoon towards 2 o'clock and arrange about his meetings with Nana. During dinner, The guests at Les Fondettes seemed laboring under a certain embarrassment. Vandouvre had announced his departure. He wished to take Lucy back to Paris, amused at the idea of carrying off this woman, whom he had known for 10 years past without ever having felt the slightest desire for her person before. The Marquis de Chouart, his nose buried in his plate, was thinking of Gaga's young lady. He recollected having nursed her on his knee. How quickly children grew up! She was really becoming quite a plump little thing. Count Muffat, his face very red, remained absorbed in reflection. He continually glanced at Georges. When dinner was over, he went and shut himself in his room, complaining of a slight touch of fever. Monsieur Venot had hastened after him, and upstairs there was quite a scene between them. The Count had flung himself on the bed, and was stifling his nervous sobs in the pillow, whilst Monsieur Venot, in a mild tone of voice, called him his brother, and exhorted him to implore the divine mercy. He heard not. He had a rattling in his throat. All of a sudden he jumped from the bed and stammered, "I'm going. I can no longer resist." "Very well," said the old man. "I will go with you." As they went out, 2 shadows were disappearing in the depths of a sidewalk. Every night, Fauchery and Countess Sabine, now left Dagenais, helped Estelle make the tea. On the high road the Count walked at such a pace that his companion was obliged to run to keep up with him. Though short of breath, the old man did not cease offering him the best possible arguments against succumbing to the temptations of the flesh. The other never opened his mouth, but hurried onwards in the darkness. When he reached La Mignotte, however, he said, "I can fight no more. Leave me." "Then God's will be done," murmured Monsieur Venot. "He takes all means to assure his triumph. Your sin will become one of his weapons." At La Mignotte, a good deal of quarrelling went on during the repast. Nana had received a letter from Bordenave, in which he advised her to take plenty of rest, but in a way that showed he did not care a pin about her. Little Violaine was called twice before the curtain every night, and as Mignon again pressed her to leave with them all on the morrow, Nana, exasperated, declared that she was not in want of advice from anyone. Besides, whilst at table she had behaved in a most ridiculously straight-laced manner. Madame Lerat, having made use of a rather objectionable word, she cried out, "Hang it all! She would allow nobody, not even her aunt, to utter filthy expressions in her presence." Then, influenced by an idiotic attack of respectability, she bored everyone with her goody-goody sentiments, with her ideas of giving little Louis a religious education and a whole course of good behavior for herself. As they all laughed, she made use of some very profound words, wagging her head like a worthy woman thoroughly convinced, saying that order alone led to fortune, and that she didn't want to die on a dung-heap. The other women, having had enough of it, protested. Was it possible? Someone must have changed Nana. But she, immovable in her seat, relapsed into her reverie, her eyes gazing into space and conjuring up a vision of a Nana very rich and very much bowed to. When Muffat arrived, they were all just going up to bed. Labordette noticed him in the garden, and understanding his object, rendered him the service of getting Steiner out of the way, and of leading him by the hand along the dark passage to the door of Nana's room. Labordette, for this sort of job, had a most gentlemanly way, was very dexterous, and seemed delighted at conducing to another's happiness. Nana showed no surprise, but merely felt bored by Muffat's persistence. However, one must have an eye for business during life. It was stupid to love, it led to nothing. Besides, she had scruples on account of Zizi's youth. She had really behaved disgracefully. Well, she would return to the right path and go for the old fellow. "Zoe," said she to the maid, who was only too delighted to leave the country, "pack the trunks the first thing tomorrow morning. We are going back to Paris." And she allowed Muffat to remain, though it caused her no pleasure. This ends Chapter 6, Part 3 of Nana. Chapter 7, Part 1 of Nana by Émile Zola, translated by Burton Rasco. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 7, Part 1 of Nana. 3 months later, one night in December, Count Moufat was walking up and down the Passage des Panoramas. It was a very mild evening. A shower had just driven a crowd of people into the Passage. There was quite a mob, and it was a slow and difficult task to pass along between the shops on either side. Beneath the glass roof, brightened by the reflection, there was a most fierce illumination, consisting of an endless string of lights, white globes, red and blue lamps, rows of flaring gas jets, and monstrous watches and fans formed of flames of fire, burning without any protection whatsoever, and the medley of colors in the various shop windows, the gold of the jewelers, the crystal vases of the confectioners, the pale silks of the milliners, blazed behind the spotless plate glass, in the strong light cast by the reflectors, whilst among the chaos of gaudily painted signs, an enormous red glove in the distance looked like a bleeding hand, cut off and fixed to a yellow cuff. Count Moufat had strolled leisurely as far as the boulevard. He cast a glance on the pavement, then slowly retraced his footsteps, keeping close to the shops. A damp and warm air filled the narrow thoroughfare with a kind of luminous vapor. Along the flagstones, wet from the drippings of umbrellas, footsteps reverberated continuously, without the sound of a single voice. The passers-by, elbowing the Count at each turn, gazed at his impassive face, rendered paler than usual by the glare of the gas. So, to escape from their curiosity, he went and stood in front of a stationer's shop, where he inspected, apparently with profound attention, a display of glass paperweights containing colored representations of landscapes and flowers. But in reality he saw nothing. He was thinking of Nana. Why had she lied to him again? That morning she'd written to tell him not to come in the evening, pretending that little Louis was ill, and that she would stay with him all night at her aunt's. But he, being suspicious, had called at her house, and had learned from the concierge that Madame had just gone off to her theatre. It surprised him, for he knew that she had no part in the new piece. Why then that lie, and what could she be doing at the Variety Theatre that evening? Pushed against by some passer-by, the Count, without knowing he did so, quitted the paperweights, and found himself in front of a window full of miscellaneous articles, and looking in his absorbed way at a quantity of pocket-books and cigar-cases, all of which had the same little blue swallow painted on one of the corners. Nana was certainly altered. In the early days, after her return from the country, she used to send him mad when she kissed him on the face and whiskers, with the little playful ways of a kitten, swearing that he was her ducky darling, the only little man whom she adored. He no longer feared Georges, who was kept by his mother at Les Fondettes. There remained fat old Steiner, whose place he supposed he had taken, but he never dared to ask a question on the subject. He knew that Steiner was in a great mess about money matters, and on the point of being declared a defaulter at the Bourse, and that his only chance was a rise in the shares of the salt works of the land. If he ever met him at Nana's, she would always explain, in a reasonable sort of way, that she had not the heart to send him off like a dog, after all he'd spent upon her. Besides, for 3 months past, he, the Count, had lived in the midst of a sort of sensual whirlpool, outside of which he understood nothing very clearly but the necessity of possessing Nana. This late awakening of his flesh was like the gluttony of a child, which leaves no room for either vanity or jealousy. Only a precise sensation could strike him. Nana was not as nice as at first. She no longer kissed him on the beard. This caused him some anxiety, and, as a man ignorant of the ways of women, he asked himself what she could have to reproach him with. Yet he fancied that he satisfied all her desires, and his thoughts returned to the letter of the morning, to that complicated lie, told for the simple object of spending the evening at her theatre. Jostled again by the crowd, he had crossed the passage and was racking his brain at the entrance to a restaurant, his eyes fixed on some plucked larks and a fine salmon which were displayed in the window. At length he seemed to tear himself from this spectacle. He pulled himself together, and raising his eyes, noticed that it was close upon 9 o'clock. Nana would soon be coming out, and he would insist upon knowing the truth. And he walked about, recalling to mind the evenings already spent in that place, when he used to call for her at the stage door of the theatre. He knew all the shops. He recognized their odors in the atmosphere laden with the stench of gas, the strong smell of Russian leather, the fragrance of vanilla which came from the basement of a dealer in chocolate, the whiffs of musk issuing from the open doors of the perfumers. And he no longer dared stop in front of the pale faces of the shopwomen, who placidly surveyed him as an old acquaintance. One minute he appeared to study the row of little round windows above the shops, in the midst of the different signs, as though he saw them for the first time. Then he went again as far as the boulevard, and stood there a little while. The rain now only came down in very fine drops, which, falling cold upon his hands, calmed him. Now his thoughts wandered to his wife, who was at a chateau near Mâcon, with her friend Madame de Chazelle, who had been very unwell ever since the autumn. The vehicles on the boulevard rolled along in a river of mud. The country must be unbearable in such weather. But this anxiety suddenly returning, he plunged once more into the stifling heat of the passage, and walked with rapid strides past the loungers. The idea had just occurred to him that, if Nana had any doubts about his coming, she might make off by the Galerie Montmartre. From that moment the Count watched at the stage door itself. He did not like waiting in that bit of a lobby where he was afraid of being recognized. It was at the junction of the Galerie des Varietes and of the Galerie Saint-Marc, a nasty corner with some obscure shops, a cobbler who never had any customers, dealers in musty furniture, a smoky reading room in a state of somnolence, with its shaded lamps shedding a green light at night. Hereabouts one could always see gentlemen stylishly dressed, patiently wandering about amongst all that usually encumbers a stage door, drunken scene-shifters and painted hussies in gaudy rags. A single gas jet in an unwashed globe lighted up the entrance. One moment Muffat had the idea of questioning Madame Brun, but then he feared that, should Nanny hear of his being there, she might leave by the boulevard. He resumed his walk, resolved to wait until he was turned out when the man shut the gates, as had already happened to him on 2 occasions. The thought of going back alone filled his heart with anguish. Each time that any dressed-up girls or men in dirty garments came out and looked at him, he went and stood in front of the reading-room, where, between a couple of posters in the window, he always beheld the same sight: a little old man sitting upright and alone at the immense table, in the green light of a lamp, reading a green newspaper which he held in his green hands. But a few minutes before 10 o'clock, another gentleman, a tall, handsome man, fair and wearing well-fitting gloves, began also to wander about outside the theatre. Then every time they met, they mistrustfully gave each other a sidelong glance. The Count walked as far as the junction of the 2 galleries, which was decorated with a tall mirror, and seeing himself in it looking so solemn-faced and with such a correct gait, he was seized with shame mixed with fear. 10 o'clock struck. Muffat suddenly remembered that it was easy enough for him to see if Nana was in her dressing-room. He went up the 3 steps, passed through the little hall besmeared with a coat of yellow paint, and reached the courtyard by a door that was only latched. At that hour the courtyard, narrow and damp like a well, with its foul-smelling closets, its water-tap, the kitchen stove, and the plants with which the doorkeeper lumbered it, was bathed in a black mist. But the 2 walls which rose up, studded with windows, were ablaze with light. Below were the property room and the fireman's station. On the left, the manager's rooms. On the right and up above, the dressing rooms. On the sides of this well they looked like so many oven doors opening into darkness. The Count had at once noticed the light in the window of the dressing room on the first floor, and, feeling relieved and happy, he stood there in the greasy mud, looking up in the air and inhaling the unsavory stench at this back of an old Parisian house. Large drops were running down from a cracked water pipe. A ray of gaslight from Madame Braun's window gave a yellowish tinge to a bit of the moss-covered pavement, to the foot of a wall eaten away by the water from a sink, and to a heap of rubbish on which innumerable old pails and cracked pots and pans had been thrown together, with a saucepan in which a scraggly spindle tree was vainly endeavoring to grow. There was heard the sound of a window opening, and the Count hastened away. Nana would certainly be coming out directly. He returned to the window of the reading room. In the deep shadow, broken only by a faint glimmer like that of a night light, the little old man could still be seen there with his face buried in his paper. Then the Count walked about again, strolling rather farther off. He crossed the main gallery and followed the Galerie de Varietes as far as the Galerie Feydeau, cold and deserted, and plunged in a lugubrious obscurity. And then he returned, and passing before the theatre, ventured along the Galerie Saint-Marc as far as the Galerie Montmartre, where he watched a machine cutting up sugar in a grocer's shop. But on his third turn, the fear that Nana might go off behind his back made him lose all self-respect. He went and stood with the fair gentleman right opposite the stage door, and they both exchanged a glance of fraternal humility, lighted up with a remnant of mistrust as to a possible rivalry. Some scene-shifters who came out to smoke their pipes during one of the acts shoved up against them, without either of them daring to complain. 3 big girls with tangled hair and dirty dresses appeared in the doorway, eating apples and spitting out the cores, and the 2 men hung down their heads and submitted to the effrontery of their stares and the coarseness of their remarks, consenting to be dirtied and bespattered by these hussies, who amused themselves by jostling against them as they roughly played together. Just then Nana came down the 3 steps. She turned deadly pale as she caught sight of Muffat. "Ah, it's you," she stammered. The leering girls became frightened when they recognized her, and they stood still in a row, erect and serious, like servants caught by their mistress when doing wrong. The tall, fair gentleman had moved a little distance off, sad and reassured at the same time. "Well, give me your arm," resumed Nana abruptly. They walked slowly away. The Count, who had prepared a number of questions, could find nothing to say. It was she who, in a rapid tone of voice, related a long rigmarole. She'd stayed at her aunt's till 8 o'clock. Then, seeing that little Louis was a great deal better, she had had the idea of coming to the theatre for a short time. "For anything particular?" asked he. "Yes, a new piece," she replied, after a slight hesitation. "They wanted to have my opinion." He knew that she lied, but the warmth of her arm, leaning heavily on his, left him without strength to say a word. His anger and his annoyance at having had to wait for her so long had disappeared. His sole anxiety was to keep her, now that he had her with him. On the morrow he would try and find out what she'd been about in her dressing-room. Nana, still hesitating, and visibly a prey to the inward struggle of a person trying to regain her composure and to decide on a course of action, stopped on turning the corner of the Galerie des Varietes in front of a fan-maker's window. "Look, isn't it lovely?" she murmured. "The mother-of-pearl one trimmed with feathers." Then, in a careless tone of voice, she added, "So, are you coming home with me?" "Why, of course," said Muffat, astonished, "as your child is better." She regretted her long-winded story. Perhaps little Louis had had another attack, and she talked of returning to Batignolles. But as he offered to go too, she let the subject drop. 1 minute she boiled with rage, like a woman who finds herself caught and who is obliged to show herself submissive and gentle. However, she became resigned to her fate and resolved to gain time. If she could only get rid of the Count by midnight, all would go as she wished. "Ah, yes, you are a bachelor tonight," she resumed. "Your wife does not return till tomorrow morning, does she?" "No," replied Muffat, slightly annoyed at hearing her speak of the Countess in that familiar way. But she continued to question him, asking the time of the arrival of the train, and wishing to know whether he intended going to the station to meet his wife. She had again slackened her footsteps, as though very much interested in the contents of the shop windows. "Oh, look there!" she exclaimed, stopping in front of a jeweller's. "What a funny bracelet!" She loved the Passage des Panoramas. Ever since her girlhood she had had a passion for the glitter of Paris gewgaws, counterfeit jewelry, gilded zinc, and imitation leather. Whenever she passed through it, she could not drag herself away from the shops, just the same as when she used to run about the streets, lingering opposite the sweets of the confectioners, listening to the playing of an organ next door, smitten above all by the bad taste of the articles that seemed marvels of cheapness. Housewives contained in monstrous walnut shells, rag-pickers' baskets full of toothpicks, Vendôme columns and Luxor obelisks holding thermometers. But that night she was too much upset. She looked without seeing. It bothered her immensely not to have her evening to herself, and in her secret revolt she felt a longing to do something foolish. A fat lot of use it was to have men well off. She had just run through the Prince and Steiner, indulging all her childish caprices, without in the least knowing where the money had gone to. Her rooms in the Boulevard Haussmann were not even now completely furnished. The drawing-room alone, all in crimson satin, but too full and too lavishly decorated, had a certain effect. At this time, too, her creditors were dunning her more than ever before, when she was quite without means, and this surprised her immensely, for she looked upon herself as a model of economy. For a month past, that old thief Steiner could only find 1,000 francs with the greatest difficulty on occasions when she threatened to kick him out of the place if he did not bring the money. As for Muffat, he was a fool. He had no idea of what a man should give a woman like her, so she could not blame him for his stinginess. Ah, she would have sent the whole of them to the right about if she had not all day kept repeating to herself a number of wise maxims. One must be reasonable, Zoe was in the habit of saying to her every morning, and she herself had ever present to her mind a sacred recollection, the royal vision of Chamont, constantly invoked and embellished. And that was why, in spite of a tremor of suppressed rage, she walked submissively along, leaning on the Count's arm, going from one shop window to another in the midst of the now less frequent passers-by. Outside, the foot pavement was gradually drying. A cool breeze entered the passage, sending before it the hot air collected beneath the glass roof, and creating quite a commotion among the colored lamps, the rows of gas jets, and the monstrous fan flaming away like fireworks. A waiter was turning out the lights at the door of the restaurant, whilst in the empty and brilliantly illuminated shops, the immovable shopwomen seemed sleeping with their eyes open. "Oh, the love!" exclaimed Nana, glancing in at the last window, and returning a few steps to admire a porcelain greyhound, which was raising its paw over a nest hidden among some roses. They at length quitted the passage, and she would not take a cab. "It was very nice out of doors," said she. "Besides, there was no occasion to hurry. It would be delightful to walk home." Then, when they had got as far as the Café Anglais, she longed to have some oysters, saying that she'd eaten nothing since the morning on account of little Louise's illness. Muffat did not like to disappoint her. As yet he had not ventured much about with her in public, so he asked for a private room and hurried along the corridor. She followed him slowly, like a woman thoroughly acquainted with the establishment, and they were just on the point of entering an apartment of which a waiter had opened the door, when a man suddenly rushed out of an adjoining room, from which issued a regular tempest of shouts and laughter. It was Daguenet. "Hello, Nana!" cried he. The Count quickly vanished inside his room, leaving the door ajar. But as his broad back disappeared, Dagonet winked his eye and added jokingly, "The deuce! You're getting on. You take them from the Tuileries now." Nana smiled and placed her finger on her lips to make him hold his tongue. She saw that he was a bit on, but was happy all the same at meeting him, still keeping a little corner in her heart for him, in spite of his shabby behavior in not recognizing her when he was in the company of ladies. "What are you doing now?" she inquired in a friendly way. "I'm turning over a new leaf. In fact, I'm seriously thinking of getting married." She shrugged her shoulders with a look of pity. But he, continuing his joking tone, said that it was not a life worth living just to earn on the bourse barely sufficient to pay for the bouquets he gave to his lady friends, in order that they should not think him mean. His 300,000 francs had only lasted him 18 months. He intended to be more practical. He would marry a big dowry and die a prefect like his father. Nana continued to smile incredulously. She nodded her head in the direction of the room he had just left. "Whom are you with?" "Oh, quite a party," said he, forgetting his projects in a burst of intoxication. "Just fancy, Leah is relating her journey in Egypt. It's awfully funny. There's a certain story of a bath." And he related the story. Nana complacently waited to hear it. They'd ended by leaning against the walls of the corridor, one in front of the other. Jets of gas were flaring beneath the low ceiling. A vague odor of cookery hung about the folds of the hangings. Now and then, in order to hear themselves above the occasionally increasing noise, they were obliged to put their faces close together. Every few seconds, a waiter laden with dishes, finding the way blocked up, was forced to disturb the pair. But they, without interrupting themselves, squeezed close up against the walls, calmly conversing together amidst the din caused by the customers and the interruptions of the servants. "Look there," whispered the young man, pointing to the door of the room Muffat had entered. They both watched. The door shook softly, as though moved by some gentle breeze. Then it slowly closed, without the least sound. They exchanged a silent laugh. The Count must cut a funny figure, all alone there by himself. "By the way," asked she, "have you read the article Fauchery has written about me?" "Yes, the golden fly," replied Dagonet. "I did not speak of it, as I thought you might not like it." "Not like it? Why? It's a very long article." She felt flattered by being written about in the Figaro. Without the explanations of Francis, her hairdresser, who had brought her the paper, she would not have known that she was the person alluded to. Dagonet watched her from out the corner of his eye with a sneer on his face. Well, as she was pleased, everyone else ought to be. "By your leave," cried her waiter as he passed between them, holding in both hands a magnum of champagne and ice. Nana moved a step in the direction of the room where Muffat awaited her. "Well, good-bye," said Dagonet. "Go back to your cuckold." "Why do you call him a cuckold?" she inquired, standing still again. "Because he is a cuckold, of course." Very much interested, she returned to him, and leaning up against the wall as before, merely said, "Ah." "What, didn't you know it? His wife has succumbed to Fauchery, my dear. It probably first took place when they were staying together in the country. Fauchery left me just now as I was coming here, and I fancy they have arranged a meeting at his place for tonight. They've invented some journey, I believe." For some minutes Nana remained dumb with emotion. "I thought as much," said she at length, slapping her thighs. "I guessed it the first time I saw her, you recollect, when we passed them on that country road. Is it possible a respectable woman to deceive her husband, and with such a dirty blackguard as Fauchery? He'll teach her some fine things." "Oh," murmured Dagonet maliciously, "this isn't her first trial by a long way. She knows perhaps as much as he does." "Really? Well, they're a nice lot. It's too abominable," she exclaimed indignantly. "By your leave," cried another waiter, passing between them, laden with several more bottles of wine. Dagonet walked with her towards her room, and then held her for a moment by the hand. He assumed his crystal-toned voice, a voice that sounded like a harmonica, and which was the cause of his great success among the ladies. "Good-bye, darling. You know I love you always." She released herself, and smiling on him, her voice drowned by a thunder of cries and bravos which shook the door of the room in which the party was being held, she said, "Don't be a fool. That's all over now. But all the same, come and see me one of these days. We can have a long chat." Then, becoming very serious, she added in a highly indignant tone of a most respectable woman, "Ah, he's a cuckold. Well, my boy, that's a confounded nuisance. I've always felt the greatest disgust for a cuckold." When she at length entered the room, she found Muffat, with pale face and trembling hands, resignedly sitting on a narrow sofa. He did not utter a single reproach. She, dreadfully excited, was divided between feelings of pity and contempt. The poor man, who was so shamefully deceived by a wicked woman! She had a longing to put her arms round his neck and to console him. But yet it was only just. He was such a fool with women. It would be a lesson for him. Her pity, however, got the better of her. She did not send him off after having her oysters, as she had intended doing. They remained a quarter of an hour longer at the Café Anglais, and then went home together to the Boulevard Haussmann. It was 11 o'clock. By midnight she would easily discover some pleasant means of getting rid of him. When she was in the anteroom, she prudently gave Zoe some instructions. "You must watch for him, and when he comes, tell him not to make any noise, if the other one is still with me." "But where shall I put him, madame?" "Keep him in the kitchen. That will be the safest." Muffat was taking off his overcoat in the bedroom. A big fire was burning in the grate. It was the same room, with its violet ebony furniture, its hangings and chair coverings of figured damask, large blue flowers on a grey ground. On 2 occasions Nana had thought of having it altered. The first time she wished it to be all in black velvet, the second in white satin with rose-colored ribbons. But as soon as Steiner consented, she squandered the money she obtained from him to pay for it. All she had added was a tiger skin in front of the fireplace, and a crystal lamp that hung from the ceiling. "I'm not at all sleepy. I'm not going to bed yet," said Nana, as soon as they had shut themselves in. The Count obeyed her with the submission of a man who is no longer afraid of being seen. His sole anxiety was not to anger her. "As you please," he murmured. However, he took off his boots before sitting down in front of the fire. One of Nana's delights was to undress herself opposite her wardrobe, which had a glass door in which she could see herself full length. She would remove everything, and would then become lost in self-contemplation. A passion which she had for her own person, a rapturous admiration of her satin-like skin and the suppleness of her form, would root her there, serious and attentive, absorbed in a love of herself. The hairdresser would at times enter the room and find her thus occupied, without her even turning her head. Then Count Muffat would fly into a passion, and she would be greatly surprised. What was the matter with him? It wasn't for the benefit of others that she did it. It was for her own. This ends Chapter 7, Part 1 of Nana. Chapter 7, Part 2 of Nana by Émile Zola, translated by Burton Rasco. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 7, Part 2 of Nana. That night she had lighted all the candles, and as she was about to let her last garment drop from her shoulders, she stood still, preoccupied for a moment, having a question at the tip of her tongue. "Have you read the article in the Figaro? The paper's there on the table." The recollection of Dagonet's sneering laugh had returned to her. She was filled with a doubt. If that Fauchery had been slandering her, she would have her revenge. "They say that it refers to me," she resumed, affecting an air of indifference. "Well, what do you think, Ducky?" And slipping off her chemise, she remained naked, waiting until Muffat had finished reading. Muffat read slowly. Fauchery's article, entitled "The Golden Fly," was the story of a girl born from 4 or 5 generations of drunkards, her blood tainted by a long succession of misery and drink, which, in her, had transformed itself into a nervous decay of her sex. She'd sprouted on the pavement of one of the Paris suburbs, and tall, handsome, of superb flesh, the same as a plant growing on a dunghill, she avenged the rogues and vagabonds from whom she sprung. With her, the putrefaction that was left to ferment among the people rose and polluted the aristocracy. She became, without herself wishing it, one of nature's instruments, a ferment of destruction, corrupting and disorganizing Paris. It was at the end of the article that the comparison with the fly occurred, a fly of the color of the sun which had flown from out some filth, a fly that gathered death on the carrion left by the roadside, and that, buzzing and dancing, and emitting a sparkle of precious stones, poisoned men by merely touching them in their palaces, which had entered by the windows. Muffat raised his head and looked fixedly into the fire. "Well, what do you think of it?" asked Nana. But he did not answer. He appeared inclined to read the article over again. A cold shudder passed from his head to his shoulders. The article was written in a most diabolical style, with capering phrases, an excess of unexpected words and strange comparisons. However, he remained very much struck by it. It had abruptly aroused in him all that which for some months past he had not cared to disturb. Then he raised his eyes. Nana was absorbed in her admiration of herself. She'd bent her neck and was looking attentively in the glass at a little brown mole on her side, and she touched it with the tip of her finger, making it stand out more by slightly leaning back, thinking, no doubt, that it looked droll and pretty. Then she amused herself by studying other parts of her body with the vicious curiosity of her childhood. It always surprised her thus to see herself. She appeared amazed and fascinated, like a young girl on first discovering her puberty. After slowly spreading out her arms to develop her plump Venus-like frame, she ended by swinging herself from right to left, her knees wide apart, her body bent back over her loins, with the continual quivering movement of an alm dancing the stomach dance. Muffat watched her. She frightened him. The newspaper had fallen from his hands. In that moment of clear understanding, he despised himself. It was true. In 3 months she had corrupted his life. He already felt tainted to his very marrow by an abomination which he would never himself have dreamt of. At that hour everything was beginning to fester within him. For an instant he was conscious of the results of sin. He beheld the disorganization wrought by this ferment, himself poisoned, his family destroyed, a corner of society cracking and tumbling into ruins. And, not being able to withdraw his gaze, he watched Nana fixedly, and sought to add to his disgust. Nana was not moving now. With an arm passed behind her neck and one hand clasped in the other, she was leaning back her head with her elbows wide apart. He caught sight obliquely of her half-closed eyes, her slightly opened mouth, her face covered with a bewitching smile, her firm Amazonian breasts with their sturdy muscles quivering beneath the satin of her skin, and behind her, her loose yellow hair covering her back with a mane like a lioness. Muffat followed this delicate profile, these flakes of rosy flesh disappearing in a golden shadow, these curves which the light of the candles caused to shine like silk. He thought of his old horror of woman, the monster of Scripture, lecherous and bestial. Nana was covered all over with a reddish down, which gave to her skin the appearance of velvet. whilst in her flanks and mare-like thighs, in the thick rolls of flesh which veiled her sex with their troubled shadow, there was something of the beast. It was the golden insect, unconscious of its power, but yet destroying the world with its smell alone. Muffat still continued to look, so completely possessed by the sight that, having for a moment lowered his eyes and withdrawn his gaze, the animal reappeared in the depths of the darkness, enlarged, terrible, and with its posture exaggerated. And it would remain there before his eyes, in his very flesh, as it were, for evermore. Nana was now rolling herself up. A tremor of endearment seemed to have passed through her limbs. With moistened eyes she tried to become smaller, as though to feel herself all the better. Then she unclasped her hands behind her neck and let them slip slowly down to her breasts, which she pressed in a nervous embrace. And, satiated, melting into a caress of her whole body, she fondly rubbed her cheeks right and left against her shoulders. Her rapacious mouth breathed desire upon her. She pouted her lips and kissed herself longingly close to her armpit, smiling the while at that other Nana, who was also kissing herself in the looking-glass. Then Muffat uttered a low and prolonged sigh. This self-enjoyment exasperated him. All his reason was abruptly swept away as though by a gale of wind. He seized Nana round the waist, and in an outburst of brutal passion flung her on to the carpet. "Let me be!" cried she. "You've hurt me!" He was conscious of his defeat. He knew that she was stupid, ribald, and deceitful, and he desired her all the same, even poisonous though she might be. "Oh, it's ridiculous!" said she, in a fury when she had regained her feet. However, she became calmer. He would soon be going off. After putting on a nightdress trimmed with lace, she sat down on the rug before the fire. It was her favorite place. As she again questioned him respecting Fauchery's article, Muffat gave vague answers, anxious to avoid a scene. Then she lapsed into a long silence, thinking of some means of getting rid of the Count. She wanted to do it pleasantly, for she was a good-natured girl and was sorry to pain others, and more especially him, because he was a cuckold, a circumstance that had led him to making her feel more kindly disposed towards him. "So it's tomorrow morning," she at length observed, "that you are expecting your wife?" Muffat had thrown himself into an easy-chair. He looked drowsy and tired. He nodded his head. Nana watched him seriously, racking her brain the while. Still seated on the rug amidst the rumpled lace, she was nursing one of her bare feet between her hands and kept turning it about mechanically. "How long have you been married?" asked she. 19 years, replied the Count. "Ah, and your wife, is she nice? Do you get on well together?" He did not answer. Then, in an embarrassed sort of way, he said, "You know, I've asked you never to speak of such matters." "Really? And why, pray?" she cried, already beginning to lose her temper. "I shan't eat your wife by speaking of her, that's very certain. My dear fellow, all women are alike." Here she paused, afraid of saying too much. Only she assumed a superior sort of an air, as she thought herself exceedingly kind. The poor man, one ought not to be too hard on him. Besides, a merry idea had just occurred to her. She smiled as she critically examined him. She resumed, "I say, I haven't told you the report that Fauchery has spread about you. He's a regular viper. I've no ill feeling against him, because his article might be true. But all the same, he's a regular viper." And laughing boisterously and letting go of her foot, she crawled along the rug and leant her bosom against the Count's knees. "Only fancy, he swears you were a perfect innocent when you married your wife. Do you understand? Is it true?" She looked him straight in the face, and placing her hands on his shoulders, she shook him to make him confess. "Of course it is," he at length replied in a solemn tone of voice. Then she again rolled herself at his feet in a wild fit of laughter, stuttering and slapping his legs. "No, it's not possible. Such a thing could only happen to you. You're a phenomenon. But, my poor ducky, you must have looked foolish. When a man knows nothing, it's always so funny. By Jove, I should have liked to have seen you. And did it go off all right? Tell me, oh, come now, tell me all about it." She pressed him with questions, asking everything, insisting on having details. And she laughed so heartily, with such sudden outbursts as made her roll about in her nightdress, which one moment slipped from her shoulders and the next curled itself up under her and displayed her skin shining like gold in front of the blazing fire, that the Count, little by little, gave her the history of his wedding night. He no longer felt any repugnance, and ended by thinking it great fun to explain. He merely chose his words, through a remnant of shame. The young woman, very excited, questioned him about the Countess. She was beautifully made, but a regular icicle, so he pretended. "Oh, you've no cause for jealousy," he despicably murmured. Nana had left off laughing, and had resumed her seat, her back to the fire and her chin resting on her knees, round which she had clasped her hands. "My dear fellow, it's the greatest mistake out for a man to appear a ninny to his wife on the first night," declared she, in a grave tone of voice. "Why?" asked the Count, in surprise. "Because," replied she, slowly, like a professor. She was lecturing. She wagged her head. However, she deigned to explain herself. "You see, I know all about it. Well, my boy, women don't like simpletons. They say nothing on account of their modesty, you know, but you may be quite sure they think a great deal, and sooner or later, when they haven't had what they expected, they seek for it elsewhere. There, now you know as much as I do." He did not seem to understand, so she was more circumstantial. She became quite maternal and gave him this lesson in a friendly way, out of the kindness of her heart. Ever since she had heard that he was a cuckold, the knowledge of this circumstance worried her. She had a hankering to discuss the matter with him. "Well, really, I've been talking of things that don't concern me. What I say is simply because I want everyone to be happy. We're merely having a chat, aren't we? Come now, you must answer me truly." But she interrupted herself to change her position. The fire was so fierce. "By Jove, isn't it hot? My back's quite cooked. Wait a moment, I'll cook my stomach a bit now. It's good for the spasms." And when she turned herself round with her legs doubled under her, she resumed, "You and your wife don't occupy the same room, do you?" "No, I assure you," replied Muffat, afraid not to answer. "And you think that she's a regular stick?" He affirmatively bowed his head. "And that's why you come to me? Answer me. I shan't be angry." He bowed his head again. "Very well," concluded she. "I thought as much. Ah, poor fellow. You know my aunt, Madame Lerat? Next time she comes, get her to tell you the story of the greengrocer who lives in her street. Just fancy, the greengrocer. Drat it, the fire is hot. I must turn round again. I'll cook my left side this time." As she presented her hip to the flames, a funny idea seized hold of her, and she joked herself in a jolly sort of way, delighted at seeing how plump and rosy she looked in the reflection of the fire. "I say, I'm just like a goose. Yes, that's it, a goose roasting. I turn. Really, I'm cooking in my own juice." Again she laughed aloud, when suddenly there was a sound of voices and of closing doors. Muffat, surprised, interrogated her with a look. She at once became serious, and there was an anxious expression on her face. It was, no doubt, Zoe's cat, a confounded beast that was always breaking everything. 12:30. Whatever had she been thinking of, wasting her time in working for her cuckold's happiness? Now that the other one was there, she must get rid of him, and quickly, too. "What were you saying?" asked the Count complacently, delighted at finding her so amiable. But in her desire to send him off, her humor quickly changed. She was coarse and no longer minced her words. "Ah, yes, the greengrocer and his wife. Well, my boy, they never got on together, not a bit. She, you know, expected all sorts of things, but he was a ninny. And so it went on till it ended like this. He, thinking her a stick, went with a lot of strumpets and got more than he bargained for, whilst she on her side consoled herself with some fellows who knew a trifle more than her simpleton of a husband. And it always ends like that when you don't understand each other. I know it does." Muffat paled, understanding at last her allusions, and wished to make her leave off. But she intended to have her say. "No, hold your row. If you were not all a set of fools, you would be just as nice with your wives as you are with us. And if your wives were not a lot of geese, they would take the same trouble to keep you to themselves that we take to hook you. But you all give yourselves such confounded airs. There, my boy, put that in your pipe and smoke it." "Do not talk about respectable women," said he severely. "You do not know anything about them." On hearing this, Nana rose on her knees. "I don't know anything about them? But they're not even clean, your respectable women. No, they're not even clean. I defy you to find one who would dare to show herself as I am here. Really, you make me laugh with your respectable women. Don't drive me too hard. Don't force me to say things that I should regret afterwards." For sole rejoinder, the Count muttered a foul word between his teeth. Nana, in her turn, became deadly pale. She looked at him for a few seconds without speaking. Then, in a clear voice, she asked, "What would you do if your wife deceived you?" He made a menacing gesture. "Well, and I, supposing I deceived you?" "Oh, you," he murmured, shrugging his shoulders. Nana was certainly not unfeeling. Ever since the first words, she'd been resisting a desire to tell him of his cuckoldom to his face. She would have liked to have confessed him quietly. But he exasperated her. She must put an end to it. "Therefore, my boy," she resumed, "I don't know what the devil you're doing here. You've done nothing but pester me for the last 2 hours. So go and join your wife, who's consoling herself with faucherie. Yes, I know what I'm saying. In the Rue Taitbout, at the corner of the Rue de Provence. I give you the address, you see." Then, seeing Muffat rise on his feet, staggering like an ox that had just received a stunning blow, she added triumphantly, "Ah, they're getting on well, your respectable women. They even interfere with us now, and take our lovers." But she was unable to continue. In a terrible passion, he threw her full length on the floor, and raising his heel, was about to crush her face to silence her. For a moment she had an awful fright, but he, blinded, and as though mad, left her and rushed helplessly about the room. Then the choking silence he maintained, the sight of the internal struggle which shook his frame, brought tears to her eyes. She felt a mortal regret, and curling herself up before the fire, so as to cook her right side, she undertook to console him. "I assure you, darling, I thought you knew of it. Otherwise I would certainly not have spoken. Then, after all, perhaps it isn't true. I'm not sure of anything. I merely heard it. People talk about it, but that proves nothing, does it? Ah, really now, you're very stupid to be put out about it. If I was a man, I wouldn't care a tinker's curse for any woman. Women, my boy, high or low, are all the same, all loose fish. It's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other." She went in for abusing women in general, so as to make the blow less hard to bear. But he did not listen to her. He did not hear her. Whilst stamping about, he had somehow or other managed to get on his boots and his overcoat. For a moment longer he wandered about the room. Then, with a last rush, as though he had only just discovered the door, he disappeared. "Well, ta-ta," she continued aloud, though all alone. "He's polite, he is, when he's being spoken to.
and I, who was sweating away to make it up again with him. Anyhow, I was the first to hold out my hand. I made quite enough excuses, I think. Besides, he shouldn't have stopped here annoying me. However, she remained displeased with herself, scratching her legs with both hands. But she at length muttered consolingly, "Oh, dash it! It isn't my fault that he's a cuckold." And roasting on all sides, as hot as a quail just removed from the spit, she jumped into bed, after ringing for Zoe to usher in the other one, who was waiting in the kitchen. Outside, Muffat continued to hurry on. Another shower had just fallen. He slipped along the greasy pavement. As he mechanically looked up in the air, he saw large black clouds floating rapidly across the moon. At that hour, the Boulevard Haussmann was almost deserted. He passed by the scaffoldings of a new opera house, keeping in the shadow and stammering disconnected sentences. The girl lied. She had cruelly invented that to annoy him. He ought to have crushed her head when he had it beneath his heel. It was too shameful. He would never touch her nor see her again. If he did, he would indeed be a cur. Then he drew a long breath of relief at his deliverance. Ah, that stupid, naked monster, cooking like a goose, drivelling about all that he had respected for 40 years past. The clouds had cleared away from the moon, which now lighted up the empty street. He was seized with fear and burst into sobs, suddenly giving way to despair, as though he'd been precipitated into illimitable space. "Oh, heaven," he stammered, "all is over. There's nothing more." Along the boulevards, a few belated pedestrians were hurrying home. The Count tried to compose himself. The girl's story kept perplexing his heated brain. He wished to examine it calmly. That very morning the Countess was to return from Madame de Choiseul's chateau. There was nothing to have prevented her returning on the previous evening and passing the night with that man. He now recalled certain things that had occurred during their stay at Les Fondettes. One night he'd found Sabine wandering about among the trees, and she was so agitated that for some time she was unable to answer him. That man was there then. Why should she not be with him now? The more he thought of it, the more it seemed to him possible. He ended by thinking it only natural, and even inevitable. Whilst he'd been taking off his coat at a harlot's, his wife had been disrobing herself in a lover's bedchamber. There was nothing more simple or more logical. And as he reasoned thus, he forced himself to keep cool. He experienced the sensation of a fall into the follies of the flesh, which, spreading and gaining on him, swept the world away from around him. Phantoms, created by his heated imagination, pursued him. Nana undressed, abruptly evoked Sabine, undressed also. At this vision, which gave the two women a like parentage of wantonness and the same inordinate desires, he stumbled. A cab passing along the road nearly crushed him. Some women, coming out of a cafe, pushed up against him, laughing coarsely. Then, again giving way to tears, in spite of his efforts, and not wishing to sob aloud before the passers-by, he turned down a dark, empty street, the Rue Rossini, where he cried like a child as he moved past the silent houses. This ends Chapter 7, Part 2 of Nana. Chapter 7, Part 3 of Nana by Émile Zola, translated by Burton Rasco. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 7, Part 3 of Nana. "All is over," he kept saying in a hollow voice. "There is nothing more. Nothing more." His tears so mastered him that he leant against the door, burying his wet face in his hands. A sound of footsteps chased him away. He felt such shame and such fear that he fled from everyone,
with the cautious tread of a night prowler. Whenever anybody passed him on the pavement, he tried to assume a careless gait, as though he imagined that his history could be read in the movement of his shoulders. He had turned down the Rue de la Grande Batelière and reached the Faubourg Montmartre, but the bright lights caused him to retrace his steps, and for close upon an hour he wandered thus about the neighborhood, choosing always the darkest turnings. He had, no doubt, a goal to which his feet instinctively conducted him, patiently and by a most circuitous road. At length, at the turn of a street, he raised his eyes. He had arrived. It was the corner of the Rue Taitbout and of the Rue de Provence. He had, in the painful disorder of his brain, taken an hour to reach it, while he might have done so in 5 minutes. One morning in the previous month, he recollected having called on Fauchery to thank him for having mentioned his name in the description of a ball at the Tuileries. The apartment was on the first floor, with little square windows half hidden by the colossal signboard of the shop. The last window on the left was divided by a streak of brilliant light, the ray of a lamp passing between the partly closed curtains. And, with his eyes fixed on that bright line, he stood absorbed, awaiting something. The moon had disappeared in an inky sky from which a drizzling, icy rain fell. 2 o'clock struck at the Church of the Trinity. The Rue de Provence and the Rue Taitbout, with their lighted gas lamps, disappeared in the distance in a yellow vapor. Muffat did not stir. That was the room. He recollected it well, hung in crimson, and with a Louis XIII bedstead at the back of the apartment. The lamp was probably to the right on the mantelpiece. No doubt they were in bed, for not a shadow passed the immovable line of light, and he, still watching, arranged a plan. He would ring, and hastening upstairs in spite of a doorkeeper, would burst into the room and fall upon them in bed, without even giving them time to disengage their arms. The knowledge that he had no weapon arrested him for a moment. Then he decided that he would strangle them. He turned his plan over in his head. He perfected it, always awaiting something, some sign to make him certain. Had the shadow of a woman's form appeared at that moment, he would have rung the bell. But the thought that he was perhaps mistaken froze him. What would he be able to say? His doubts returned to him. His wife could not be with that man. The idea was monstrous and impossible. But still he stayed on, overcome by degrees by numbness, succumbing to weakness in that long vigil, to which the fixity of his look imparted a sense of hallucination. The shower increased. 2 police officers drew near, and he was obliged to leave the door-post against which he had sought shelter. When they had disappeared down the Rue de Provence, he returned, wet and shivering. The bright line still showed across the window. This time he was going away, when a shadow passed. The movement was so rapid that he thought he might be mistaken, but one after another other shadows passed, and there seemed quite a commotion in the room. Riveted again to the pavement opposite, he experienced an insupportable sensation of burning in the stomach. Profiles or arms and legs came and went. An enormous hand bearing the silhouette of a water can glided by. He distinguished nothing clearly, yet he thought he recognized a woman's head of hair, and he argued within himself it was like Sabine's headdress, only the back of the neck seemed broader than hers. But at that hour he was incapable of determining. He could not tell. His stomach caused him so much suffering that he pressed up against the door like a shivering outcast to obtain relief in the agony of this frightful uncertainty. Then, as, in spite of all, he could not take his eyes from off that window, his anger melted into the imagination of a moralist. He saw himself a deputy. He was speaking in the chamber, inveighing against debauchery, prophesying catastrophes, and he repeated the arguments in Fauchery's article on the poisonous fly, and declared that society could no longer exist with the manners and customs of a Second Empire. This did him some good. The shadows had now disappeared. No doubt they'd gone back to bed. He, ever on the watch, still waited. 3 o'clock struck. Then 4 o'clock. He could not tear himself away. Each time a shower came down, he squeezed up against the doorpost, the rain beating on his legs. No one passed by now. Occasionally his eyes closed, as though burnt by the ray of light on which, with obstinate folly, he persistently fixed them. Twice again did the shadows reappear, going through the same movements, carrying the same gigantic water can, and each time afterwards all became still as before, whilst the lamp continued to glimmer discreetly. These shadows increased his doubts. Besides, a sudden idea had just appeased him, deferring the hour of action. He had merely to wait till the woman came out. He would easily recognize Sabine. Nothing could be simpler. There would be no scandal, and he would no longer be in doubt. All he had to do was to remain there. Of all the confused feelings that had hitherto agitated him, he no longer experienced anything but a morbid desire to know. Having nothing to do, however, standing up against that door soon made him feel drowsy. To keep himself awake, he tried to calculate the time it would be necessary for him to wait. Sabine was to arrive at the station at about 9 o'clock. That gave him almost 4.5 hours. He was full of patience. He would never have moved again, finding a charm in fancying that his night vigil would be an eternal one. Suddenly, the ray of light disappeared. This very simple occurrence was an unexpected catastrophe for him, something disagreeable and annoying. They had evidently turned out the lamp and were going to sleep. At such an hour it was only natural. But he felt irritated because that window, being now in darkness, no longer interested him. He watched it for 1/4 of an hour longer. Then it tired him, so he left the doorway and took a few steps along the pavement. Until 5 o'clock he walked to and fro, occasionally raising his eyes. The window remained in the same dormant state, and at times he would ask himself whether he had not dreamed that he had seen shadows cross those panes. A great fatigue overwhelmed him, which made him forget what he was waiting for at that street corner, stumbling over the paving stones, awaking with starts and the cold shiver of a man who no longer knows where he is. What was the good of his bothering himself about the matter? As the people had gone to sleep, all he had to do was to leave them in peace. Why should he mix himself up in their affairs? It was very dark. No one would know of his having waited there. And then all feeling in him, even his curiosity, fled, carried away in a desire to have done with it all and to seek some solace elsewhere. The cold increased. The street became unbearable. Twice he moved away, then returned slowly, but only to move away again, farther off. It was over. There was nothing more. He went in the direction of the boulevards and did not return. He wandered silently through the streets. He walked slowly, always with the same step, and keeping close to the wall. His heels resounded on the pavement. He beheld nothing but his shadow, which turned at each lamp-post, becoming larger and smaller. That amused him, mechanically occupying him. Afterwards, he could never recall through what streets he had gone. He seemed to have dragged himself along for hours in a circle. One single recollection remained, and that very clearly. He had found himself, he could not tell how, with his face pressed against the iron railings that closed the Passage des Panoramas, clasping the bars in his hands. He was merely trying to see into the passage, under the influence of an emotion with which his heart was bursting. But he could distinguish nothing. Darkness reigned in the deserted gallery,
whilst the wind which entered by the Rue Saint-Marc blew the dampness of a cellar into his face. And a strange infatuation kept him there. Then, awakening as though from a dream, he was filled with surprise and asked himself what he was seeking at that hour, pressed against those railings with such a force that the bars had left their marks upon his face. And he resumed his tramp in despair, his heart filled with a great sadness, as if betrayed and alone for evermore in all that darkness. Day at length broke, and to the winter night there succeeded that dull light which looked so melancholy on the muddy pavement of Paris. Muffat had returned into the large new roads that were being made around the scaffoldings of the new opera house. Soaked by the showers, broken up by the heavy carts, the chalky soil had become changed into a miry lake. And without looking where he placed his feet, he continued walking on, slipping and with difficulty keeping his legs. The awakening of Paris, the gangs of scavengers, and the early groups of workmen brought him a fresh worry as the day advanced. He was stared at with surprise, with his wild appearance, his muddy clothes, and his hat soaked with the rain. After a long time he sought refuge against the palings, among the scaffolding. In his empty head one idea alone remained, which was that he was very miserable. Then his thoughts turned to God. The sudden idea of a divine assistance, of a superhuman consolation, surprised him like something extraordinary and unexpected. It awakened in his mind the picture of Monsieur Venot. He beheld his plump little person, his decayed teeth. For certain, Monsieur Venot, whom for months past he had been grieving by not going near him, would be very happy were he now to knock at his door and weep on his breast. At other times, God had always been merciful to him. At the least sorrow or the smallest obstacle encountered in life, he would enter a church and, kneeling, would humble himself before the Supreme Being, and he would come out fortified by prayer, ready to enjoy the sweets of life, with the sole desire for the salvation of his soul. But now he could only pray by fits and starts, just when a fear of hell seized upon him. He'd given way to a great indolence. Nana interfered with his duties, and the thought of God surprised him. Why had he not thought of the Almighty in the first instance, during that frightful crisis in which his weak humanity succumbed? Then, with feeble footsteps, he sought a church. He could remember nothing. The early hours seemed to alter the streets. As he turned the corner of the Rue de la Chaussée-d'Antin, however, he caught sight of a church of the Trinity in the distance, its steeple seen very indistinctly in the fog. The white statues overlooking the naked garden appeared like so many shining Venuses among the faded yellow leaves of a park. Beneath the porch he paused a moment to take breath, fatigued by the ascent of the high flight of steps. Then he entered. The church was very cold, the great stove having been extinguished the previous evening, and the tall arches were filled with a fine mist which had filtered in through the apertures of the glass windows. A shadow hung over the lower part. Not a soul was there beyond the beadle who, in the midst of that semi-darkness, dragged his feet over the stones in the sullenness of the awaking hour. Muffat, after knocking up against a number of chairs, feeling lost, his heart fit to burst, had fallen on his knees against the railings of a little side chapel, close to a holy water font. He had clasped his hands, trying to find a prayer in which he could pour forth his very soul, but his lips alone muttered words. His mind was elsewhere, outside, following the streets, without repose, as though beneath the lash of some implacable necessity. And he repeated, "O Lord, help me! O God, do not abandon your creature, who abandons himself to your justice. O merciful Father, I adore you. Will you let me perish beneath the blows of your enemies?" Nothing seemed to answer. The shadow and the cold hung about his shoulders. The noise of the beadle walking in the distance continued, and prevented him from praying. He heard naught but that irritating sound in the deserted church, which had not even then been swept, nor had the early Mass been performed. Then, holding on to a chair, he raised himself with a cracking of his knees. God had not yet arrived. Why should he go and weep on Monsieur Venot's breast? That man could do nothing. And he mechanically returned to Nana's. Outside, having slipped, he felt tears come to his eyes, not with anger against fate, but simply because he felt weak and ill. He was really too tired. He'd been out too long in the rain. He felt the cold too much. It froze him to think of going back to his dismal home in the Rue Miromesnil. At Nana's the street door was not open, but he had to wait till the concierge appeared. As he went upstairs he smiled, already feeling the pleasant warmth of that nest, where he would at length be able to stretch himself and sleep. When Zoe let him in, she made a gesture of amazement and uneasiness. Madame, having been seized by a violent headache, hadn't closed her eyes all night. However, she would go and see whether she'd fallen asleep or not, and she glided into the bedroom, whilst he sank down on a chair in the drawing-room. But Nana appeared almost instantly. She jumped out of bed, scarcely taking time to put on a petticoat, and entered with bare feet, her hair hanging about her shoulders, her nightdress rumpled and torn, in the disorder of a night of love. "What! You here again?" cried she, red with passion. Under the influence of her rage, she was hastening to put him out herself. But seeing him in such a state, so utterly helpless, she was once more moved to pity. "Well, you're in a nice mess, my poor fellow," she resumed in a more pleasant tone of voice. "What is the matter with you? Ah, you've been watching them. You've been having a fine time of it." He said nothing. He looked like a stunned ox. Yet she understood that he had not been able to obtain any proof, as she added, just to bring him to himself again. "You see, I was mistaken. Your wife is all right, on my word she is. Now, my boy, you must go home and get to bed. You're in want of sleep." He did not stir. "Come, be off. I can't keep you here. You don't, I suppose, want to stop at this time of day?" "Yes, let us go to sleep," he muttered. She repressed a violent gesture. She was fast losing patience. Was he going crazy? "Come, be off," said she a second time. No. Then, thoroughly exasperated, she broke out in revolt. "But it's disgusting. Understand me, I've had a great deal too much of you. Go and find your wife who's making a cuckold of you. Yes, she's making a cuckold of you. It's I who tell you so now. There, have you got what you wanted? Will you leave me or not?" Mouffat's eyes filled with tears. He clasped his hands. "Let us go to sleep." Nana scarcely knew what she did, choking as she was with nervous sobs. It was too much. Did all these matters concern her? She'd certainly taken all possible precaution in telling him, so as not to hurt his feelings, and now she was to pay for the broken glass. Oh, no, if you please. She was good-natured, but not to that extent. "Damnation! I've had enough of it all," swore she, striking the furniture with her clenched fists. "Ah, well, I who took so much care to keep faithful. Why, my fine fellow, I could be as rich as ever tomorrow if I only said a word." He raised his head in surprise. He'd never given the money question a thought. If she would express a desire, he would gratify it at once. His whole fortune was hers. "No, it's too late," replied she, furiously. "I like the men who give without being asked. No, were you to offer me 1,000,000 for one embrace, I would refuse you. It's all over. I have something better there. Be off, or I will no longer answer for myself. I shall do something dreadful." And she advanced towards him menacingly. But in the midst of this exasperation of a kind-hearted girl pushed to extremes, and convinced of her right and of her superiority over the worthy people who pestered her, the door suddenly opened and Steiner appeared. This was the last straw. She uttered a terrible cry. "Hello! Here's the other one now!" Steiner, bewildered by the noise of her voice, stood still. Muffat's unexpected presence annoyed him, for he was afraid of an explanation from which he kept aloof for 3 months past. Blinking his eyes, he twisted himself about in an uneasy sort of way, and avoided looking at the Count. And he breathed hard, with the red and distorted features of a man who has rushed about Paris to bring some good news, and who finds he has fallen into a catastrophe. "What do you want? You, eh?" asked Nana, roughly, speaking familiarly to him, in spite of the Count's presence. I, he stammered. "I have brought you, you know what." "What's that?" He hesitated. 2 days before she told him not to show himself there again without bringing 1,000 francs, which she required to pay a bill. For 2 days he had been seeking the money, and he had just succeeded in completing the sum that very morning. "The 1,000 francs, he ended by saying, as he withdrew an envelope from his pocket. Nana had forgotten all about them. "The 1,000 francs!" cried she. "Do I ask for charity? Look, see what I do with your 1,000 francs!" And seizing the envelope, she threw it in his face. Like a prudent Jew, he picked it up, though painfully. He glanced at the young woman in a stupefied fashion. Muffat exchanged a look of despair with him, whilst Nana placed her hands on her hips in order to shout the louder. "I say now, have you nearly finished insulting me? As for you, my boy, I'm glad you've also come. For now, look here, I can have a clean sweep. Now then, out you go!" Then, as they did not seem to hurry themselves, but stood as though paralyzed, she went on. "What? You say I'm foolish? That's possible, but you've plagued me too much, and drat it all, I've had enough of a fashionable existence. If I bust up, it's my lookout. 1, 2, you refuse to go? Well, look here then, I've got a friend." With a sudden movement, she threw the bedroom door wide open. Then the 2 men beheld Fontaine in the middle of the tumbled bed. He had not expected to be exhibited thus, with his dusky person spread out like a goat in the midst of the crumpled lace, his legs showing under the flying tail of his nightshirt. He was not, however, by any means embarrassed, used as he was to the surprises of the stage. After the first shock was over, he was able to make a face which ensured him the honors of war. He did the rabbit, as he called it, thrusting out his mouth, curling his nose, and moving all the muscles of his face at the same time. His head, resembling that of a libidinous fawn, exuded vice through every pore. It was Fontaine whom Nana, seized by that mad infatuation of women for the hideous grimaces of ugly comic actors, had been fetching nightly for a week past from the Variety Theatre. "There," said she, pointing to him with a tragic gesture. Muffat, who was prepared for almost anything, indignantly resented the affront. "Strumpet!" he stammered. But Nana, already in the bedroom, returned to have the last word. "Strumpet, indeed! Then what about your wife?" And turning on her heel, she loudly banged the door after her and bolted it. The 2 men, left alone, looked at each other in silence. Zoe then entered the room. She did not hurry them off, but talked very sensibly to them. Like a reasonable being, she thought Madame had behaved very foolishly. However, she took her part. Her mania for that wretched stroller wouldn't last long. All they had to do was to wait till she got over it. They then withdrew. They had not uttered a word. Outside on the pavement, moved by a sort of fraternal feeling, they silently shook hands, and, turning their backs on each other and dragging their legs along, they went off in opposite directions. When Muffat at length returned to his house in the Rue Miromesnil, his wife had just arrived there. They both met on the broad staircase, the sombre walls of which diffused an icy chill around. Raising their eyes, they beheld each other. The Count was still in his muddy clothes, and his face had the frightful pallor of a man returning from a surfeit of ice. The Countess, bleary-eyed, with her hair all dishevelled, and looking thoroughly exhausted by a night passed in the train, seemed scarcely able to keep awake. This ends Chapter 7, Part 3 of Nana. Chapter 8, Part 1 of Nana, by Émile Zola, translated by Burton Rasco. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 8, Part 1 of Nana. It was in the Rue Véron at Montmartre, in a little apartment on the 4th floor. Nana and Fontaine had invited a few friends to partake of their 12th night cake. They had only got settled 3 days before and intended having a housewarming. Everything had been done hastily, in the first ardor of their honeymoon, without any fixed intention of their living together. On the morrow of her grand brawl, when she had so energetically sent the Count and the banker about their business, Nana felt that she had got herself into a fine mess. She saw her position at a glance. The creditors would invade her anteroom, interfere in her love affairs, and talk of selling her up if she was not reasonable. There would be endless quarrels and constant worries, just to keep a few sticks of furniture from their grasp. She preferred to let all go. Besides, she was sick of her apartment in the Boulevard Haussmann. It was unbearable with its great gilded rooms. In her infatuation for Fontaine, her dream of her girlhood returned to her, of the days when she was apprenticed to the artificial flower-maker, and longed for nothing more than a pretty bright little room, with a wardrobe of violet ebony with a glass door, and a bed hung with blue rep. In 2 days she sold everything that she could safely remove, knick-knacks, jewels, and the like, and disappeared with about 10,000 francs, without saying a word to the landlord. A perfect header, and not a trace remaining behind. That accomplished, there was no fear of having any men dangling about her petticoats. Fontaine was very nice. He didn't say no, he let her do as she liked. In fact, he behaved altogether like a regular chum. He possessed about 7,000 francs, and agreed to put them with Nana's 10,000, although he had the reputation of being miserly. That seemed to them something solid to start housekeeping on. And they commenced thus, each taking what he or she required out of the common fund, furnishing the 2 rooms in the Rue Véron, and sharing everything alike. At the beginning, this kind of life was simply delicious. On 12th night, Madame Lerat was the first to arrive, with little Louis. As Fontaine had not returned, she ventured to express her fears, for she trembled to see her niece renouncing fortune. "Oh, aunt, I love him so much," cried Nana, pressing her hands prettily across her breast. These words produced an extraordinary effect on Madame Lerat. Her eyes moistened. "That's right," said she, in a convincing manner. "Love before everything." And she praised the prettiness of the rooms. Nana showed her everything in the bedroom and the dining room, and even in the kitchen. Well, they were not large, but they'd been newly painted and papered, and the sun shone there so brilliantly. Then Madame Lerat kept the young woman in the bedroom, whilst little Louis went and installed himself in the kitchen behind the charwoman, in order to see her put a chicken down to roast. If she ventured to make any remarks, it was because Zoe had been to see her only a short time before. Zoe was so devoted to Madame that she bravely remained at the breach. Madame would pay her some time or other. She had no anxiety on that score. And in the downfall of the establishment of the Boulevard Haussmann, she coped with the creditors, operating a masterly retreat, saving waifs from the wreck, and telling everyone that Madame was traveling, but without ever giving an address. And for fear, too, of being followed, she denied herself the pleasure of calling on Madame. However, that very morning she had hastened to Madame Lerat because there was something new in the wind. The day before, several creditors had called, the upholsterer, the coal merchant, the milliner, and they had offered to give time, proposing even to advance a considerable sum of money to Madame if Madame would return to her apartment and consent to act like a sensible being. The aunt repeated Zoe's very words. There was no doubt some gentleman at the bottom of all that. "Never!" declared Nana indignantly. "Well, they're a dirty lot, those tradespeople. Do they think that I'm going to sell myself just for the sake of seeing their bills paid? Listen to me now. I'd sooner die of hunger than deceive Fontaine." "That's just what I answered," said Madame Lerat. "I told her that you would only obey the dictates of your heart." Nana, however, was very annoyed to hear that La Mignotte had been sold, and that La Baudette had purchased it for a most ridiculous sum for Caroline Equet. That put her in a rage against the clique. They were nothing better than street walkers, in spite of their grand airs. Ah, yes, by Jove, she was worth more than the whole lot of them. "They may laugh," she wound up by saying. "Money will never give them real happiness. And then, look you, aunt, I no longer know even whether these people are in existence. I am too happy to give them a thought." Just then Madame Malois entered, with one of those extraordinary bonnets which she alone had the science of making. It was quite a happy meeting. Madame Malois explained that greatness intimidated her, but that now she would call occasionally to have a game at bézique. For the second time they went over the apartments, and in the kitchen, in the presence of a charwoman who was basting the chicken, Nana talked of how economical she was going to be, saying that a servant would cost too much, and that she intended to do the housework herself, whilst little Louis greedily watched the chicken roasting. But there was a sound of voices. It was Fontaine, with Bosc and Prullière. The dinner could be served at once, and the soup was already on the table, when Nana, for the third time, showed her guests over the rooms. "Ah, children, how comfortable you must be here," Bosc kept saying, simply to please the friends who stood him at dinner, for in reality the question of the nest, as he called it, did not affect him in the least. In the bedroom he seemed scarcely able to find sufficient words to express his admiration. Usually he alluded to women as being no better than animals, and the idea that a man could embarrass himself with one of the dirty hussies raised in him the only indignation of which he was capable, in the drunken disdain with which he enveloped the world. "Ah, the lucky ones," he continued, blinking his eyes. "They've done it all on the sly. Well, really, you're right. It'll be charming, and we'll come and see you. I'm blowed if we won't." But as little Louis just then galloped in, riding on a broom handle, Prullière said, with a malicious giggle, "What? You've already got that big baby?" They all thought it was very funny. Madame Lerat and Madame Malois nearly split their sides with laughing. Nana, far from being offended, smiled in a loving sort of way, saying that unfortunately it was not the case. She would have liked it to have been so for the little one's sake and her own, but perhaps they would have one all the same. Fontaine, acting the kind-hearted man, took little Louis in his arms, playing with him and stuttering, "All the same, you love your papa, don't you? Call me papa, you little monkey." "Papa, papa," lisped the child. Everyone caressed and fondled him. Bosc, taking no real interest in the matter, moved that they should go to dinner. That was the only thing worth living for. Nana asked to be allowed to have little Louis beside her. The meal was a very merry one. Bosc, however, did not get on very well on account of the child's proximity to him, and his time was taken up in defending his plate from the youngster's attacks. Madame Lerat disturbed him also. She became very tender, and whispered in his ear most mysterious things, stories of gentlemen very well off who still followed her about, and on 2 separate occasions he was obliged to move his knee, for she kept pushing hers against it, looking at him most lovingly the while. Prullière behaved most shamefully to Madame Maloire, not helping her to a single thing. He was occupied solely with Nana, greatly annoyed at seeing her with Fantin. The turtle-doves, too, were becoming a nuisance, kissing each other at every moment. In spite of all the usages, they had persisted in sitting side by side. "Do leave off and eat your dinners," Boss kept on saying, with his mouth full. "You will have plenty of time to cuddle each other afterwards. Wait till we've gone." But Nana could not restrain herself. She was all wrapped up in her love, as rosy as a virgin and full of endearing smiles and glances. With her eyes fixed on Fantin, she called him all the pretty names she could think of: Ducky, Darling, Cherub, and whenever he handed her anything, the water or the salt, she leant forward and kissed him on whatever part of his head her lips encountered, on his eyes, his nose, or his ears. Then, if the others scolded her, she retired again to her seat with most wary tactics, and the humility and suppleness of a cat that had just been whipped, though at the same time slyly taking hold of his hand beneath the table, to kiss it again at the first opportunity. She must touch some part of him. Fantin assumed an important air, and condescendingly allowed himself to be adored. His big nose quivered with a sensual joy. His goatish physiognomy, his ugliness, suggestive of some ridiculous monster, seemed to expand beneath the devout adoration of that superb girl, so plump and white. Occasionally he would return her kiss, like a man who, though having the best of it, still wishes to act nicely. "Look here, you two! You're really unbearable!" exclaimed Prullière at length. "Get out of there, you!" And he turned Fantin out of his seat, changing the plates and glasses, and took the place beside Nana. This called forth no end of exclamation, outbursts of applause, and some rather indecent remarks. Fantin pretended to be in despair, and assumed his comical look of Vulcan crying for Venus. Prullière at once made himself very attentive, but Nana, whose foot he tried to touch under the table, gave him a kick to force him to leave off. No, she would certainly not have anything to do with him. The month before she'd been slightly smitten with his handsome head, but now she detested him. If he pinched her again while pretending to pick up his napkin. But everything went off well. They naturally talked of the Variety Theatre. That rogue Bordenave would never die, it seemed. His foul diseases had broke out again, as he was in such a state that one could scarcely touch him with a pair of tongs. The day before he'd done nothing but blackguard Simone all through the rehearsal. Nobody would weep for him overmuch. Nana said that if he dared to offer her another part, she would send him to the devil. Besides, she didn't think she would go upon the stage again. She preferred being at home to being at the theatre. Fantin, who was not in the new piece, nor yet in the one they were rehearsing, also exaggerated the sweets of liberty and the felicity of spending his evenings with his little darling, his legs stretched out before the fire. And the others called them lucky creatures, pretending to envy their happiness. They had cut the 12th night cake. The bean had fallen to Madame Larat, who at once put it in Bosque's glass. Then they all shouted, "The king drinks! The king drinks!" Nana took advantage of this outburst of gaiety to put her arms round Fantin's neck and kiss him and whisper in his ear. But Prullière, with the vexed laugh of a handsome fellow who finds his good looks are not appreciated, cried out that it was not fair. Little Louis had been put to sleep on 2 chairs, and the party did not break up till 1 in the morning, the guests calling out "Good night" as they descended the stairs. And for 3 weeks the life of the 2 lovers was sweet indeed. Nana thought herself back again at the commencement of her career, when her first silk dress had caused her so much pleasure. She went out but little, affecting solitude and simplicity. One morning early, when going to buy some fish at the Rochefoucauld market, she was astonished to find herself face to face with Francis, the hairdresser. He was dressed with his habitual correctness, fine clean linen, and an irreproachable overcoat, and she was ashamed at being seen by him in the street in a dirty morning gown, her hair all in disorder, and with a pair of old shoes upon her feet. But he had the tact to be even more exaggerated in his politeness. He did not ask a question, but pretended to think that Madame had been abroad. Ah, Madame had broken a great many hearts by going away. It was a loss for all the world. The young woman, however, seized with a curiosity which ended by dispelling her first embarrassment, could not refrain from questioning him. As the crowd kept jostling against them, she drew him into a doorway and stood in front of him with her little basket in her hand. What was being said about her little escapade? Well, really, the ladies at whose houses he called said this and that. In short, it had caused quite a commotion, and was undoubtedly a tremendous success. And Steiner? Monsieur Steiner had fallen very low. He would end badly unless he succeeded in some fresh speculation. And Daguenet? Oh, he was doing very well. Monsieur Daguenet was settling down. Nana, excited by her reminiscences, was on the point of asking some fresh questions, but she felt a restraint in uttering Muffat's name. Then Francis smilingly alluded to him. As for the Count, it was shocking to see him. He had suffered so much after Madame's departure. He looked like the ghost of some unburied corpse as he wandered about the various places that Madame used to frequent. However, Monsieur Mignon, having come across him, had taken him home. This news made Nana laugh, but in a constrained manner. "Ah, so he's with Rose now," said she. "Well, you know, Francis, I don't care a hang. The old hypocrite! He's got into such habits he can't even abstain from them for a few days. And he swore that he would never have anything to do with any woman after me." Though outwardly calm, she was in reality greatly enraged. "It's my leaving," she resumed. "Rose has treated herself to a queer fish. Oh, I see it all. She wanted to have her revenge for my carrying off that old beast Steiner from her. She's done a smart thing in taking a man into her house that I turned out of mine." "Monsieur Mignon tells a different story," said the hairdresser. "According to him, it was the Count who turned you out. Yes, and in a rather unpleasant way, too, with a kick behind." On hearing this, Nana became deadly pale. "Eh? What?" exclaimed she. "A kick behind? Well, that's too much, that is. Why, my boy, it was I who chucked him downstairs, the cuckold, for he is a cuckold, as I dare say you know. His countess has no end of lovers, even that filthy Fauchery, and that Mignon, who walks the streets for his monkey-faced wife, whom no one will touch, because she's so skinny. What a beastly world! What a beastly world!" She was choking. She stopped to take breath. "Ah, so they say that. Well, my little Francis, I'll just go and seek them out. Shall we go together at once? Yes, I'll go, and we'll see if they'll have the cheek to talk then about kicks behind. Kicks? Why, I've never submitted to be kicked by anyone, and I'll never be beaten either, because, look you, I killed the man who laid a finger on me." But she gradually quieted down. After all, they could say what they liked. She thought no more of them than of the mud on her shoes. It would defile her to pay the least attention to such people. She had her conscience, and that was enough for her. And Francis became more familiar, seeing her expose her inmost feelings as she stood there in her dirty old gown, and he ventured to give her some advice. She was foolish to sacrifice everything simply for an infatuation. Infatuation spoilt life. She listened to him, holding down her head, whilst he spoke in a sad tone of voice, like a connoisseur who grieved to see so lovely a girl throw herself away in such a manner. "That's my business," she ended by saying, "but thanks all the same, old fellow." She squeezed his hand, which was always a trifle greasy, in spite of his perfect get-up. Then she left him and went to buy her fish. During the day, the story of the kick behind occupied her a great deal. She even spoke of it to Fantin, again affecting the style of a strong-minded woman who would not submit to an insult from anyone. Fantin, like the superior being he was, declared that all those grand gentlemen were muffs, and that they should despise them. And from that moment Nana was filled with a real disdain. It happened that evening that they went to the Bouffe Theatre to see a little woman whom Fantin knew make her first appearance in a part of 10 lines. It was nearly 1 o'clock in the morning when they at last got back to Montmartre on foot. In the Rue de la Chaussée d'Antin they'd stopped to buy a cake, a mocha, and they ate it in bed because the night was cold and it was not worth while lighting a fire. Sitting up in bed side by side, with the clothes well over them, and the pillows piled up behind, they talked of the little woman as they supped. Nana thought her ugly and quite without go. Fantin, who slept on the outside of the bed, passed the slices of cake which stood on the night table between a box of matches and the candle. But they ended by quarrelling. "Oh, is it possible to talk so?" cried Nana. "Her eyes are like gimlet holes, and her hair is the color of tow." "Shut up," replied Fantin. "She has beautiful hair, and her eyes are full of fire. It's funny that you women always pull each other to pieces." He seemed greatly annoyed. "There, that's enough," he said at length in a rough tone of voice. "You know I don't like wrangling. We'll go to sleep, or there'll be a row." And he blew out the candle. Nana was furious and continued talking. She was not going to be spoken to like that. She was in the habit of being respected. As he no longer answered, she was obliged to leave off, but she could not go to sleep, and kept turning over and turning over. "Damn it all! Have you finished moving about?" he asked suddenly, jumping up in a sitting posture. "It's not my fault if there are crumbs in the bed," said she sharply. And there were indeed crumbs in the bed. She even felt them under her legs. They were all about her. The smallest crumb irritated her and made her scratch herself till her flesh bled. Besides, when one eats anything in bed, one should always shake the clothes afterwards. Fantin, in a towering rage, lit the candle. They both got out, and in their night-dresses, and with their feet bare, they uncovered the bed and swept the crumbs away with their hands. He, who was shivering all the time, hastily got back into bed and told her to go to the devil because she asked him to wipe his feet. Then she returned to her place, but she'd scarcely lain down again before she recommenced her dance. There were still some crumbs left. "Of course, I knew it," said she. "You brought them back again on your feet. I can't go to sleep like this. I tell you I can't." And she rose in bed as though about to step over him. Then, unable to stand it any longer, and wishing to go to sleep, Fantin thrust out his arm and slapped her. The blow was given with such force that Nana at once found herself lying down in bed again, with her head on the pillow. She lay still, as though stunned. "Oh," said she simply, sighing like a child. He threatened her with another smack if she moved again. Then, blowing out the candle, he turned on his back and soon began to snore. She buried her face in her pillow to smother her sobs. It was cowardly to take advantage of her inferior strength, but she was dreadfully frightened. Fantin's usually funny face had looked so terrible, and her anger disappeared as though the smack had appeased it. She respected him. She squeezed up against the wall to leave him all the room. With her cheek tingling, her eyes full of tears, she even ended by falling asleep in such a delicious dejection of spirits, in such a wearied state of submission, that she no longer felt the crumbs. In the morning, when she awoke, she had her arms round Fantin, holding him very tightly. He would never do it again, would he now? She loved him too much. Still, it was even nice to be beaten by him. From that night their life entirely changed. For a yes or a no, Fantin struck her. She, getting used to it, submitted. Occasionally she cried out or menaced him, but he forced her against the wall and talked of strangling her, and that made her yield. More frequently she fell onto a chair and sobbed for 5 minutes. Then she forgot all about it, becoming very gay, and singing and laughing and skipping about the room. The worst was that Fontaine now disappeared all day and never came home before midnight. He frequented the cafes where he was likely to meet his friends. Nana tremblingly and caressingly submitted to everything, not daring to utter a reproach for fear of never seeing him again. But some days, when she'd neither Madame Maloire nor her aunt with little Louis to help her pass away the time, she felt very wretched indeed. Therefore, one Sunday, when she had gone to the Rochefoucauld market to purchase some pigeons, she was delighted to come across Satin, who was buying a bunch of radishes. Ever since the evening when the prince had partaken of Fontaine's champagne, they'd lost sight of each other. "What? It's you? You live in this neighborhood?" asked Satin, amazed at seeing her out of doors in her slippers at that time day. "Ah, my poor girl, you must be down in your luck." Nana frowned at her to make her leave off, because there were some other women there, women in dressing gowns, and who did not appear to have any underclothes on, whose hair was all disheveled and whose faces were smothered with powder. Every morning all the loose women of the neighborhood, having scarcely got rid of the men picked up the night before, came to make their purchases, dragging their old shoes over the pavement, their eyes heavy with want of sleep, and in the bad temper caused by the fatigue of a night of dissipation. Down every street leading to the market they could be seen coming, all looking very pale, some quite young girls most seductive in appearance, others regular old hags, both fat and flabby, not minding in the least to be seen thus outside their business hours, whilst the passers-by might turn to look at them without even one of them deigning to smile, for they were all in too much of a hurry for that, and went about their errands with the disdainful airs of thrifty women who have no dealings with men whatever. Just as Satin was paying for her bunch of radishes, a young man, some clerk who was late, called to her as he passed. "Good morning, darling." She at once drew herself up with the dignity of an offended queen, saying, "What's the matter with that pig there?" Then she thought she knew him. 3 days before, as she was returning from the boulevards about midnight, she'd spoken to him for about a half an hour at the corner of the Rue La Bruyère before he would make up his mind. But the recollection only annoyed her the more. "What fools men are to call out such things in the daytime," she resumed. "When one goes out on one's private business, one ought to be respected." Nana had at length selected her pigeons, though she had doubts as to their freshness. Then Satin wanted to show her where she lived. It was close by in the Rue Rochefoucauld, and as soon as they were alone together, Nana related the story of her love for Fontaine. When she reached her door, the little one stood with her radishes under her arm, interested by the final particulars given by the other, who was lying in her turn, saying that she had sent Count Muffat out of her place with a kick behind. "Oh, that was grand, very grand," observed Satin. "A kick behind? Oh, splendid! And he didn't dare say a word, did he? Men are such cowards. I should have liked to have been there to have seen his mug. My dear, you were right. Drat their money. When I've a fancy, I die for it. Well, you'll come and see me, won't you? The door on the left. Knock 3 times, for there are always a lot of people who come to bother me." After that day, whenever Nana felt dull, she went to see Satin. She was always certain of finding her in, for the little one never went out before 6 in the evening. Satin had 2 rooms, which a chemist had furnished for her, so that she should be safe from the police. But in less than 13 months she had broken the furniture, destroyed the seats of the chairs, soiled the curtains, and got everything into such a state of dirt and disorder that the rooms looked as though they were occupied by a troop of mad tabbies. The mornings when she herself, quite disgusted, started cleaning, legs of chairs and shreds of curtains remained in her hands, so hard was the battle she had to fight with the filth. On those days everything looked dirtier still, and it was impossible to enter the rooms, for all manner of things were piled up in the doorways. At length she ended by neglecting her home altogether. In the lamplight of the wardrobe, with its mirror, the clock, and what remained of the curtains, looked sufficiently well to satisfy the men who came to see her. Besides, for 6 months past her landlord had been threatening to turn her out, so why should she trouble herself by looking after the place? And for him, perhaps, not if she knew it. And whenever she got up in a bad temper, she shouted out, "Gee up! Gee up!" giving formidable kicks on the sides of the wardrobe and the chest of drawers, which were cracking all over. Nana nearly always found her in bed. Even the days when Satin went out on her errands, she was always so tired on her return that she would fall asleep again on the edge of the bed. During the daytime she merely dragged herself about, dozing on the chairs, and never rousing from this state of languor till the evening, when the gas lamps were lit. And Nana always felt very comfortable there, sitting doing nothing in the midst of the untidy bed, of the basins full of dirty water placed on the floor, and of the muddy skirts cast off the night before, soiling the chairs on which they had been carelessly thrown. She would cackle and talk of her private affairs without ceasing, whilst Satin, in her shift and sprawling on the bed with her feet in the air, listened to her and smoked cigarettes. Sometimes on the afternoons, when they had troubles which they wanted to forget, as they said, they treated each other to absinthe. Then, without going downstairs or even putting on a petticoat, Satin would call over the balusters for what she wanted to the concierge's little girl, a youngster of 10, who looked at the lady's naked legs when she brought up the absinthe in a glass. All the conversation of the two women had reference to men's abominable ways. Nana was quite unendurable with her Fantin. She could not utter 10 words without alluding to something he had said or done. But Satin good-naturedly listened to these eternal stories of watchings at the window, of quarrels about a burned stew, and of reconciliations in bed after hours of sulking. Through a hankering always to talk about him, Nana ended by recounting all the blows that he gave her. Only the previous week he had blackened her eye, and the evening before, not being able to find his slippers, he'd given her a blow which had sent her reeling against the night-table. And the other expressed no surprise, quietly puffing her cigarette, and only interrupting Nana to say that for her part she always ducked, with the result of sending the gentleman and his blow to the other end of the room. They both became deeply interested in these stories of beatings, feeling happy and diverted by the constant repetition of the same stupid incidents, and yielding over again to the warm and sluggish lassitude occasioned by the infamous thrashings of which they spoke. It was the enjoyment of discussing Fantin's blows, of always talking about him, even to describing his way of taking off his boots, that brought Nana there every day, the more especially as Satin invariably sympathized with her. She told in return of things that happened to her which were even worse, of a pastry cook who would leave her on the ground for dead, and whom all the same she loved more than ever. Then came a day when Nana cried, and declared that she could not put up with it any longer. Satin accompanied her to her door, and waited an hour in the street to see if Fantin didn't murder her. And on the morrow the two women enjoyed the afternoon, discussing the reconciliation, preferring, however, though without saying so, the days when there was a good row on, because that impassioned them the more. They became inseparable. Yet Satin never went to Nana's, Fantin having declared that he would not have any strumpets in his place. They would walk out together, and it was thus that one day Satin took her to call on a woman who turned out to be the Madame Robert whom Nana often thought about with a certain respect ever since she had declined to come to her supper. Madame Robert lived in the Rue Mosnier, one of the new and quiet streets near the Place de l'Europe, not containing a single shop, and the handsome houses of which, with their tiny suites of apartments, are entirely occupied by ladies. It was 5 o'clock. Down the silent thoroughfare, amidst the aristocratic quietude of the tall white houses, the broughams of stock jobbers and merchants awaited, whilst men hurried along the foot pavements, raising their eyes to the windows, where women in dressing gowns seemed to be watching for them. Nana at first would not go upstairs, saying stiffly that she was not acquainted with the lady. But Satin insisted. One could always take a friend with one. She was merely paying a visit of politeness. Madame Robert, whom she had met the day before in a restaurant, had behaved very nicely to her, and had made her promise to come and see her. So Nana at length gave in. Upstairs a little servant, half asleep, said that her mistress was out. However, she ushered them into the drawing-room and left them there. This ends Chapter 8, Part 1 of Nana. Chapter 8, Part 2 of Nana by Émile Zola, translated by Burton Rasco. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 8, Part 2 of Nana. "By Jove, how handsome!" murmured Satin. It was furnished in the severe style of the middle classes, and the hangings were of sombre hue, whilst the whole had that appearance of gentility usually to be seen in the surroundings of the Parisian shopkeeper who has retired on a fortune. Nana, drawing her own conclusions from all this, began to make a few broad remarks, but Satin got angry and answered for Madame Robert's virtue. She was always to be met in company with grave elderly gentlemen with whom she walked arm in arm. Just now she had a retired chocolate manufacturer, who was of a most serious turn of mind. He was so delighted with the genteel appearance of the establishment that, whenever he visited there, he always made the servant announce him, and addressed Madame Robert as his child. "But look, that's she," said Satin, pointing to a photograph placed in front of the clock. Nana studied the portrait for a minute. It represented a very dark woman with a long face, and lips smiling discreetly. One would at once have said a lady of fashion, but more reserved. "It's funny," murmured she, at length. "I've certainly seen that face somewhere. Where, I no longer recollect, but it could not have been in a respectable place. Oh, no, it was decidedly not in a respectable place." And she added, turning towards her friend, "So she made you promise to come and see her. What does she want with you?" "What does she want with me? Why, to have a chat, no doubt. To be a little while together. It's mere politeness." Nana looked at Satin straight in the eyes. Then she slightly smacked her tongue. Well, it didn't matter to her. However, as the lady was a long time in coming, she declared that she would not wait any further, and they both went away. On the morrow, Fantin having told Nana that he would not be home to dinner, she started off early to find Satin, in order to treat her to a feast at a restaurant. The selection of the restaurant was a weighty affair. Satin suggested various places, all of which Nana thought abominable. At last she induced her to try Laur's. It was an ordinary in the Rue des Martyrs, where the charge for dinner was 3 francs a head. Tired of waiting until the time when it began, and not knowing how to occupy themselves in the streets, they went to Laur's fully 20 minutes too soon. The 3 rooms were still empty. They seated themselves at a table in the room where Laure Pédeffer sat throned behind a high counter. Laure was a person about 50 years old, of a most massive figure, which was kept in shape by the aid of tightly laced stays and waistbands. A number of women quickly began to arrive, and standing on tiptoe, and leaning over the piles of little salvers filled with lumps of sugar, they kissed Laure on the mouth with tender familiarity, whilst the fat monster, with moist eyes, tried to divide her attention so as not to occasion any jealousies. The maid who waited on the guests, unlike her mistress, was tall and scraggy, with an emaciated look about her, and black eyelids, beneath which her eyes were lighted up with a sombre fire. The 3 rooms rapidly filled. There were about 100 customers, disseminated according to the hazard of the tables, most of them about 40 years old, enormous in size, overloaded with flesh, and with faces bloated by vice. And mingling with this assemblage of turgid breasts and stomachs were a few slim, pretty girls, looking still ingenuous in spite of their brazen gestures. Beginners, picked up at low dancing establishments and brought by some of the customers to Laur's, where the multitude of big flabby women, thrown quite into a flutter by the sight of their youth, jostled one another and formed a court around them like a crowd of anxious old boys, while treating them to all sorts of dainties. As for the men, they were few in number, 10 or 15 at the most, and they all looked very humble amidst the overwhelming shoal of skirts, with the exception of 4 fellows who had merely come to see the show, and who joked about it very much at their ease. "It's very good, their stew, isn't it?" asked Satin. Nana nodded her head with an air of satisfaction. It was a solid dinner, such as used to be given in country hotels. Vol au vent, stewed fowl and rice, haricot beans with gravy, and iced vanilla cream. The ladies went in especially for the stewed fowl and rice, almost bursting in their stays, and slowly wiping their lips. At first, Nana was afraid of meeting some of her old acquaintances, who might have asked her stupid questions. But she grew more easy as she noticed no one she knew amongst that very mixed crowd, in which faded dresses and weather-beaten bonnets were to be seen side by side with the most elegant costumes in the fraternity of the same corruption. For a minute she was interested in a young man with short curly hair and an impudent-looking face, who kept a whole table of women, bursting with fat and bent on satisfying his every whim in a breathless state of anxiety. But on the young man laughing, his breasts rose. "Why, it's a woman!" Nana exclaimed with a smothered cry. Satin, who was stuffing herself with fowl, raised her head and then whispered, "Ah, yes, I know her. She's quite the go. They're all after her." Nana pouted with disgust. She couldn't understand that. Yet she said in her reasonable sort of way that it was no use arguing about tastes and colors, for one never knew what one might like some day, and she ate her ice cream with a philosophical air, perfectly aware of a sensation Satin was causing among the neighboring tables with her big, blue, virgin-like eyes. She more especially noticed a large, fair-haired person seated near her, who was making herself most amiable. She gave such glances and edged up so close that Nana was on the point of interfering. But just at that moment a woman entered the room who caused her a great surprise. She'd recognized Madame Robert. The latter, with her pretty look of a little brown mouse, nodded familiarly to the tall, scraggy maid, and then went and leaned against Laura's counter, and they both kissed each other a long time. Nana thought this caress rather peculiar on the part of so ladylike a woman, the more especially as Madame Robert no longer had her modest look, but the contrary. She glanced about the room as she conversed in a low tone of voice. Laura had just sat down again, once more throning herself with the majesty of an old idol of vice, with face worn and polished by the kisses of the faithful. And from above the plates of viands she reigned over her connection of big, bloated women, bulkier than even the most enormous of them, and enjoying the fortune that had rewarded 40 years of labor. Madame Robert, however, had caught sight of Satin. So, leaving Laura, she hastened to her, and was most amiable, saying she regretted extremely having been out on the previous day, and as Satin, quite charmed, insisted on making room for her at the table, she declared that she had dined. She had merely come to look about. As she talked, standing up behind her new friend, she leant on her shoulders, and in a smiling, wheedling way kept saying, "Well, when shall I see you? Do you happen to be free?" Nana unfortunately was unable to hear more. The conversation annoyed her, and she was burning to give that respectable woman a bit of her mind, but the sight of a troop of people just arrived paralyzed her. It consisted of some very stylish women in gorgeous dresses and diamonds. Displaying their hundreds of francs worth of precious stones on their persons, and seized with an inclination to visit the old haunt, they'd come in a party to Laur's, whom they treated most familiarly, to dine there at 3 francs a head, amidst the jealous astonishment of the other poor, mud-bedabbled women. When they entered, with loud voices and clear, ringing laughter, bringing, as it were, a ray of sunshine from the outside, Nana quickly turned her head, greatly annoyed at seeing Lucy Stuart and Maria Blonde amongst them. For close upon 5 minutes during the whole time these ladies were conversing with Laura, before passing into the next room, she kept her face bent down, pretending to be very busy in rolling some bread-crumbs over the cloth. Then, when she was at length able to turn round, she was aghast at seeing that the chair next to her was empty. Satin had disappeared. "Whatever has become of her?" she unconsciously exclaimed aloud. The big, fair-haired woman, who'd been so attentive to Satin, laughed ill-humoredly. And as Nana, irritated by the laugh, gave her a menacing look, she said softly in a drawling tone of voice, "It's certainly not I who've run away with her. It's the other one." And Nana, understanding that she would only get laughed at, held her tongue. She even remained seated a short time longer, not wishing to show her annoyance. From the other room she could hear the voice of Lucy Stuart, who was standing treat to a whole table of girls who'd come from the dancing places of Montmartre and La Chapelle. It was very warm. The maid was removing piles of dirty plates, smelling strongly of the stewed fowl and rice, whilst the 4 gentlemen had ended by standing some strong wine to several different parties of women, in hope of making them drunk, and of hearing something smutty. What exasperated Nana was having to pay for Satin's dinner. She was a nice hussy to allow herself to be well stuffed, and then to go off with the first who asked her, without even saying thank you. It was, it is true, only 3 francs, but she thought it hard all the same. It was such a dirty trick to play. She paid, however, banging her 6 francs down before Laura, whom she despised then more than the mud in the gutter. In the Rue des Martyrs, Nana's rancor increased. She certainly wouldn't go and run after Satin. She wouldn't go near such a vile creature. But all the same her evening was spoilt, and she returned slowly towards Montmartre, feeling frightfully enraged with Madame Robert. That one certainly had a famous cheek to pretend she was a respectable woman. She was respectable enough for a dustbin. Now she recollected perfectly of having seen her at the Butterfly, a foul dancing place in the Rue des Poissonniers, where she used to sell herself for 30 sous. And she got hold of government officials by her modest ways, and she refused suppers, to which she'd been honored by an invitation, just to pretend that she was a virtuous person. Ah, she should have some virtue given her. It was always such prudes as she who got hold of the most shocking diseases, in ignoble holes that no one else knew of. However, Nana, while thinking of all these things, had at length arrived home in the Rue Véron. She was amazed to see a light in the windows. Fontaine, having been left directly after dinner by the friend who had invited him, had come home in a very bad humour. He listened in a cold way to the explanation she hastened to give in her fear of being knocked about, and her bewilderment at seeing him there, where she had not expected him before 1 in the morning. She lied, for though she admitted spending 6 francs, she said she had been with Madame Maloire. He remained wrapped in his dignity, and handed her a letter, which he coolly opened, although addressed to her. It was a letter from Georges, who was still kept at Les Fondettes, and who gave vent to his feelings every week in several pages of the most impassioned language. Nana was delighted when anyone wrote to her, especially letters full of vows of love. She read them to everyone. Fontaine was acquainted with Georges' style, and appreciated it. But that night she so feared a row that she affected the greatest indifference. She glanced through the letter in a sulky sort of way, and then threw it on one side. Fontaine was beating the tattoo on a window-pane, not wanting to go to bed so early, and not knowing what to do to while away the evening. Suddenly he turned round. "Suppose we write an answer to the youngster at once," said he. It was usually he who wrote. He had a much finer style. And then he was pleased when Nana, full of admiration for his letter, which he would read out aloud, would kiss him and exclaim that only he could find such pretty things to say. And all that ended by exciting them, and they adored each other. "As you like," she replied. "I will make some tea. We can go to bed afterwards." Then Fontaine made himself comfortable at the table with a great display of pen, ink, and paper. He rounded his arms and thrust out his chin. "My heart," he began, reading out loud. And he worked away for more than an hour, reflecting occasionally about a sentence, his head buried in his hands, and laughing to himself whenever he thought of some expressions exceptionally tender. Nana had already taken 2 cups of tea in silence. At length he read the letter as they read on the stage, just making a few gestures. He wrote on 5 sides of paper about the delicious hours passed at La Mignotte, the memory of which would remain like subtle perfumes. He swore an eternal fidelity to that springtide of love, and ended in declaring that his sole desire was to recommence that happiness, if happiness can commence again. "You know," he explained, "I say all that out of politeness, as it's only for fun." "Well, I think it'll do." He was delighted with himself. But Nana, still dreading a row, was foolish enough not to throw her arms round his neck and utter words of admiration. She thought the letter would do very well, but that was all. Then he was very much put out. If his letter did not please her, she could write another one. And instead of embracing each other, as they usually did after a great many protestations of love, they remained very cold on either side of the table. She had, however, poured him out a cup of tea. "What muck!" he cried, as he wetted his lips with it. "You've been putting salt into it." Nana unhappily shrugged her shoulders. He became furious. Everything's going wrong this evening." And the quarrel started from that. It was only 10 by the clock, so it was a way of killing time. He worked himself up. He flung all sorts of accusations at her, full of insults, without giving her time to answer them. She was dirty. She was idiotic. She'd led a fine life. Then he raved about the money. Was he in the habit of spending 6 francs when he dined out? He had his dinners paid for, otherwise he would have taken pot luck at home. And all for that old procuress Maloire, too, an old hag whom he would pitch downstairs if she dared show herself there again. Ah well, they would go far if every day they chucked 6 francs into the street in that style. "First of all," cried he, "I must have your accounts. Come, give me the money. Let me see how we stand now." All his miserly instincts were awakened. Nana, subdued and terrified, hastened to fetch the money that was left from a drawer and laid it before him. Until then the key had been left in the lock, and they'd each taken what they needed. "What?" said he, after counting. "There are scarcely 7,000 francs remaining out of 17,000, and we've only been living together for 3 months. It isn't possible." He rushed from his seat and turned out the drawer by the light of the lamp. But there were really only 6,800 and a few odd francs. Then the row became a regular storm. 10,000 francs in 3 months, he bellowed. "Damnation! What have you done with them, eh? Answer me! It all goes to your old hag of an aunt, eh? Or else you've been treating yourself, that's very clear. Answer me at once."
"You get in a passion instantly," said Nana.
"It's very easy to make up the account. You forget all the furniture. Then I am obliged to buy a lot of linen. Money soon goes when there is everything to buy." But though he demanded explanations, he would not listen to them. "Yes, it goes a great deal too quickly," resumed he in a calmer tone of voice. "And look here, young woman, I've had enough of this share and share alike business. These 7,000 francs, you know, are mine. Well, now I've got them, I intend to stick to them. As you're so wasteful as all that, I'll take care I'm not ruined. One has a right to one's own." And he magisterially poked the money in his pocket, whilst Nana looked at him in amazement. Then he complacently continued, "You understand, I'm not such a fool as to keep aunts and children who are not mine. It pleased you to spend your money, and that was your business, but mine is sacred. When you cook a leg of mutton, I'll pay half. Every night we'll settle up." On hearing this, Nana revolted. She could not restrain a cry. "I say, that's disgusting! You had your share of my 10,000 francs. But he did not waste more time in discussion. Leaning across the table, he gave her a slap in the face with all his might, exclaiming, "Say that again!" She did so in spite of a slap, and then he fell upon her with kicks and blows. He soon put her into such a state that she ended as usual by undressing herself and going sobbing to bed. He puffed and blowed, and was also about to get into bed, when he noticed the letter he'd written for Georges lying on the table. Then he folded it up with care, and turning towards the bed, said menacingly, "The letter will do very well. I will post it myself, because I don't intend to put up with any caprices. And don't whine, for it annoys me." Nana, who was weeping bitterly, held her breath. When he got into bed, she felt as though choking, and throwing herself on his breast, sobbed aloud. Their battles always ended thus. She trembled at the thought of losing him. She felt a mean want of knowing he was all her own, in spite of everything. He twice pushed her away with a haughty gesture, but the warm embrace of a supplicating woman, with her large, tearful eyes, resembling those of some faithful animal, kindled a flame of desire within him, and he acted the good prince, without, however, stooping to make any advances. He let himself be caressed, and, so to say, taken by force, in the style of a man whose forgiveness is worth winning. Then he was seized with anxiety. He feared that Nana had only been acting a little comedy to get possession of the cash again. He had blown out the candle when he thought it necessary to assert once more his authority. "You know, my girl, I meant what I said. I intend to keep the money." Nana, who was going to sleep with her arms round his neck, said sublimely, "Yes, never fear, I will work." But from that evening their life together became worse than ever. From one end of the week to the other the sound of slaps could be heard, just like the tick-tick of a pendulum which seemed to regulate their existence. Nana, through being beaten so frequently, became as supple as fine linen, and it made her skin so delicate and so soft to the touch, her complexion so pink and white, so clear to the eye, that she was more beautiful than ever. And that was why Prullière was forever dangling about her skirts, calling when he knew Fantin would not be there, and pushing her up into corners and trying to kiss her. But she, at once becoming highly indignant, struggled and blushed with shame. She thought it disgusting of him to wish to deceive his friend. Then Prullière sneered with vexation. Really, she was becoming precious stupid. How could she stick to such a monkey? For Fantin was indeed a monkey, with his big nose forever on the move. A disgusting pig, and a fellow, too, who was always knocking her about. "That may be, but I love him as he is," she replied one day, in the cool way of a woman owning to some most revolting taste. Bosc contented himself with dining there as often as possible. He shrugged his shoulders behind Prullière, a handsome fellow, but not serious. He had often assisted at rows in the house. During dessert, when Fantin slapped Nana, he would continue chewing in a matter-of-fact way, thinking it the most natural thing in the world. By the way of paying for his dinners, he always pretended to be in raptures at the sight of their happiness. He proclaimed himself a philosopher. He had renounced everything, even glory. Prullière and Fantin, leaning back in their chairs, would sometimes forget themselves after the table had been cleared, and fall to relating their successes up to 2 o'clock in the morning with their stage voices and gestures, whilst he, wrapped in thought, and only occasionally giving a little sniff of disdain, would silently finish the bottle of brandy. What was left of Talma? Nothing. Then they'd better shut up, and not make such fools of themselves. One night he found Nana in tears. She removed her bodice and showed him her back and arms covered with bruises. He looked at the skin, without being tempted to take advantage of a situation, as that fool Prullière would have been. Then he sententiously observed, "My child, wherever there are women, there are slaps. It was Napoleon who said that, I think. Bathe yourself with salt water. Salt water is excellent for such trifles. Take my word for it, you will receive a great many more, and do not complain so long as there's nothing broken. You know, I shall invite myself to dinner. I noticed a leg of mutton." But Madame Lerat was not gifted with similar philosophy. Each time Nana showed her a fresh bruise on her white skin, she complained loudly. Her niece was being murdered. It could not last. The truth was, Fontaine had turned Madame Lerat out, and said he would not have her in the place again, and ever since that day, if she happened to be there when he returned home, she was obliged to take her departure by way of the kitchen, which humiliated her immensely, and so she never ceased abusing that unmannerly person. With the airs of a most well-bred woman, to whom no one could teach anything pertaining to a polite education, she reproached him with having been shockingly badly brought up. "Oh, one can see that at a glance," she would say to Nana. "He has no idea of even the slightest propriety. His mother must have been a very low woman. Don't deny it. He shows it only too plainly. I do not say it on my own account, although a person of my age has a right to a certain respect. But you, really now, how do you manage to put up with his bad manners? For, without flattering myself, I always taught you how to behave yourself, and in your own home you received the very best advice. We were all very respectable in your family, were we not?" Nana did not protest. She listened with her head bowed down. This ends Chapter 8, Part 2 of Nana. Chapter 8, Part 3 of Nana by Émile Zola, translated by Burton Rasco. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 8, Part 3 of Nana. "Then," continued the aunt, "you have only been acquainted with well-to-do people. We were just talking about it last night at home with Zoe. She can't understand either why you put up with all this. How, said she, can Madame, who could do just as she pleased with the Count, for between ourselves you appear to have treated him as though he were a donkey, how can Madame allow herself to be massacred by that ugly clown? I added that slaps might even be borne, but that I would never have submitted to such a want of respect. In short, he has nothing whatever in his favour. I wouldn't have his portrait in my room on any account. And you are ruining yourself for such a sorry bird as he is. Yes, you are ruining yourself, my darling. You're going about in want of everything, when there are so many others, and far richer ones too, and gentlemen connected with the government. But that's enough. It's not I who ought to tell you all this. However, were I in your place, the very next time he treated me ill, I'd leave him to himself, with a 'Sir, whom do you take me for?' said in your grand style, you know, which would show him you were not going to be made a fool of any longer." Then Nana burst into tears and sobbed, "Oh, aunt, I love him." The truth was Madame Lerat was feeling very anxious, seeing that it was only with the greatest difficulty that her niece managed to give her a 20-sou piece at distant intervals to pay for little Louise's board. Of course, she would do her utmost. She would keep the child all the same, and wait for better times. But the idea that it was Fontaine who was the cause why she, the child and its mother, were not rolling in wealth, enraged her to such a pitch that she denied the existence of love. Accordingly, she concluded with these harsh words: "Listen, one day when he has skinned you alive, you will come and knock at my door, and I will let you in." The want of funds soon became Nana's great care. The 7,000 francs Fontaine had taken had quite disappeared. No doubt he had put them in some safe place, and she did not dare question him, for she was very timid with that sorry bird, as Madame Lerat styled him. She trembled lest he should think her capable of sticking to him for the sake of his money. he had promised to give something towards the housekeeping expenses, and he started by giving 3 francs every morning. But he expected all sorts of things for his money. He wanted everything for his 3 francs: butter, meat, early fruit, and vegetables, and if she hazarded an observation, if she insinuated that it was impossible to purchase all in the market for 3 20-sou pieces, he fumed. He called her a good-for-nothing, an extravagant hussy, a stupid fool whom the market people robbed, and invariably wound up by threatening to get his meals elsewhere. Then, after the expiration of a month, on some mornings he would forget to leave the 3 francs on the top of a chest of drawers. She ventured to ask him for them timidly, in a roundabout way. But this had occasioned such quarrels, he made her life so miserable on the first pretext he could get hold of, that she preferred no longer to count on him. Whenever he had not left the money, and found all the same a good dinner ready for him, he was as gay as a lark and most amiable, embracing Nana and waltzing about the room with the chairs. And this made her so happy that she reached the point of wishing not to find anything on the drawers, in spite of the difficulty she had in making both ends meet. One morning even she returned him his 3 francs, telling him a long rigmarole about having some money left from the previous day. As he had given nothing for 2 days, he hesitated for a moment, fearing a lesson. But she looked at him with her eyes overflowing with love. She embraced him with the complete abandonment of her whole person, and he put the money back into his pocket, with the slight convulsive trepidation of a miser recovering an amount that had been in danger. From that day he ceased to trouble himself, never asking where the money came from, looking very black when they were only potatoes, and laughing fit to dislocate his jaws on beholding a turkey or a leg of mutton. Without prejudice, however, to sundry cuffs with which he favored Nana, even in his happiest moments, just to keep his hand in training. Nana had therefore found means of supplying everything. On certain days the house was glutted with food. Bosc feasted there so sumptuously twice a week that he suffered from indigestion. One evening, as Madame Lerat was leaving, angry at seeing before the fire an abundant dinner of which she was not to partake, she could not resist bluntly asking who it was who paid for it. Nana, taken by surprise, no longer knew what she was about and began to cry. "Well, it's a nice state of things," said the aunt, who understood. Nana had resigned herself for the sake of peace and quietness in her home. It was partly, too, the fault of old Rougon, whom she had met in the Rue de Laval one day when Fantin had gone off in a fury because there had been nothing but salt cod for dinner. So she had said yes to old Rougon, who happened to be in a difficulty. After that, as Fantin never came home before 6 in the evening, she was able to dispose of her afternoons, and often brought back as much as 40 or 60 francs, and sometimes more. She might have made as much as 10 and 15 louis had she been entirely free, but still she was very glad to get enough to keep things going. At night time she forgot all when Bosc was almost bursting with food, and Fantin, with his elbows on the table, let her kiss his eyes with the self-satisfied air of a man who is loved for himself alone. Then, whilst adoring her darling, her dear love, with a passion all the more blinding as it was she who now paid for all, Nana reverted again to the depravity of her early days. She walked the streets as she did when a young girl in quest of a 5 francs piece. One Sunday, at the Rochefoucauld market, she made it up with Satin, after flying at her and bullying her on account of Madame Robert. But Satin merely replied that when one did not like a thing, one had no right to seek to disgust others with it. And Nana, who was by no means narrow-minded, yielded to the philosophical idea that one never knows how one may end, and forgave her. And her curiosity being awakened, she even questioned her in regard to some details of vice, amazed at learning something fresh at her age, after all she knew. She laughed and thought it very funny, yet feeling all the time a slight repugnance, for at heart she was rather conservative in her habits. She often went to Laur's when Fantin dined out. She was as amused with the stories she heard there, with the loves and jealousies which had so much interest for the other customers, though they never caused them to lose a mouthful. However, she was never mixed up with them, as she said. Stout Laura, with her maternal affection, often invited her to spend a few days at her villa in Asnières, a country house where there were rooms for 7 ladies. She declined. She was afraid, but Satin having declared to her that she was mistaken, that gentlemen from Paris would swing them and play at different games in the garden with them, she promised to come later on, as soon as she was able to get away. At that time Nana was very worried, and was not much inclined for a spree. She was greatly in want of money. When old Tricon had nothing for her, and that occurred only too often, she did not know whom to go to. Then she would wander about with Satin all over Paris, amidst that degrading vice which prowls along the muddy by-streets, beneath the dim glimmer of the gas-lamps. Nana returned to the low dancing places of the barriers, where she had first learned to hop about with her dirty skirts. She once more beheld the dark corners of the outer boulevards, the posts against which men used to kiss her when only 15 years old, whilst her father was seeking her to give her a hiding. They both hastened along, visiting all the balls and the cafes of a locality, crawling upstairs wet with saliva and spilt beer, or else they walked slowly, following street after street, and standing up every now and then in the doorways. Satin, who had first appeared in the Quartier Latin, took Nana there, to Boulieres, and to the cafes of the Boulevard Saint-Michel. But it was vacation time, and the quarter was almost deserted. So they returned to the principal boulevards. It was there that they met with most luck. From the heights of Montmartre to the plateau where the observatory was situated, they just rambled about the entire city. Rainy nights when their shoes would become trodden down at heel, warm nights which made their clothes adhere to their skin, long waits and endless wanderings, jostlings and quarrels, brutal abuse from a passer-by enticed into some obscure lodging, down the dirty stairs of which he retired swearing. The summer was drawing to a close, a stormy summer with sultry nights. They would start off together after dinner, about 9 o'clock. Along the pavements of the Rue Notre-Dame de Lorette, 2 lines of women, keeping close to the shops, holding up their skirts, their noses pointing to the ground, might be seen hastening towards the boulevards, without bestowing a glance on the displays in the windows, and looking as though they had some most important business on hand. It was the famished onslaught of the Breda quarter, which commenced with the first glimmer of the gaslight. Nana and Satin passed close to the church, and always went along the Rue Le Pelletier. Then, at 100 yards from the Café Riche, having reached the exercising ground, they would let fall the trains of their dresses, which until that moment they had carefully held in their hands, and after then, regardless of the dust, sweeping the pavement and swinging their bodies, they would walk slowly along, moving slower still whenever they came into the flood of light of some large café. Holding their heads high, laughing loudly and looking back after the men who turned to glance at them, they were in their element. Their whitened faces, spotted with the red of their lips and the black of their eyelashes, assumed in the shadow the disturbing charm of some imitation Eastern bazaar held in the open street. Until 12 o'clock, in spite of the jostling of the crowd, they promenaded gaily along, merely muttering "stupid fool" now and again behind the backs of the awkward fellows whose heels caught in their flounces. They exchanged familiar nods with the café waiters, lingered sometimes to talk at the tables, accepting drinks which they swallowed slowly, like persons happy at having the chance to sit down, while waiting till the people came out of the theatres. But, as the night advanced, if they had not made 1 or 2 trips to the Rue La Rochefoucauld, their pursuit became more eager. They no longer picked and chose. Beneath the trees of the now gloomy and almost deserted boulevards, ferocious bargains were made, and occasionally the sound of oaths and blows would be heard, whilst fathers of families, with their wives and daughters, used to such encounters, would pass sedately by without hastening their footsteps. Then, after having made the tour 10 times from the opera to the Gymnase theatre, finding that the men avoided them, and hurried along all the faster in the increasing obscurity, Nana and Satin would adjourn to the Rue de Faubourg Montmartre. There, up till 2 o'clock in the morning, the lights of the restaurants, of the beer saloons, and of the pork butchers blazed away, whilst quite a swarm of women hung about the doors of the cafes. It was the last bright and animated corner of nocturnal Paris, the last open market for the contracts of a night, where business was overtly transacted among the various groups, from one end of the street to the other, the same as in the spacious hall of some public building. And on the nights when they returned home unsuccessful, they wrangled with each other. The Rue Notre-Dame de Lorette appeared dark and deserted, with only the occasional shadow of some woman dragging herself along. It was the tardy return of the poor girls of a neighborhood, exasperated by an evening of forced idleness, and pertinaciously striving for better luck as they argued in a hoarse voice with some drunkard who'd lost his way, and whom they detained at the corner of the Rue Breda or the Rue Fontaine. However, they occasionally had some very good windfalls, louis given them by well-dressed gentlemen who put their decorations in their pockets as they accompanied them. Satin especially scented them from afar. On wet nights, when Paris emitted the unsavory smell of a vast alcove seldom cleansed, she knew that the dampness of the atmosphere, the fetidness of the low haunts, excited the men, and she watched for those that were the best off. She could see it in their pale eyes. It was like a stroke of carnal madness passing over the city. It is true that she was at times rather frightened, for she knew that the most gentlemanly-looking men were generally the most filthy-minded. All the polish vanished, and the brute appeared beneath, exacting in his monstrous tastes and refined in his perversion. So Satin, therefore, had no respect for the great people in their carriages, but would say that their coachmen were far nicer, for they treated women as they should be treated, and did not half kill them with ideas worthy of hell. This fall of well-to-do people into the crapulence of vice still astonished Nana, who had reserved certain prejudices of which Satin relieved her. When seriously discussing the subject, she would ask, was there, then, no virtue? From the highest to the lowest, all seemed to grovel in vice. Well, there were some pretty doings in Paris from 9 in the evening till 3 in the morning, and then she would laugh aloud and exclaim that if one were only able to look into all the rooms, one would witness some very queer things. The lower classes going in for a regular treat, and here and there not a few of the upper classes poking their noses even more than the others into the beastly goings-on. She was completing her education. One night, on calling for Satin, she recognized the Marquis de Chouart coming down the stairs, leaning heavily on the balustrade, his legs yielding beneath him and his face ghastly pale. She took out her handkerchief and pretended to blow her nose. Then, when she found Satin surrounded by the accustomed filth, the room not having been touched for more than a week past, basins and other utensils lying about on all sides, the bed in a most dirty condition, she expressed her astonishment that her friend should know the Marquis. Ah, yes, she knew him. In fact, he'd been an awful nuisance when she and her pastry cook were living together. Now he came from time to time, but he pestered her immensely. He sniffed about in every dirty place he could find, even in her slippers. Yes, my dear, in my slippers. Oh, he's a filthy beast. He's always wanting things. What most troubled Nana was the sincerity of these low debaucheries. She recalled to mind her comedies of pleasure during the days of her fast life, whilst she saw the girls about her losing their health at it day by day. Then Satin frightened her terribly with the police. She was full of stories about them. Once she used to keep up an acquaintance with one of the inspectors of public morals, so as to ensure being left alone. And on 2 occasions he had prevented her name from being entered in their books. And now she trembled, for she knew what to expect if they caught her a 3rd time. It was shocking to hear her. The police arrested as many women as they possibly could, in order to get bribes. They seized all they came across and silenced you with a slap in the mouth if you cried out, for they were certain of being upheld and rewarded, even though there happened to be a respectable girl among the number. In the summer they would start off, 12 or 15 together, and make a roundup on the boulevards, surrounding one of the footpaths, and securing as many as 30 women in an evening. Satin, however, knew their favorite spots. As soon as ever she caught a glimpse of a policeman, away she bolted, amidst the wild flight of the long trains, through the crowd. There was a dread of the law, a terror of the prefecture of police, so great that many remained as though paralyzed at the doors of the cafes, in spite of the advancing policemen, who swept the road before them. But Satin most dreaded being informed against. Her pastry cook had been mean enough to threaten to denounce her when he left her. Yes, some men lived on their mistresses by those means, without counting the dirty women who would betray you through jealousy, if you were better looking than they. Nana listened to all these stories, which greatly increased her fears. She had always trembled at the name of the law, that unknown power, that vengeance of men which could suppress her without anyone in the world defending her. The prison of Saint-Lazare appeared to her like a tomb, an enormous black hole in which women were buried alive after having had their hair cut off. She would say to herself that she had only to give up Fontaine to find no end of protectors, and Satin might tell her hundreds of times of certain lists of women, accompanied by their photographs, that the policeman had to consult and be careful never to interfere with the originals. She was nevertheless dreadfully frightened. She was always seeing herself jostled and dragged off to be inspected on the morrow, and the idea of the inspection filled her with agony and shame, she who had so often thrown her chemise over the housetops. It so happened that one night, towards the end of September, as she was walking with Satin along the Boulevard Poissonnière, the latter suddenly started off at full gallop, and as she asked her why she did so, "The police!" panted her friend. "Hurry up! Hurry up!" There was a headlong rush through the crowd. Skirts were torn in their flight. There were blows and cries. A woman fell to the ground. The mob laughingly looked on at the brutal onslaught of the police, who rapidly contracted their circle. Nana, however, had soon lost sight of Satin. She felt her legs failing her. She was on the point of being caught, when a man, taking her arm in his, led her off in the face of the infuriated policeman. It was Prullier, who had just at that moment recognized her. Without speaking, he turned with her down the Rue Rougon, which was almost deserted, where she was able to take breath. But she felt so faint that he had to support her. She did not even thank him. "Well," said he at length, "you'd better come round to my place and rest yourself a bit." He lived close by in the Rue Bergère, but she pulled herself together at once. "No, I won't." "But everyone does," he roughly resumed. "Why won't you?" "Because." To her mind that said everything. She loved Fontaine too much to deceive him with a friend. The others did not count, as it was from necessity and not pleasure that she listened to them. In the face of such stupid obstinacy, Prullier behaved with the meanness of a handsome man wounded in his pride. "Well, please yourself," said he. "Only I'm not going your way, my dear. Get out of the mess by yourself." And he walked off. All her fright came back again. She returned to Montmartre by a most roundabout way, keeping close to the shops and turning pale every time a man came near her. It was on the morrow that Nana, still feeling the shock of her terrors of the night before, suddenly found herself face to face with La Bordette in a quiet little street at Batignolles, as she was on her way to her aunt's. At first they both seemed rather uneasy. He, though always most obliging, had some business which he kept to himself. However, he was the first to regain his composure and express his pleasure at the meeting. Really, everyone was still amazed at Nana's total eclipse. She was inquired after everywhere. Her old friends were all pining away. And becoming paternal, he preached her a little sermon. "Now, frankly, my dear, between ourselves, you are making a fool of yourself. One can understand a bit of infatuation, but not being reduced to the point you are, to be eaten up to that extent, and then only to pocket kicks and blows. Are you going in for the prize of virtue?" She listened to him in an embarrassed manner. But when he spoke to her of Rose, who was triumphing with her conquest of Count Muffat, her eyes sparkled. She murmured, "Oh, if I choose." He at once offered his mediation in his obliging way, but she refused. Then he attacked her on another subject. He told her that Bordenave was going to bring out a new piece by Fauchery, in which there was a capital part that would suit her splendidly. "What? A new piece with a part that would suit me?" she exclaimed in amazement. "But he is in it, and he never told me." She did not name Fontaine. Besides, she became calm again almost directly. She would never return to the stage. No doubt Labordette was not convinced, for he insisted with a smile. "You know you have nothing to fear with me. I will prepare Muffat. You will return to the theatre, and then I will lead him to you like a lamb." "No," said she energetically. And she left him. Her heroism caused her to bemoan her fate. A cad of a man would not have sacrificed himself like that without trumpeting it abroad. Yet one thing struck her. Labordette had given her exactly the same advice as Francis. That evening, when Fontaine returned home, she questioned him about Fauchery's piece. He had been back at the Variety Theatre for 2 months past. Why had he not told her about the part? "What part?" asked he in his cross voice. "Do you happen to mean the part of the grand lady? Really now, do you then think yourself a genius? But, my girl, you could no more play that part than fly. Upon my word, you make me laugh." Her feelings were dreadfully hurt. All night he chaffed her, calling her Mademoiselle Mars. And the more he ridiculed her, the more she stood up for herself, feeling a strange pleasure in that heroic defense of her whim, which in her own eyes made her appear very great and very loving. Ever since she'd been consorting with other men for the purpose of feeding him, she loved him the more, in spite of all the fatigue and the loathing which this existence caused her. He became her vice, for which she paid, and which, beneath the sting of the blows, she could not do without. He, seeing her as loving and obedient as an animal, ended by abusing his power. She irritated his nerves. He became seized with a ferocious hatred to such an extent that he lost sight altogether of his own interests. Whenever Bosc made an observation on the subject, he exclaimed, exasperated without anyone knowing why, that he did not care a curse for her or her good dinners, and that he would turn her out of the place just for the sake of spending the 7,000 francs on another woman. And that was indeed the end of their intimacy. One night, Nana, on coming home about 11 o'clock, found the door bolted on the inside. She knocked a first time. No answer. A second time. Still no answer. Yet she could see a light under the door, and Fontaine was walking about inside. She knocked again and again without ceasing, and calling to him angrily. At length Fontaine said in a slow, thick voice, "Go to the devil." She knocked with both her fists. "Go to the devil." She knocked louder, almost enough to break the panel. "Go to the devil." And for a quarter of an hour the same words answered her like a jeering echo of the blow she hammered on the door. Then, seeing that she did not tire, he suddenly opened it, and standing on the threshold, with his arms crossed, said in the same cold, brutal tone of voice, "Damnation! Have you nearly done? What is it you want? You had better let us go to sleep. You can see very well that I am not alone." And true enough, he was not alone. Nana caught a glimpse of the little woman of the Bouffe Theatre, already in her nightdress, with her curly hair that looked like tow, and her eyes like gimlet holes, who was enjoying the fun in the midst of the furniture that Nana had paid for. Fontaine stepped out onto the landing looking terrible, and opening his big fingers said, "Be off, or I'll strangle you." Then Nana burst into nervous sobs. She was frightened and ran off. This time it was she who was turned out. In her anger she suddenly thought of Muffat and of how she had treated him. But really it was not for Fontaine to avenge him. Outside, her first idea was to go and sleep with Satin, if no one else was with her. She met her outside her house, she having been also chucked out, but by her landlord, who had put a padlock on her door against all legal right, as the furniture was hers. Satin cursed and swore, and talked of having him up before the commissary of police. However, as midnight was striking, the first thing to do was to obtain a bed somewhere, and Satin, thinking it best not to make the policeman acquainted with the state of her affairs, ended by taking Nana to a lady who kept a licensed lodging-house in the Rue de Laval. They opened a small back door on the first floor overlooking the courtyard. "I might have gone to Madame Robert's," said Satin. "There's always room there for me, but I couldn't have taken you. She's becoming most ridiculously jealous. The other night she beat me." When they had fastened themselves in, Nana, who up till then had not unbosomed herself, burst into tears and related again and again the dirty trick that Fontaine had played her. She listened complacently, consoled her, and became even more indignant than she, abusing the men heartily. "Oh, the pigs! Oh, the pigs! You should have nothing more to do with such pigs." Then she helped Nana to undress. She hovered around her like a gentle and obliging little woman, and kept saying coaxingly, "Let's get into bed quickly, my dear. We shall be much better there. Ah, how silly you are to be worried. I tell you that they're a foul set. Don't think of them any more. You know I love you very much. Now leave off crying. Do, for your little darling's sake." And in bed she at once took Nana in her arms, so as to calm her. She would not bear Fontaine's name mentioned again. Each time that it came to her friend's lips she stopped it with a kiss, prettily pouting with anger, her hair all loose, and looking childishly beautiful and full of tenderness. Then, little by little, in a sweet embrace, Nana dried her tears. She was touched. She returned Satin's caresses. When 2 o'clock struck, the light was still burning. Both were laughing gently and uttering words of love. But suddenly a great noise was heard in the house. Satin, half naked, jumped out of bed and listened. "The police!" said she, pale with fear. "Ah, damn it! We've no luck. We're done for." She had told of the searches the policemen made in the hotels and lodging-houses fully 20 times, and yet when they went to the Rue de Laval that night they had neither of them given the matter a thought. At the word police, Nana lost her wits entirely. She jumped out of bed, and running across the room, opened the window, with the wild look of a madwoman about to jump out. But, fortunately, the little courtyard was covered in with glass, and over this was a wire network on a level with the window. She did not hesitate, but, stepping on to the sill, disappeared in the darkness, her chemise blowing about her, and her bare legs exposed to the keen night air. "Stay here!" cried Satin, terrified. "You will kill yourself!" Then, as they were knocking at the door, she good-naturedly closed the window and threw her friend's clothes into the bottom of a cupboard. She had already resigned herself to her fate, saying to herself that, after all, if they did put her on their list, she would no more have occasion for that stupid fright. She pretended to be sound asleep, yawned, parleyed, and ended by opening the door to a big fellow with a dirty beard, who said, "Show your hands. You've no needle marks on your fingers. You don't work. Come, dress yourself." "But I'm not a needlewoman. I'm a burnisher," declared Satin boldly. But all the same she quietly dressed herself, for she knew that it was no use arguing. Cries were heard about the house. One girl held on to the door, refusing to move. Another, who was in bed with her lover, and for whom he became responsible, acted the part of the grossly insulted respectable woman, and threatened to take proceedings against the prefect of police. For nearly an hour there was the noise of heavy boots on the stairs, of doors shaken by violent blows, of piercing shrieks ending in sobs, of women's skirts grazing the walls. All the abrupt awakening and the terrified departure of a flock of women, brutally collared by 3 policemen under the charge of a little fair-haired and very polite commissary of police. Then a great silence reigned throughout the house. No one had betrayed her. Nana was saved. She crept back into the room, shivering and almost dead with fright. Her bare feet were bleeding from the scratches caused by the wire. For a long while she remained, listening, seated on the edge of the bed. Towards morning, however, she fell asleep. But at 8 o'clock, when she awoke, she quickly left the house and hastened to her aunt's. When Madame Lerat, who happened to be just taking her breakfast with Zoe, saw her at that early hour, dressed in such a slovenly way, and with a scared look about her face, she understood it at once. "Ah, and so it's happened, has it?" she exclaimed. "I told you he would even want the skin of your body. Well, come in, you're always welcome here." Zoe had risen and murmured with respectful familiarity, "At length Madame is restored to us. I was expecting Madame." But Madame Lerat wished Nana to kiss little Louis at once, because, said she, the child's happiness consisted in his mother's good sense. Little Louis was still sleeping, looking sickly through lack of blood, and when Nana leant over his white, scrofulous face, all her troubles of the last few months returned to her, and seemed to stick in her throat and almost strangle her. "Oh, my poor little one, my poor little one," she stuttered, in a last outburst of sobs. This ends Chapter 8, Part 3 of Nana.
Chapter 9, Part 1 of Nana by Émile Zola. Translated by Burton Rasco. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 9, Part 1 of Nana. They were rehearsing The Little Duchess at the Variety Theatre. The first act had just been gone through, and they were about to commence the second. In 2 old armchairs placed close to the footlights, Fauchery and Bordenave were arguing together, whilst the prompter, old Caussade, a little hunchback, was seated on a rush-bottomed chair, a pencil between his lips, turning over the leaves of the manuscript. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" suddenly exclaimed Bordenave, thumping furiously on the boards with his heavy walking-stick. "Barriot, why don't you begin?" "It's Monsieur Bosque. He's disappeared," replied Barillot, who was acting as assistant stage manager. Then there was quite a storm of shouts. Everyone called Bosque. Bordenave cursed and swore. "Damn it all! It's always the same. One may ring and call. They're always where they oughtn't to be, and then they grumble when they're kept after 4 o'clock. Bosque, however, arrived with a serene coolness. "Eh? What? Who wants me?" "Ah, it's time for my entrance? Then why didn't you say so? Good. Simon, give me my cue. There are the guests arriving, and I enter. How am I to enter?" "Why, through the door, of course," shouted Fauchery, losing patience. "Yes, but where is the door?" This time Bordenave attacked Barriot, cursing and swearing again, and banging his stick on the board sufficient to split them. "Damn it all! I said a chair was to be placed there to represent the door. Every day I have to repeat the same thing. Barriot! Where's Barriot? There's another. They all bolt off." Barriot, however, bowing beneath the tempest, came and placed the chair without saying a word, and the rehearsal continued. Simone, with her bonnet on, and enveloped in her fur cloak, assumed the airs of a servant arranging some furniture. She interrupted herself to say, You know, I'm not very warm, so I shall keep my hands in my muff."
Then, changing her voice, she greeted Bosc with a faint cry and said, "Why, it's the Count! You are the first, sir, and Madame will be very pleased." Bosc had on a muddy pair of trousers, a big drab overcoat, and an immense muffler rolled round his neck. With his hands in his pockets and an old hat on his head, he said in a hollow voice, without any acting, but merely dragging himself along, "Do not disturb your mistress, Isabella. I wish to give her a surprise." The rehearsal went on. Bordenave, scowling and buried in his armchair, listened with an air of fatigue. Fauchery, nervous and constantly changing his position, was seized every minute with a desire to interrupt, which, however, he repressed. But he heard whispering behind him in the dark and empty house. "Is she there?" he asked, leaning towards Bordenave. The latter nodded his head. Before accepting the part of Geraldine which he had offered her, Nana had wished to see the piece, for she hesitated before agreeing to act the part of a gay woman. What she longed for was to appear on the stage as a lady. She was half hidden in the shadow of a box with Labordette, who was exerting himself with Bordenave for her. Fauchery glanced round at her, and then gave all his attention to the rehearsal. Only the front of the stage was lighted up. A large jet of gas issuing from a pipe erected at the junction of the footlights, and the glare of which was disseminated by means of a powerful reflector, looked like a great yellow eye in the semi-obscurity, where it blazed with a sort of dubious sadness. Against the slender gas pipe stood Cossard, holding up the manuscript close to the light, which vividly exposed the outline of his hump. Then, more in the shadow, were Fauchery and Bordenave. In the midst of the enormous structure, this light, which illumined the distance of a few yards only, looked like the glimmer of a lantern fixed to a post at some railway station, the actors appearing like so many strange phantoms, with their shadows dancing before them. The rest of the stage, full of a kind of fine dust similar to that which hangs about houses in the course of demolition, resembled a gigantic nave undergoing repair, with its ladders, its frameworks, and its side scenes, the faded paint on which imitated heaps of rubbish, and the drop scene suspended up aloft had the appearance of frippery hanging to the beams of some vast rag warehouse, whilst a ray of sunshine, which had penetrated through some window, intersected the darkness above like a bar of gold. At the back of the stage some of the actors were conversing together while waiting for their cues. They had gradually raised their voices. "I say there, will you keep quiet?" yelled Bordenave, who sprung from his chair in a rage. "I can't hear a word. Go outside if you want to talk. We're working. Barriot, if anyone talks again, I'll fine the whole lot." They held their tongues for a short time. They formed a little group, seated on a bench in some rustic chairs in a bit of garden, the first scene for the evening which was placed there, ready to be fixed. Fontaine and Prullière were listening to Rose Mignon, who had just received a splendid offer from the manager of the Folie Dramatique theatre. But a voice called out, "The Duchess! Saint-Firmin! Now then, the Duchess and Saint-Firmin!" Prullière did not recollect till the second call that he was Saint-Firmin. Rose, who played the part of the Duchess Hélène, was waiting for him to make their entrance. Slowly dragging his feet over the vacant, sonorous boards, old Bosc returned to sit down. Then Clarisse offered him half the bench. "What does he yell about like that for?" asked she, speaking of Bordenave. "It will be getting unbearable soon. He can't bring out a new piece now without giving vent to his feelings in that way." Bosc shrugged his shoulders. He was above all those shindies. Fontaine whispered, "He smells a failure. I think it's a most idiotic piece." Then, returning to Rose's story, he said to Clarisse, "Do you believe it, eh? 300 francs a night and 100 performances guaranteed. Why not a country house into the bargain? If his wife was offered 300 francs, Mignon would chuck up Bordenave, and without warning, too." Clarisse believed in the truth of the offer. Fontaine was always running his comrades down. But Simone interrupted them. She was shivering, all well buttoned up and with scarves round their necks, looked up at the sunbeam which shone without descending into the mournful coldness that hung about the stage. Outside it was freezing beneath a clear November sky. "And there's no fire in the green room," said Simone. "It's disgusting. He's becoming beastly miserly. I've a good mind to go home. I don't want to be ill." "Silence there!" cried Bordenave again, in a voice of thunder. Then for a few minutes nothing was heard but the confused voices of the actors. They scarcely indicated the gestures, and spoke in a quiet voice so as not to tire themselves. However, when they intended to score a point, they glanced at the auditorium. It seemed to them like an enormous hole in which floated a vague shadow, similar to a fine dust confined in a big loft without windows. The house, which was in darkness except for the feeble light transmitted from the stage, seemed wrapped in a troubled and melancholy sleep. The paintings on the ceiling were veiled in obscurity. From the top to the bottom of the stage boxes, on the right and left, hung immense breadths of coarse gray linen to protect the hangings, and strips of the same material were thrown over the velvet of the balustrades, girdling the balconies with a double winding sheet, staining, as it were, the gloom with their pale tint. In the general discoloration one could only distinguish the darker recesses of the boxes, which indicated the different stories, and the breaks caused by the seats, the red velvet of which had a blackish look. The great crystal gaselier, lowered almost to the ground, filled the stalls with its pendants, and gave one the idea of a removal, of a departure of the public on a journey from which it would never return. Rose, in her part of a little duchess lost at the house of some fast woman, just then advanced towards the footlights. She raised her hands and pouted adorably to that dark, empty house, which was as sad as though it were in mourning. "Good heavens! What curious people!" said she, accentuating the phrase, certain of the effect. At the back of the box in which she was seated, Nana, wrapped in a large shawl, was listening to the piece and devouring Rose with her eyes. She turned to Labordette and asked him in a low voice, "You're sure he's coming?" "Quite sure. No doubt he will come with Mignon as a pretext. As soon as he arrives, you must go up into Mathilde's dressing-room, and I will bring him there to you." They were talking of Count Muffat. It was an interview on neutral ground, arranged by Labordette. He had had a serious talk with Bordenave, whom 2 successive failures had brought to a very low ebb. And Bordenave had hastened to lend his theatre and offer a part to Nana, wishing to get on good terms with the Count, with the view of borrowing some money of him. "And the part of Geraldine, what do you think of it?" resumed Labordette. But Nana neither answered nor moved. After the first act, in which the author made the Duc de Beaurivage deceive his wife with the fair Geraldine, an operatic star, came the second act, where the Duchess Hélène went to the actresses on the night of a masked ball to learn by what magic power such creatures conquered and retained the husbands of better women. It was a cousin, the handsome Oscar de Saint-Firmin, who introduced her there, hoping to seduce her. And to her great surprise, as a first lesson she heard Geraldine abusing the Duke in the language of a navvy, whilst the latter seemed to be delighted. This sight drew from her the cry, "Ah well, if that's the way the men must be spoken to." This was about the only scene Geraldine had in the act. As for the Duchess, she was soon punished for her curiosity. An old beau, the Baron de Tardivaux, took her for one of the gay women and attacked her vigorously, whilst on the other side Beaurivage made it up with Geraldine, who was reclining in an easy-chair, and kissed her. As the part of the latter was not filled up, old Cousin had risen to read it, and he accentuated certain passages in spite of himself, and acted in Bosque's arms. They had reached this scene, the rehearsal dragged on tediously, when suddenly Fauchery jumped up from his chair. He had restrained himself till then, but his nerves had at length got the better of him. That isn't it!" he exclaimed. The actors paused, their arms dangling beside them. Fontaine, screwing up his nose, asked in a sneering way, "What? What isn't it?" "You're all wrong. It's not that at all, not that at all," resumed Fauchery, who marched about the stage gesticulating and went through the scene. "Look here, Fontaine, you must understand Tardiveau's excitement. You lean forward like this, with this gesture, to seize hold of the Duchess. And you, Rose, it's then that you pass quickly, like this, but not too soon, not till you hear the kiss." He interrupted himself and called to Corsart in the heat of his explanations, "Geraldine, give the kiss, loud so that it can be well heard." Old Corsart turned towards Basque and smacked his lips vigorously. "Good! That's the kiss," said Fauchery jubilantly. "Give the kiss once more. Now you see, Rose, I've had time to pass, and then I utter a faint cry. Ah, she has kissed him. But for that, Tardiveau must follow you towards the back of the stage. Do you hear, Fontaine? You must follow her to the back of the stage. Now try it over again, and all together." The actors went through the scene a second time, but Fontaine played his part with such ill will that it was worse than ever. Twice again Fauchery gave his directions, acting the mimic each time with more warmth. They all listened to him in a mournful way, looked at one another for an instant, as though he had asked them to walk on their heads, and then awkwardly tried again, to stop almost directly with the rigidity of puppets whose strings had just been broken. "No, it's too much for me. I can't understand it," Fontaine ended by saying in his insolent tone of voice. During all this while, Bordenave had not opened his lips. Buried in the depths of his armchair, one could only see by the pale light of the gas jet the top of his hat, which he pulled over his eyes, and his immense stomach, in front of which was his walking-stick abandoned between his legs, and one would have thought him asleep. Suddenly he rose up. "My young friend, it's absurd," said he to Fauchery, in a quiet tone of voice. "How? Absurd?" exclaimed the author, turning very pale. "You are absurd yourself, my boy." Bordenave at once flew into a passion. He repeated the word absurd, and seeking for something stronger, substituted imbecile and idiotic. It would be hissed they would never be allowed to finish the act, and as Fauchery, exasperated, though not particularly offended by his abuse, which occurred each time they rehearsed a new piece together, roundly called him a brute, Bordenave lost all control over himself. He twirled his stick in his hand, and breathing like a mad bull, exclaimed, "Damnation, go to the deuce! There's another quarter of an hour wasted in stupidity. Yes, stupidity. There's not the least particle of common sense in it. And yet it's so simple. You, Fontaine, you're not to budge. You, Rose, you make a little movement, like this, you know, but no more, and then you come forward. Now try it that way. Off you go. Corsart, give the kiss." The scene went no better. The confusion became greater. Then Bordenave also began to mimic with the gracefulness of an elephant, whilst Fauchery stood by sneering and shrugging his shoulders in a pitying sort of way. Then Fontaine mixed himself up in it, and even Basque ventured to give his advice. Rose, quite tired out, had finished by sitting down on the chair which indicated the door. No one any longer knew what they were about. To crown the confusion, Simone, thinking she heard her cue, made her entrance too soon in the midst of the disorder. This so enraged Bordenave that, whirling his stick round in a terrible manner, it alighted with great force on her posterior. He often struck the women, who had been his mistresses, during rehearsals. She rushed off, pursued by this furious cry, "Take that home with you, and damn it all, I'll shut up the show if I'm bothered any more." Fauchery had pressed his hat down on his head and pretended to leave the theatre. But he remained standing at the back of the stage, and came forward again when he saw Bordenave return to his armchair in a frightful state of perspiration. He resumed his own seat. They remained a short time side by side, without stirring, whilst complete silence reigned throughout the house. The actors waited nearly 2 minutes. They all seemed to be in a state of the greatest dejection, as though they had just gone through a most fatiguing task. "Well, continue," said Bordenave at length, in his ordinary tone of voice, and perfectly calm. "Yes, continue," repeated Fauchery. "We will arrange the scene tomorrow." And they stretched themselves out, and the rehearsal resumed its course of tediousness and supreme indifference. During the row between the manager and the author, Fontaine and the others had had a most enjoyable time at the back, seated on the bench and the rustic chairs. They laughed quietly among themselves, with numerous grunts and witty remarks. But when Simone returned with her whack behind, and her voice broken by sobs, they went in for tragedy, saying that in her place they would have strangled the old pig. She wiped her eyes, nodding her head the while. It was all over. She would leave him, more especially as Steiner the day before had offered to provide for her. Clarisse was lost in astonishment. The banker was without a sou. But Prullier laughed and reminded her of how the confounded Jew had advertised himself by means of Rose when he'd been working the shares of the salt works of Alains. And then he had another project, a tunnel under the Bosphorus. Simone listened, very much interested. As for Clarisse, she'd been in an awful rage for a week past. That beast Lafaloise, whom she had flung at the Gaga's venerable arms, had just inherited the property of a very rich uncle. She had no luck. She was always warming the house for the next tenant. Then that brute Bordenave had only given her a wretched part of 50 lines, when she could very well have played Geraldine. She was longing for the part, and had great hopes that Nana would refuse it. "Well, and I," said Prullier indignantly. "I haven't 200 lines. I wished to decline the part. It's an insult to ask me to play that Saint-Firmin. It's as bad as being shelved. And what a piece, my friends! You know it'll be an awful fiasco." Here Simone, who'd been talking with old Barillot, returned and said, all out of breath, "I say, Nana's here." "Whereabouts?" asked Clarisse, rising quickly from her seat to see. The news passed rapidly from one to the other. Every one leant forward to have a look. For an instant the rehearsal was interrupted, but Bordenave suddenly roused himself and yelled, "Well, what's the matter? Finish the act, can't you? And keep quiet, you over there. The row you kick up is intolerable." Nana was still watching the piece from her box. Labordette had twice addressed her, but she had impatiently pushed him with her elbow to make him leave off. The second act was just about ending when 2 figures appeared at the back of the stage. As they walked down to the front, on the tips of their toes so as not to make any noise, Nana recognized Mignon and Count Buffat, who nodded in silence to Bordenave. "Ah, they are there," murmured she with a sigh of relief. Rose Mignon gave the last cue. Then Bordenave said that they must go through the second act again before touching the third one, and leaving the rehearsal, he greeted the Count with most exaggerated politeness, whilst Fauchery pretended to be wholly engaged with the actors around him. Mignon whistled quietly to himself, with his hands behind his back, and looking tenderly at his wife, who seemed rather nervous. "Well, shall we go up?" asked Labordette of Nana. "I will make you comfortable in the room, and then come back for him." Nana left the box at once. She had to feel her way along the passage which led to the boxes and stalls, but Bordenave guessed she was there as she was hurrying along in the dark, and he caught her up at the end of the corridor which passed behind the stage, a narrow place where the gas was kept burning night and day. There, so as to get the matter settled quickly, he at once attacked her about the part of Geraldine. "Eh, what a part! What go there is in it! It's exactly suited to you. Come tomorrow to rehearsal." Nana kept very cool. She wished to see the third act. "Oh, the third act is superb. The Duchess plays it being a fast woman in her own home, which disgusts Beau Rivage and gives him a lesson. And then there's a very funny imbroglio. Tardiveau arrives, and thinking he is at some dancers—" "And what does Geraldine do in all that?" interrupted Nana. "Geraldine?" repeated Bordenave, slightly embarrassed. "She has a scene, not very long, but a capital one. The part is a splendid one for you, I tell you. Come and sign an agreement now." For a few seconds she looked him straight in the face, and then replied, "We'll talk it over by and by." And she joined Labordette, who was waiting for her on the stairs. Every one in the theatre had recognized her. They were all whispering together. Her return quite scandalized Prullière, and Clarisse was very uneasy about the part she was longing for. As for Fontaine, he pretended supreme indifference. It was not for him to abuse a woman he had loved. In his heart, in his old infatuation, now turned to hatred, he entertained a ferocious grudge against her on account of her devotion to him, of her beauty, and of that dual existence which he had severed through the perversion of his monster-like inclinations. However, when Labordette returned and went up to the Count, Rose Mignon, already put on her guard from the knowledge of Nana's presence, suddenly understood what was going on. Muffat bored her immensely, but the thought of being thrown over in that fashion was too much for her. She broke the silence she usually maintained with her husband on those matters, and said to him bluntly, "You see what is going on? Well, I give you my word that if she tries on the Steiner dodge again, I will scratch her eyes out." Mignon, calm and serene, shrugged his shoulders with the air of a man who sees everything. "Be quiet, will you?" he murmured. "Just oblige me by holding your tongue." He knew what he was about. He had got pretty well all he could out of Muffat. He felt that on a sign from Nana the Count was ready to lie down and be her footstool. It was impossible to fight with such a passion as his. And so, knowing what men are, his only thought was to get the most he could out of a situation. He must wait and see how things went. And he waited. "Rose, it's your scene," cried Bordenave. "The second act over again." "Go," resumed Mignon. "Leave me to manage this." Then, in his bantering way, he amused himself by complimenting Fauchery on his piece. It was a capital play, only why was his grand lady so extremely virtuous? It was not natural, and he jeeringly asked who was the original of the Duc de Beau Rivage, the fool whom Geraldine did what she liked with. Fauchery, far from being annoyed, began to smile. But Bordenave, glancing in the direction of Muffat, seemed annoyed, and that made Mignon serious again, and set him thinking. "Damn it all! Are we ever going to begin?" yelled the manager. "Look sharp at you! Eh, Bosque isn't there? Does he think he's going to make a fool of me any longer?" But at that moment Bosque quietly returned and took his place. The rehearsal recommenced just as Labordette went off with the Count. The latter trembled at the thought of seeing Nana again. After their rupture he felt himself alone in the world. He had allowed himself to be led to Rose, not knowing how to employ his time, and thinking he was merely suffering from the alteration in his habits. Besides, in the state of stupor in which he then was, he wished to be ignorant of everything, forbidding himself to seek Nana, and avoiding an explanation with the Countess. It seemed to him that he owed that oblivion to his dignity. But there was a secret power at work, and Nana slowly reconquered him by his recollections, by the weaknesses of his flesh, and by new feelings, exclusive, tender, and almost paternal. The abominable scene in which he had taken part was forgotten. He no longer beheld Fontaine. He no longer heard Nana ordering him out as she twitted him with his wife's adultery. They were mere words which passed as soon as they were uttered, whilst in his heart there remained a sting, the pangs of which almost suffocated him. His thoughts at times became quite childish. He accused himself, imagining that she would not have deceived him had he really loved her. His agony became intolerable, and he was most unhappy. It was like the smart of an old wound, no longer that blind and impatient desire putting up with anything, but a jealous love of that woman, a need of her alone, of her hair, of her mouth, of her body, that haunted him. Whenever he recalled the sound of her voice, a tremor ran through his limbs. He longed for her with the exigencies of a miser and infinite delicacy. And this love had seized upon him so grievously that, at the first words Labourdette uttered when sounding him respecting an interview, he threw himself into his arms by an irresistible movement, ashamed afterwards of having given way in a manner so ridiculous for a man of his rank. But Labourdette knew how to see and forget. He gave another proof of his tact in leaving the Count at the foot of the stairs, with these simple words quickly uttered: "On the second floor, turn to the right. The door is only pushed to." Muffat found himself alone in this silent corner of the building. As he passed by the green room, he noticed, through the open doors, the dilapidation of the vast apartment, which, in the daylight, appeared in a disgraceful state, through dirt and constant wear and tear. But what surprised him on his leaving the noise and semi-obscurity of the stage were the bright, clear light, the intense quietude of that staircase, which he'd seen one night smoky with gas and sonorous with the rush of women scurrying about from floor to floor. One could tell the dressing-rooms were unoccupied, the passages deserted, for there was not a soul, not a sound, whilst through the small square windows, on a level with the stairs, entered the pale November sun, in the yellow rays of which an infinitesimal dust disported itself, whilst a death-like peacefulness hung over all. He felt happy in this silence, and calm. He mounted the stairs slowly, trying not to get out of breath. His heart bounded against his breast, and he was seized with the fear of acting like a child, with sighs and tears. Then, when he reached the first landing, he leant against the wall, certain of not being seen, and holding his handkerchief to his mouth, he looked at the warped steps, at the iron handrail shining from the constant friction, at the soiled walls, at all that wretchedness which gave the place the look of some low brothel displayed in all its bareness at that drowsy hour of the afternoon when the girls are sleeping. When he arrived at the second landing, he had to step over a big tortoise-shell cat curled up asleep on the top stair. With its eyes half closed, this cat watched all alone over the house, always in a state of somnolency from the cool and stuffy odors left behind there every night by the women. In the passage on the right, the door of the dressing-room was, as Labourdette had said, only pushed to. Anna was waiting there. That little slut of a Mathilde kept her dressing-room in a slovenly state. There were cracked pots scattered all about, a dirty wash-hand basin, and a chair stained with rouge, as though someone had been bleeding on the rush seat. The paper which covered the walls and the ceiling were splashed all over with soapy water. There was a stench there, such a smell of lavender turned musty, that Nana opened the window. She stood there for a minute, breathing the fresh air, and leaning out to catch a glimpse of Madame Bron, whom she heard vigorously sweeping the green flagstones on the shady side of a narrow courtyard. A canary, in a cage hung up against a shutter, was uttering some piercing roulades. One could not hear the sounds of the vehicles on the boulevard or in the neighboring streets. All was as peaceful as in the country, though the sun but seldom penetrated there. On raising her eyes, Nana saw the little buildings and the shining glass roofs of the galleries of the Passage. Then, farther off, in front of her, the high houses of the Rue Vivienne, the backs of which were so devoid of life that they seemed empty. Terraces rose one above another. On a roof, a photographer had perched an enormous cage of blue glass. It looked very gay. Nana was becoming absorbed in contemplating the scene, when she thought she heard a knock at the door. She turned round and called out, "Come in!" On seeing the Count enter, she closed the window. The day was cold, and it was not necessary that curious Madame Bron should overhear them. They looked at one another gravely. Then, as he stood very stiff and speechless, she laughed and said, "Well, so there you are, you big booby!" His emotion was so strong that he seemed frozen. He called her Madame and said how happy he was to see her again. So, to bring matters to the point that she desired, she became more familiar still. "Now, don't stand on your dignity. As you wished to see me, it was not for us to look at each other like a couple of china dogs, I suppose. We've both been wrong. As for me, I forgive you." And it was agreed that they would not refer to the subject again. He nodded his approval. He was becoming calmer, but as yet could find nothing to say out of a tumultuous flow of words which rushed to his lips. Surprised at his coldness, she played her trump card. "Well, now you're reasonable," she resumed, with a slight smile. "As we've made our peace, let's shake hands and remain good friends for the future." "How good friends?" murmured he, becoming suddenly anxious. "Yes, perhaps it's stupid of me, but I was desirous of your esteem. At present we've explained matters, and if we ever meet each other anywhere, we at least won't look like a couple of fools." He seemed on the point of interrupting her. "Let me finish what I have to say. No man, do you hear? No man has ever had anything to reproach me with. Well, it vexed me to begin with you. We all have our honor, my pet." "But that's not it," he exclaimed violently. "Sit down and listen to me." This ends Chapter 9, Part 1 of Nana.
Chapter 9, Part 2 of Nana by Émile Zola, translated by Burton Rasco. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 9, Part 2 of Nana. And as though he feared she might go away, he pushed her onto the only chair. He walked about, his agitation increasing. The little dressing-room, close and full of sunshine, had a moist, warm atmosphere, and not a sound from outside reached it, except the canaries' piercing roulades, which, in the pauses, seemed like the distant trills of a flute. "Listen," said he, standing before her. "I have come to take you back. Yes, I want to begin again. You know it well, so why do you talk to me like this? Tell me. You consent?" She held down her head, and was scratching with her nail the red-colored rush seat, which appeared to be bleeding beneath her, and seeing him so anxious, she did not hurry herself. At length she raised her face, now become serious, while to her eyes she had managed to give an expression of sadness. "Oh, impossible, little man! Never again will I live with you." "Why?" stuttered he, as a twinge of intense suffering passed over his countenance. "Why? Well, because it's impossible, that's all. I don't wish it." He looked at her ardently for a few seconds longer. Then, bending his legs, he knelt on the floor. She looked annoyed and contented herself by adding, "Oh, don't be a child." But he was already behaving as one. Fallen at her feet, he had seized her round the waist, which he squeezed tightly, with his face between her knees, which he was pressing against his breast. When he felt her thus, when he felt again the velvet-like texture of her limbs beneath the thin material of her dress, his frame shook convulsively, and shivering with fever and distracted, he pressed harder against her, as though he wished to become a part of her. The old chair creaked. Sighs of desire were stifled beneath the low ceiling, in the atmosphere rendered foul by stale perfumes. "Well, and what next?" said Nana, letting him do as he pleased. "All this will not help you when I tell you it's not possible. Dear me, how young you are!" He became quieter, but he remained on the ground. He did not let go of her, and he said, in a voice broken by sobs, "At least Listen to what I came to offer you. I have already seen a mansion near the Parc Monceau. I would realize all your desires. To have you all my own, I would give my fortune. Yes, that would be the only condition. All my own, you understand me. And if you consent to be mine alone, oh, I should wish you to be the most admired and also the richest. Carriages, diamonds, dresses. Nana proudly shook her head at each offer. Then, as he continued, as he talked of settling money on her, not knowing more to lay at her feet, she seemed to lose patience. Come, have you finished mauling me about? I'm good-natured. I let you do it for a minute because you seemed so upset. But there now, that's enough, isn't it? Let me get up. You're tiring me. She shook him off. When she rose, she said, No, 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 I won't. Then he regained his feet painfully, and having no strength left, he dropped onto the chair, leaning against the back, his face buried in his hands. Nana, in her turn, walked about. For a moment she looked at the stained wallpaper, the greasy dressing table all over that dirty hole, bathed in the pale sunlight. Then, stopping in front of the Count, she spoke without the slightest emotion. It's funny how rich people suppose they can have everything for their money. Well, but if I won't, I don't care a pin for your presents. You might give me all Paris, and I would say no, and always no. It isn't very clean in here, as you see. Well, I should think it lovely if it pleased me to live here with you, whereas one pines away in your palaces if one's heart isn't there. Ah, money! My poor fellow, I have some somewhere, but let me tell you, I dance on money. More, I spit upon it. And she assumed a look of disgust. Then she went in for sentiment, and added in a melancholy tone of voice, I know of something that is worth more than money. Ah, if anyone gave me what I desire. He slowly raised his head. His eyes sparkled with hope. Oh, you can't give it me, she resumed. It's not in your power to do so, and that is why I speak of it to you. Well, this is only between ourselves. I wish for the part of the grand lady in their new piece. What grand lady? Murmured he in surprise. Their Duchess Hélène, of course. If they think I'm going to play Geraldine, they're very much mistaken. A part of no consequence at all. One scene, and not much in that. Besides, it's not only that. I've had enough of gay women. Always gay women. One would think I've nothing in me but gay women. It's becoming annoying in the long run, for I can see clear enough. They fancy I'm ill-bred. Ah, well, my friend, they make a slight mistake. When I choose to be the grand lady, I do it as well as anyone. Just look at this. And she retreated to the window, then advanced, carrying her head high, measuring her steps with the circumspect air of a fat old hen, hesitating to dirty her feet. He watched her with his eyes still full of tears, stupefied by this sudden bit of comedy traversing his anguish. She walked about for a while to show all her by-play, smiling delicately, blinking her eyelids, swaying her skirts. Then, stopping in front of him, she said, Well, I think that's good enough, isn't it? Oh, quite, he stammered, with a choking sensation in his throat, and his glance still dim. I told you I could do the grand lady. I tried it at home, and there's not one of them that has my little air of a duchess who doesn't care a hang for the men. Did you notice, when I passed in front of you, how I quizzed you? That air only comes with the blood, and then I want to play the part of a respectable woman. It has been my dream. It is making me quite unhappy. I must have the part, do you hear? I must have it. She spoke in a harsh tone of voice. She'd become serious now and was greatly affected, suffering from her stupid desire. Muffat, not yet recovered from the blow of her refusals, waited without understanding. There was a short silence, which was not disturbed by the least sound.
"Do you know," she resumed, without any more beating about the bush, "you must get that part given to me." He was astounded. Then, with a gesture of despair, he said, "But it is not possible. You said yourself that I had no power to do so." She interrupted him with a shrug of her shoulders. "You've only to go downstairs and say to Bordenave that you want the part. Pray don't be so simple. Bordenave is in want of money. Well, you can lend him some, as you've such a lot to throw out of the window." And as he still argued against it, she grew angry. "Very well, I understand. You're afraid Rose won't like it. I didn't speak to you of her when you were sobbing on the ground. I should have had too much to say about her. Yes, when a man swears to a woman that he will love her forever, he shouldn't go the next day and make up to the first one he meets. Oh, the wound is here. I shan't forget it. Besides, my friend, it's not so pleasant after all to take the mignon's leavings. Before you went and made a fool of yourself down at my knees, you would have done better to have broken off entirely with that dirty set." He kept protesting, and ended at last by being able to say a few words. "But I don't care a button for Rose. I will cast her off at once." Nana appeared to be satisfied on that point. She resumed, "Then what is it that bothers you? Bordenave's the master. You'll tell me that besides Bordenave there's Fauchery." She spoke slower now. She was arriving at the delicate part of the matter. Muffat, his eyes fixed on the ground, said nothing. He had remained in a voluntary ignorance respecting Fauchery's assiduities for the Countess, gradually quieting his suspicions, and hoping that he'd been mistaken on that frightful night passed by him in a doorway of the Rue Taitbout. But he entertained a certain repugnance and a secret anger against the man. "Well, what? Fauchery isn't the devil," repeated Nana, feeling her way, wishing to find out how things were between the husband and the lover. "It's easy enough to get over Fauchery. He is at bottom a very decent fellow, I assure you. Well, it's understood. You'll tell him it's for me." The mere idea of such an undertaking was revolting to the Count. "No, no, never!" cried he. She waited. This phrase came to her lips. "Fauchery can refuse you nothing," but she felt that it would be rather too strong an argument to use. Only she smiled, and her smile, which was a peculiar one, seemed to speak the words. Muffat, glancing up at her face, lowered his gaze again and looked pale and embarrassed. "Ah, you're not at all obliging," murmured she at length. "I cannot," said he, in a voice full of agony. "Everything you wish, but not that, my love. Oh, I pray you." So she did not waste any more time in arguing. With her little hand she bent back his head. Then, stooping forward, she pressed her lips to his in one long embrace. A thrill passed through his frame. He started beneath her. His eyes were closed, his reason gone. And she raised him from his seat. "Go," said she, simply. He walked. He moved towards the door. But as he was about to leave the room, she took him once more in her arms, and looking up at him meekly and coaxingly, she rubbed her cat-like chin against his waistcoat. "Where is the mansion?" asked she in a very low voice, in the confused and laughing way of a child returning to some good things it would not at first look at. "In the Avenue de Villiers." "And are there any carriages?" "Yes." "And lace? And diamonds?" "Yes." "Oh, how kind you are, my ducky! You know, just now, it was because I was jealous. And this time, I swear to you, shan't be like the first, for now you know what a woman requires. You give me everything, don't you? Then I shan't want to have anything to do with anyone else. Look, they are only for you now. That and that, and that. When she had pushed him outside, after stimulating him with a shower of kisses on his face and hands, she stood a moment to take breath. Good heavens, what a stench there was in the dressing room of that untidy Mathilde. It was warm in there, just like a room in the south of France, with the winter sun shining upon it. But really, it smelt too much of stale lavender water, and of other things not very clean. Nana opened the window. She looked out as before and examined the glass roof of the passage to pass the time away. Muffat staggered downstairs with a buzzing in his ears. What was he to say? How could he enter into this matter, which was none of his business? As he reached the stage, he heard sounds of quarreling. They were finishing the second act. Prullière was in a fury because Fauchery had wished to strike out one of his speeches. "Strike them all out, then," cried he. "I would rather you did that. What? I haven't 200 lines, and now some of those are to be taken away. No, I've had enough of it. I throw up my part." He pulled out of his pocket a crumpled little memorandum and turned it over in his trembling hands, as though about to throw it on to Cossard's knees. His injured vanity convulsed his pale face, his lips being tightly compressed, and his eyes on fire, without his being able to conceal that internal revolution. He, Prullière, the idol of the public, to perform a part of 200 lines. "Why not make me bring in letters on a salver?" resumed he, bitterly. "Come, Prullière, do be pleasant," said Bordenave, who humoured him on account of his influence on the people in the boxes. "Don't begin your complaints again. We'll find you some good effects. Fauchery, you'll introduce some effects for him. In the third act we could even lengthen one of the scenes." "Then," declared the actor, "I must have the word at the end. You certainly owe me that." Fauchery's silence appeared to give consent, and Prullière put his part back in his pocket, still excited and discontented all the same. Bosc and Fontaine, during the discussion, had assumed looks of supreme indifference. Every one for himself. It did not concern them, they took no interest in it, and all the actors surrounded Fauchery, questioning him and fishing for compliments, whilst Mignon listened to Prullière's final complaints, without losing sight of Count Muffat, whose return he had been watching for. The Count remained in shadow at the back of the stage, hesitating to advance into the midst of the quarrel. But Bordenave, catching sight of him, hastened to where he stood. "Aren't they a set of grumblers?" murmured he. "You've no idea, Count, what trouble I have with those people. They're all more vain one than the other, and so disobliging and spiteful. Always slandering other people, and only too delighted if I make myself ill in keeping them to their business. But excuse me, I'm losing my temper." He stopped, and silence ensued between them. Muffat was seeking a way of leading up to the subject that occupied his mind, but failing in his endeavour, he ended by abruptly saying, so as to get it over the sooner, "Nana wants to play the part of the Duchess." Bordenave started violently as he exclaimed, "Pooh! That's absurd!" Then, glancing at the Count, he saw him looking so pale, so agitated, that he regained his composure at once. "The deuce!" he added simply. And there was again silence between them. As for himself, he did not care a fig. It would perhaps be funny to have that fat Nana to play the part of a duchess. Besides, he would thus have a strong hold on Muffat. So his decision was soon formed. He turned round and called, "Fauchery!" The Count made a slight gesture to stop him. Fauchery did not hear. Fontaine had got him up against the proscenium wall and was giving him his ideas of the part of Tardivaux. The actor thought he should make up as a Marseillais, with the southern accent, which he kept imitating. He made whole speeches that way. Was that the proper rendering of the part? He seemed only to be giving his own ideas, and which he himself had doubts about. But Fauchery, keeping very cool in the matter, and offering numerous objections, Fontaine became annoyed at once. Very well. As the correct reading of the part had entirely escaped him, it would be far better for everyone that he should not play it. "Fauchery!" Bordenave again called. Then the young man hurried away, glad of the opportunity of escaping from the actor, who felt highly indignant at being left in so abrupt a manner. "Don't let us remain here," resumed Bordenave. "Come, gentlemen." To be out of the way of indiscreet ears, he took them to the property room behind the stage. Mignon watched them go off, greatly surprised. A few steps descended to the room, which was square, with a couple of windows looking on to the courtyard. The ceiling was low, and the dirty window panes only admitted that dim light usually met with in cellars. In pigeonholes placed about the room was a collection of all sorts of things. The turnout of a second-hand dealer of the Rue de Lappe selling off, an odd medley of plates, of cups and gilded pasteboard, of old red umbrellas, of Italian pitchers, of clocks of every shape and size, of trays and inkstands, of firearms and squirts, the whole heaped anyhow, chipped, broken, unrecognizable, and covered with a layer of dust an inch thick, and an unbearable stench of old iron and rags and of damp pasteboard arose from the piles formed of the remains of the pieces produced during a period of 50 years. "Come in here," said Bordenave. "We shall at least be by ourselves." The Count, very much embarrassed, moved on a few steps to leave the manager to arrange matters by himself. Fauchery could not make it all out. "What's up?" he asked. "Well, it's just this," said Bordenave at length. "An idea has occurred to us. Now, don't jump, it's very serious. What do you think of Nana playing the part of the Duchess?" At first the author was quite bewildered. Then he burst out, "Oh, no, you can't mean it. It must be a joke. Everyone would laugh at it." "Well, it's something to get people to laugh." "Think it over, dear boy. The Count is very much smitten with the idea." Muffat, to conceal his emotion, had taken an object that he did not seem to recognize from amidst the dust on a shelf. It was an egg cup, the foot of which had been mended with plaster. He kept it in his hand without knowing he did so, and advanced towards the others to murmur, Yes, it would be capital." Fauchery turned round upon him with an impatient gesture. The Count had nothing to do with his piece, and he exclaimed in a decided tone of voice, "Never! Nana as the gay woman as much as you like, but as the grand lady, not if I know it." "You do not judge her fairly, I assure you," resumed Muffat, becoming bolder. "Only just now she was showing me how well she could play the grand lady." "Where?" inquired Fauchery, whose astonishment increased. "Upstairs, in one of the dressing-rooms." "Well, she did it splendidly. Oh, such distinction! She can give such glances too, you know, in passing. This way." And with the egg cup in his hand he tried to imitate Nana, forgetting himself in the force of his desire to convince the two other men. Fauchery watched him in amazement. He understood, and his anger vanished. The Count, who felt his glance upon him, in which there was derision and pity combined, blushed slightly and stopped. "Well, it may be so," murmured the author obligingly. "She would perhaps do it very well. Only the part is already given. We cannot take it away from Rose." "Oh, if that's all," said Bordenave, "I will undertake to manage that." But then, seeing them both against him, understanding that Bordenave had some hidden motive for acting as he did, the young man, not wishing to give way, declined again, but with increased energy, and in a manner not to admit of any further discussion. "No, I say, and no, and always no. Even if the part was not filled up, I would never give it to her. There, is that clear enough for you? And now let me be. I don't want to damn my own peace."
After this there was an embarrassed silence. Bordenave, thinking himself in the way, withdrew some distance off. The Count stood with his head bowed down. He raised it with an effort and said in a broken voice, "My dear fellow, if I ask you to do it as a special favor to myself—" "I cannot, repeated Fauchery, struggling. Muffat's voice became harsher. "I beg of you. I wish it." And he looked him straight in the eyes. Beneath that black look, in which he read a menace, the young man suddenly gave way, stammering confusedly, "Well, after all, do as you wish. I don't care. Ah, you are unfair. You will see. You will see." The embarrassment then became greater. Fauchery had leant up against some shelves and was nervously stamping on the floor with his foot. Muffat appeared to be examining the egg cup very attentively as he continued to turn it round between his fingers. "It's an egg cup," Bordenave obligingly came and said. "Why, yes, it's an egg cup," repeated the Count. "Excuse me, you're all covered with dust," continued the manager, as he replaced the article on a shelf. "You see, it would be impossible to be dusting here every day. One would always be at it. The consequence is it's not very clean. What a mixture, isn't it? Well, believe me, if you like, it represents a lot of money. Look here, and here." He led Muffat, in the greenish light that came from the courtyard, in front of all the shelves, naming the different articles, wishing to interest him in his rag merchant's inventory, as he called it. Then, when they'd worked their way round to where Fauchery stood, he said in an easy tone of voice, "Listen, as we are now agreed, we'll settle this matter at once. Ah, there's Mignon." For a little while past, Mignon had been hanging about in the passage. At the first words Bordenave uttered, suggesting an alteration in their agreement, he flew into a passion. It was disgraceful. They wanted to ruin his wife's prospects. He would go to law about it. Bordenave, however, remained very calm and reasoned with him. He did not think the part worthy of Rose. He preferred to reserve her for an operetta which would come on after the little Duchess. But as the husband still complained, he abruptly offered to annul the agreement and spoke of the proposals which the management of the Folie Dramatique theatre had made the singer. Then Mignon, for a moment worsted, affected a great disdain for money, without, however, denying the existence of the offers in question. They had engaged his wife to play the part of the Duchess Hélène, and she would play it, even though it cost him his fortune. It was a question of dignity, of honor. Once engaged on this ground, the discussion became interminable. The manager always reverted to this argument. As the Folie Dramatique people offered Rose 300 francs a night, 100 performances guaranteed, whilst she only received 150 from him, his letting her go meant a profit of 15,000 francs for her. The husband on his side did not depart from his standpoint, that of art. What would be said if the part was taken away from his wife? That she was not equal to it and had been replaced. That would do her a great injury and would lower her artistic standard considerably. No, never. Glory before wealth. Then, all on a sudden, he hinted at a compromise. According to the agreement, if Rose threw up her engagement, she forfeited 10,000 francs. Well, if they gave her that sum, she would go to the Folie Dramatique theatre. Bordenave could scarcely believe his ears, whilst Mignon, who had not taken his eyes off the Count, quietly waited. "Then that settles everything," murmured Muffat with relief. "We are all agreed." "Ah, no, by Jove, it would be too idiotic!" exclaimed Bordenave, carried away by his business instincts. 10,000 francs to get rid of Rose? You must think me a fool."
but the Count kept signaling to him to agree to the proposal. He, however, still hesitated. At length, grumbling, regretting the 10,000 francs, though they were not to come out of his pocket, he curtly resumed, "After all, I'm willing. I shall at least be rid of you." For a quarter of an hour past, Fontaine had been listening in the courtyard. Very curious to know what was going on, he'd gone and posted himself there. When he had heard all there was to learn, he returned indoors and gave himself the treat of informing Rose. Ah, well, they were having a fine talk about her. She was done for. Rose rushed to the property room. They all remained silent. She looked at the four men. Muffat bowed his head. Fauchery answered her inquiring gaze with a despairing shrug of his shoulders. As for Mignon, he was discussing the terms of the agreement with Bordenave. "What's up?" asked she in a sharp tone of voice. "Nothing," said her husband. "It's only Bordenave who's going to give 10,000 francs for the return of your part." She was very pale and trembling as she stood there with clenched fists. For a moment she looked him straight in the eyes in a revolt of her whole being. She who ordinarily quietly submitted to him in all business matters, the making of agreements with her managers and her lovers. She only found these few words to say, which struck him full in the face like the lash of a whip. "Ah, really, you are too much a coward." And then she left them. Mignon, greatly alarmed, hastened after her. What was the matter? Was she mad? He explained to her in a whisper that 10,000 francs from one side and 15,000 francs from the other side made 25,000 francs. A magnificent stroke of business. Anyhow, it was certain that Muffat was going to leave her. Therefore it was quite evident they ought to congratulate themselves on having succeeded in plucking that last feather from his wing. But Rose was so enraged she would not answer. Then Mignon left her with disdain to her woman's vexation. He said to Bordenave, who was returning to the stage with Fauchery and Muffat, "We will sign the agreement tomorrow morning. Have the money ready." Nana, informed by Labordette of what had taken place, arrived triumphant. She affected the style of a respectable woman, with most distinguished ways, just to astonish everyone, and to prove to those idiots that, when she liked, not one of them could come up to her. But she almost forgot herself. Rose, as soon as she saw her, flew at her, stammering in a choking voice, "Ah, I shall see you again. We must have it out. Do you hear?" Taken off her guard by this sudden attack, Nana was on the point of putting her fists on her hips and abusing the other roundly. She restrained herself, however, and exaggerating the fluty tone of her voice, making the gesture of a marchioness on the point of treading on a piece of orange peel, she said, "Eh? What? You must be crazy, my dear." And she continued her airs, whilst Rose went off followed by Mignon, who scarcely knew her. Clarisse, to her great delight, had just had the part of Geraldine given to her by Bordenave. Fauchery moodily stamped about, without being able to make up his mind to leave the theatre. His peace would be damned. He was wondering how he could save it. But Nana went and seized hold of him by the wrists, and asked him if he thought her so very dreadful. She would not damn his peace, and she made him laugh, and let him understand that she might be of assistance to him with Muffat. If her memory failed her, she would make use of the prompter. They would pack the house. Besides, he was mistaken in her. He would see how she would carry all before her. Then it was settled that the author should slightly alter the part of the Duchess, so as to give more to Prullière. The latter was delighted. In the general joy that Nana seemed naturally to bring with her, Fontaine alone remained indifferent. Standing up, full in the yellow glare of the gas jets, he showed himself off, displaying his sharp goat-like profile, and affecting an easy posture. Nana coolly went up to him, and holding out her hand, said, "Are you quite well?" Yes, pretty well. And you?
I'm very well, thanks.
That was all. It seemed as though they had left each other only the night before at the door of a theatre. The actors during all this time had been waiting, but Bordenave at length said they would not rehearse the third act that day. Punctual for a wonder, old Bosque went off grumbling. They were always keeping them without any necessity. They made them waste entire afternoons. Everyone went away. Below, arrived on the pavement, they blinked their eyes, blinded by the bright daylight, with the bewilderment of people who have spent 3 hours quarreling in the depths of a cellar, with a constant strain upon their nerves. The Count, feeling dizzy and overwrought, got into a carriage with Nana, whilst Labordette went off consoling Fauchery. A month later, the first performance of The Little Duchess was a great disaster for Nana. She was atrociously bad in it. She made pretensions to high-class comedy, which filled the audience with merriment. No one hissed. They were all too much amused. Seated in one of the stage boxes, Rose Mignon greeted each appearance of a rival with a shrill burst of laughter, thus setting off the whole house. It was a first revenge. And when, at night-time, Nana found herself alone with the Count, who was very much cut up, she said to him furiously, "What a dead set they made against me! It's all jealousy! Ah, if they knew how little I care for it! I can do without them all now! I'll bet 100 louis that I'll make all those who laughed lick the ground at my feet. Yes, I'll teach your Paris what it is to be a grand lady." This ends Chapter 9, Part 2 of Nana. Chapter 10, Part 1 of Nana by Émile Zola, translated by Burton Rasco. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 10, Part 1 of Nana. Then Nana became a woman of fashion, a marchioness of the streets frequented by the upper 10, living on the stupidity and the depravity of the male sex. It was a sudden and definitive start in a new career, a rapid rise in the celebrity of gallantry, in the full light of the follies of wealth and of the wasteful effronteries of beauty. She reigned at once among all that was most costly. Her photographs were in all the windows, her name was mentioned in the newspapers. When she passed along the boulevards in her carriage, the crowd turned to look at her and uttered her name with the emotion of a people saluting its sovereign, whilst she, quite at her ease, reclined in her wavy costumes, and smiled gaily beneath a shower of little golden curls which half hid the blue circle round her eyes and the carmine on her lips. And the marvel was that this big girl, who was so awkward on the stage, so ludicrous the moment that she tried to act the respectable woman, charmed everyone about town without an effort. Adorned with a dishabille as artful and exquisitely elegant as it was ostensibly unintentional, she combined the suppleness of the adder with the nervous distinction of a thoroughbred cat, like an aristocracy of vice, superb and rebellious, treading Paris underfoot in the manner of an all-powerful mistress. She set the fashion, and great ladies followed it. Nana's mansion was in the Avenue de Villiers, at the corner of the Rue Cardinet, in that quarter of luxury which had sprung up in the midst of the empty expanse, formerly the plain of Monceau. Erected by a young painter intoxicated by a first success, and who had been forced to sell it when the plaster was scarcely dry, it was built in the Renaissance style, with the air of a palace, a certain fantastical internal arrangement, and modern conveniences within a space rather restricted for such a display of originality. Count Muffat had purchased the place furnished, full of a host of knick-knacks, of beautiful Eastern hangings, of old credences, and big armchairs of the time of Louis XIII. and Nana had thus fallen into a stock of the choicest artistic furniture selected from the productions of centuries. But as the studio which occupied the center of the building could be of no use to her, she'd pulled the different floors to pieces, leaving on the ground floor a conservatory, a drawing room, and a dining room, arranging a parlor on the first floor close to her bedroom and dressing room. She surprised the architect by the ideas she gave him, showing herself at once at home in all the refinements of luxury, like the Paris street girl who has the instinct of elegance. In short, she did not spoil the mansion overmuch. She even added to the richness of its furniture, with the exception of a few traces of tender stupidity and gaudy splendor, typical of the former artificial flower maker who had dreamily gazed into the shop windows of the passages. A carpet was laid up the steps in the courtyard beneath the grand veranda, and from the vestibule came an odor of violets, a warm atmosphere confined by heavy hangings. A yellow and rose-colored glass window, of the paleness of flesh, lighted the wide staircase, at the foot of which stood the figure of a Negro in sculptured wood, holding a silver salver full of visiting cards. 4 women in white marble, with bare breasts, supported some elegant lamps, whilst bronzes and Chinese vases filled with flowers, sofas covered with the products of ancient Persian looms, and easy-chairs with old tapestries furnished the vestibule, adorned the landings, turning the one on the first floor into a kind of anteroom in which men's coats and hats were always to be seen lying about. The carpets deadened all sound, and such a peacefulness hung about that one might have imagined oneself entering a chapel traversed by some pious tremor, and the silence of which hid a mystery behind the closed doors. Nana only opened the drawing-room, which was in the Louis XVI style, and rather overdone, on gala nights when she entertained persons from the Tuileries or distinguished foreigners. Usually she was only downstairs at meal-times, feeling, moreover, rather lost on the days when she lunched alone in the lofty dining-room, which was decorated with Gobelin tapestry and a monumental credence, and enlivened with old china and marvelous specimens of ancient silverware. She would return upstairs as soon as the meal was over, for she lived, so to say, in the 3 rooms on the first floor, the bedroom, the dressing-room, and the parlor. She had twice changed the decorations of the bedroom. The first time she had had it hung in mauve satin, the second in white lace on blue silk. But she was not satisfied. She thought it looked dull, and tried to think of some improvement, but without success. Over the well-padded bedstead, which was as low as a sofa, there was 20,000 francs worth of Venetian lace. The furniture was in blue and white lacquer, inlaid with fillets of silver, whilst white bearskins were everywhere spread in such profusion that they covered the carpet. This was one of Nana's caprices, she having been unable to get rid of the habit of sitting down on the floor to take her stockings off. Next to the bedroom, the parlor offered an amusing medley, and a most artistic one. Against the pale rose-colored silk hangings, a faded turkey rose stitched with gold, stood out a multitude of objects of all countries and of all styles: Italian cabinets, Spanish and Portuguese coffers, Chinese pagodas, a Japanese screen of the most precious workmanship, then china and bronzes, embroidered silks, and the finest tapestries, whilst easy-chairs as big as beds and sofas as deep as alcoves gave to the whole the lazy, drowsy appearance of a seraglio. The room preserved a tone of old gold, blended with green and red, without anything indicating too much the abode of a gay woman, excepting perhaps the voluptuousness of the seats, 2 small porcelain figures, a woman in her chemise catching fleas, and another perfectly naked walking on her hands with her legs in the air, alone sufficed to sully the apartment with a stain of eccentric stupidity. And by a door almost always open one caught sight of a dressing-room, all in marble and mirrors, with the white basin of its bath, its silver bowls and ewers, its furnishings of crystal and ivory. A closed curtain maintained a faint light, and gave the room a sleepy look, as though oppressed with an odor of violets. that exciting perfume of Nana's with which the whole house and even the courtyard was penetrated. The great matter was to secure servants for the establishment. Nana still had Zoe, that girl who was so devoted to her fortune, and who for months past, confident in her instinct, had been quietly awaiting this new start in life. Now Zoe triumphed, mistress of the household and feathering her own nest, yet looking after Madame's interests as honestly as possible. But a lady's maid was not sufficient. A butler, a coachman, a concierge, a cook were required, besides which it was necessary to furnish the stables. Then Labordette made himself very useful in undertaking any commissions that bothered the Count. He bargained for the horses, went to the coach-builders, and assisted the young woman who was continually met with on his arm at the different dealers in her selections. Labordette even engaged the servants. Charles, a tall coachman who had been in the service of the Duc de Corbreuse, Julien, a little butler with curly hair and always smiling, and a married couple of whom the woman, Victorine, was cook, while the man, François, acted as concierge and footman. The latter, with powdered hair and knee breeches, and wearing Nana's livery, light blue and silver lace, received the visitors in the vestibule. Everything was done in princely style. By the second month all was in working order. The expenses were at the rate of 300,000 francs a year. There were 8 horses in the stables and 5 carriages in the coach-houses. There was one especially, a landau with silver ornaments, which for a time occupied all Paris. And Nana, in the midst of this fortune, gradually settled down. She'd left the theatre after the second performance of The Little Duchess, leaving Bordenave to struggle as best he could against threatened bankruptcy, in spite of the Count's money. All the same, she bitterly felt her failure. It added to the lesson Fontaine had given her, a dirty trick for which she held all the men responsible. She now considered herself proof against all fads and infatuations, but her thoughts of vengeance did not remain for long in her flighty brain. What did remain there, however, outside her moments of anger, was an ever-keen appetite for squandering money, a natural disdain for the man who paid, a perpetual caprice for devouring and destroying, a pride in the ruin of her lovers. Nana commenced by putting the Count on a satisfactory footing. She settled clearly the programme of their relations. He gave 12,000 francs a month without counting presents, and only asked in return an absolute fidelity. She swore to be faithful, but she insisted on being treated with deference, on enjoying entire liberty as mistress of the household, and on having all her wishes respected. For instance, she would receive her friends every day. He himself should only come at stated hours. In short, he should trust her implicitly in everything. And when he hesitated, seized by a jealous anxiety, she became very dignified, threatening to return him everything, or else swearing fidelity on the head of her little Louis. That ought to be sufficient. There could be no love where there was no esteem. At the end of the first month, Muffat respected her. But she desired, and she obtained, more. She soon influenced him in a good-natured sort of way. When he arrived in a moody state of mind, she enlivened him, then advised him after confessing him. Little by little she busied herself with his family cares, his wife, his daughter, all matters connected with his heart and his money, and she did so in a very reasonable manner, full of justice and honesty. Once only did she let herself be carried away by passion, the day when he told her that he thought Daguenet was about to ask him for his daughter's hand. Ever since the Count had been openly protecting Nana, Daguenet had thought it a clever move to break off all connections with her, to treat her as a hussy, and to swear to deliver his future father-in-law from the creature's clutches. So she abused her old friend Mimi in a fine way. He was a dissipated rascal who'd squandered his fortune with the most abominable women. Now he had no decency about him. He did not exactly make them give him money, but he profited by what others gave them, merely going himself to the expense of an occasional bouquet or dinner. And as the Count seemed to excuse these weaknesses, She told him coarsely that she'd been Dagonet's mistress and furnished him with some salacious details. Muffat became very pale, and did not again speak of the young man. It would teach the latter to be ungrateful. The mansion, however, was scarcely furnished when Nana, one night that she had been most energetically swearing everlasting fidelity to Muffat, retained Count Javier de Vandouvre, who for a fortnight past had been paying court to her most assiduously by means of visits and flowers. She gave way not through any infatuation, but rather to prove to herself that she was at liberty to do as she pleased. The interested motive came afterwards, when Vandouvre on the morrow helped her to settle an account that she would rather not mention to the other one. She would be able to get out of him about 8,000 or 10,000 francs a month, which would be very useful by way of pocket money. He was just then finishing up his fortune in a violent fit of fever. His horses and Lucy had cost him 3 farms, and Nana was about to devour his last chateau, near Amiens, in a single mouthful. He seemed in a hurry to sweep off everything, even to the remains of the old castle, built by Vandouvre in the reign of Philip Augustus, with a maddening appetite for ruins, and thinking it a fine thing to leave the last gold bezants of his coat of arms in the hands of that girl whom all Paris desired. He also accepted Nana's conditions, entire liberty and love at fixed times, without even being so passionately simple as to exact oaths. Muffat suspected nothing. As for Vandouvre, he knew perfectly all that was going on, but he never made the slightest allusion. He affected ignorance, with the cunning smile of a sceptical man about town who does not expect impossibilities, so long as he has his own particular time and that Paris knows it. Then Nana's establishment was indeed complete. Nothing was wanting, either in the stables, the kitchen, or the bedroom. Zoe, who had the general management, found means of escape out of the most difficult entanglements. There was a kind of machinery in everything, as at a theatre. All was regulated as in a government office, and it worked with such precision that for some months there was no hitch, nothing got out of gear. Only Madame gave Zoe an immense deal of trouble through her imprudence, her fads, and her foolish bravados. So the maid ended by being less careful, seeing that she made a far larger profit when anything had gone wrong. Whenever Madame had committed some new piece of stupidity that needed being set right, then it rained presents, and she hooked Louis in the troubled waters. One morning, when Muffat was still in the bedroom, Zoe ushered a gentleman all in a tremble into the dressing-room, where Nana was changing her undergarments. "Why, Zizi!" said the young woman in amazement. It was indeed Georges, but seeing her in her chemise, with her golden hair hanging over her naked shoulders, he seized hold of her, put his arms round her neck, and smothered her with kisses. She struggled, greatly frightened, saying in a suppressed voice, "Leave off! Do! He's in there! It's stupid of you! And you, Zoe, are you mad? Take him away! Keep him downstairs! I'll try and come there!" Zoe had to push him before her. Downstairs in the dining-room, when Nana was able to rejoin them, she scolded them both. Zoe bit her lips and went off looking very vexed, saying that she thought to have gratified Madame in doing as she did. Georges looked at Nana with so much pleasure at seeing her again that his beautiful eyes filled with tears. Now the evil days had gone by. His mother thought that he'd got over his infatuation and had allowed him to leave Les Fondettes. But on reaching the Paris terminus, he'd hastened in a cab to kiss his darling sweetheart as quickly as possible. He talked of living by her side for the future, the same as in the country, when he used to wait with bare feet in the bedroom at La Mignotte. And as he told his story, he thrust out his fingers, through a longing to touch her after that year of cruel separation. He seized hold of her hands, felt up the wide sleeves of her dressing-gown, even as high as her shoulders. "You still love your baby?" he asked, in his childlike voice. "Of course I do," replied Nana, who abruptly disengaged herself. "But you arrive here without a word of warning. You know, my little boy, I'm not free. You must be good." Georges, who alighted from his cab dazzled by a long desire on the point of being satisfied, had not bestowed a glance on the place he entered. But now he was conscious of a great change around him. He examined the rich dining room with its lofty gilded ceiling, its Gobelin tapestry, and its sideboard shining with silver plate. "Ah, yes," said he sadly. And she gave him to understand that he must never call in the morning. The afternoon, if he liked, between 4 and 6 o'clock, which was the time when she received company. Then, as he gazed at her with a supplicating look of interrogation, but without asking for anything, she kissed him on the forehead, and in a very kind, good-natured way, "Be very good, and I will do my best," she murmured. But the truth was, she no longer felt as she did in regard to him. She thought Georges very nice. She would have liked to have had him for a companion, but nothing more. However, when he came every day at 4 o'clock, he seemed so sad that she often again yielded, permitted him to hide in her cupboards, and continually to pick up the crumbs of her beauty. In time, he scarcely ever left the house, where he was as much at home as the little dog Bijou, both of them among the mistress's skirts, having a little of her, even when she was with another, and catching windfalls of sugar and caresses in the hours of weary solitude. No doubt Madame Rougon heard of her boy's new fall into the power of that bad woman, for she hurried to Paris and sought the assistance of her other son, Lieutenant Philippe, who was then in garrison at Vincennes. Georges, who had been hiding from the elder brother, was seized with despair, fearing the employment of force, and as he could keep nothing to himself, in the nervous expansion of his tender-heartedness, he soon talked to Nana continually of his big brother, a strong fellow who would dare anything. "You see," he explained, "Mamma will not come here herself, but she can very well send my brother. I'm sure she will send Philippe to fetch me." The first time he mentioned this, Nana was greatly offended. She said sharply, "I should like to see him do it. In spite of his being a lieutenant, Francois will very quickly send him to the right about." Then, the youngster constantly alluding to his brother, she ended by thinking a little of Philippe. When a week had gone by, she knew him from the hair of his head to the tips of his toes. Very tall, very strong, lively, and rather rough, and with all that, some more minute details, certain hairs on his arm, a mole on his shoulder. So that one day, full of the image of this man, whom she was to send off a little quicker than he came, she exclaimed, "I say, Zizi, it doesn't seem as if your brother was coming. He must be a coward." On the morrow, as Georges was alone with Nana, Francois came and asked if Madame would receive Lieutenant Philippe Rougon. The youngster turned quite pale and murmured, "I was expecting it. Mamma spoke to me this morning." And he implored the young woman to send word that she was engaged. But she had already risen and said, greatly incensed, "Why, pray? He'll think I'm afraid. Ah, well, we'll have a good laugh. Francois, let the gentleman wait a quarter of an hour in the drawing-room, and then bring him to me." She did not sit down again, but walked feverishly about, going from the looking-glass over the mantelpiece to a Venetian mirror hanging above a little Italian casket, and each time she gave a glance or essayed a smile, whilst Georges, lying on a sofa without an atom of strength left in him, trembled at the idea of the scene which was preparing. As she walked about, she kept uttering short phrases. "It will calm the fellow to keep him waiting a quarter of an hour. And then, if he thinks he's come to a nobody's, the drawing-room will astonish him. Yes, yes, take a good look at everything, my friend. It's all genuine. It'll teach you to respect the mistress. It's the only thing men can understand, respect. Is the quarter of an hour gone yet? No, scarcely 10 minutes. Oh, we've plenty of time." She could not keep still. When the quarter was up, she sent Georges away, after making him swear not to listen at the doors, for it would look very bad if the servants were to see him. As he went into the bedroom, Zizi ventured to say in a choking voice, "You know, it's my brother." "Don't be afraid," said she with dignity. "If he's polite, I'll be polite." Francois ushered in Philippe Rougon, who was attired in an overcoat. At first Georges moved across the bedroom on the tips of his toes, so as not to listen, as the young woman had told him. But hearing the voices, he stopped, hesitating, and so full of anguish that his legs yielded beneath him. He was fancying all manner of things, catastrophes, slaps, something abominable that would sever him forever from Nana, so much so that he could not resist retracing his steps and putting his ear to the keyhole. He heard very indistinctly as the thickness of the hangings deadened the sound. Yet he was able to catch a few words uttered by Philippe, harsh phrases in which occurred such expressions as child, family, honor. In his anxiety to hear what his darling would reply, his heart beat wildly, almost stunning him with its confused hum. No doubt she would retaliate with "a stupid fool," or "go to the deuce, I'm in my own house." But nothing came from her, not even the sound of breathing. It seemed as though Nana was dead in there. Soon, too, his brother's voice became softer. He could no longer understand anything, when suddenly a strange noise completed his amazement. It was Nana, sobbing. For an instant contrary feelings struggled within him. He felt impelled to run away, to rush in at Philippe. But just at that moment Zoe entered the bedroom, and he withdrew from the door, ashamed at having been caught. She quietly put some linen away in a cupboard, whilst he, dumb and immovable, and a prey to uncertainty, pressed his forehead against the window-pane. After a short silence she asked, "Is it your brother who's with Madame?" "Yes," replied he in a choking voice. "And are you uneasy about it, Monsieur Georges?" she inquired after another silence. "Yes," he repeated, with the same painful difficulty. Zoe did not hurry herself. She folded up some lace and then said slowly, "You should not be. Madame will settle everything all right." And that was all. They did not speak again, but she did not leave the room. For another quarter of an hour she moved about without noticing the exasperation of the youth, who grew pale with constraint and doubt. He gave side glances in the direction of the drawing-room. What could they be doing all that while? Perhaps Nana was still crying. The ruffian must have slapped her. So when Zoe at length went off, he ran back to the door and again held his ear to the keyhole. And he was quite bewildered, his brain in a whirl, for he heard a sudden burst of gaiety, tender voices whispering, and the smothered laughter of a woman being tickled. But almost immediately Nana conducted Philippe to the staircase with an interchange of cordial and familiar expressions. When Georges at length ventured into the parlor, the young woman was standing in front of the mirror, looking at herself. "Well?" he asked, scarcely able to say a word. "Well, what?" said she, without turning round. Then she negligently added, "What were you saying? He's a very nice fellow, your brother." "Then it's all settled?" "Of course it's settled. Really, what's the matter with you? Did you think we were going to fight?" But still Georges did not understand. "I thought I heard," he stammered out. "Have you not been crying?" This ends Chapter 10, Part 1 of Nana. Chapter 10, Part 2 of Nana by Émile Zola, translated by Burton Rasco. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 10, Part 2 of Nana. "Crying? I?" she exclaimed, looking him straight in the face. "You were dreaming. Whatever did you think I had to cry about?"
and the youngster got still more confused when she scolded him for having been disobedient and listened at the keyhole, spying upon her. As she continued cross with him, he resumed, very submissively and coaxingly, wishing to know. "Then my brother?" "Your brother saw at once where he was. You see, I might have been some low common girl, and then he would have been right to interfere on account of your age and the family honor. Oh, I understand those feelings, but a glance was sufficient for him. He behaved like a man of the world. So don't be uneasy, it's all over. He will ease your mother's mind." And she continued with a laugh. "Besides, you'll see your brother here. I've invited him, and he'll come." "Ah, he's coming again?" said the youngster, turning pale. He said nothing more, and they no longer talked of Philippe. She was dressing to go out, and he watched her with his big sad eyes. No doubt he was pleased that matter had been arranged, for he would have preferred death to not seeing Nana again. But in his heart there was a silent anguish, a deep pain, which he never felt before, and which he did not dare to mention. He never knew how Philippe had quieted their mother's anxiety. 3 days later she returned to Les Fondettes, seemingly quite satisfied. That same night, at Nana's, he started when Francois announced the lieutenant. The latter gaily chaffed him, treated him as a boy whose escapade he had winked at, as if it was of no consequence. Georges, feeling sick at heart, not daring to move, blushed like a girl at the least word. He had lived but little with Philippe, who was 10 years older than he. He feared him as a father, from whom one hides one's little adventures with women, and he felt an uneasy shame on seeing him so free with Nana, laughing very loud, full of health, and thoroughly enjoying himself. However, as his brother soon called every day, Georges began to get used to his presence. Nana was radiant with joy. It was a last change of residence in the full fling of a courtesan's life, a housewarming insolently given in a mansion overflowing with men and furniture. One afternoon, when the two Hougons were there, Count Muffat called outside his regular hours, but Zoe having told him that Madame was with some friends, he went away again, without seeing her, in the discreet style of a gallant gentleman. When he came back in the evening, Nana received him in the cold, angry way of an insulted woman. "Sir," said she, "I have given you no reason for insulting me. Understand that when I am at home, you are to enter like every one else." The Count stood with his mouth wide open. "But, my dear," he attempted to explain, "because I had visitors, perhaps. Yes, there were some men here, and what, pray, do you think I do with them? It causes a woman to be talked about, affecting those airs of a discreet lover, and I do not wish to be talked about." He had great difficulty in obtaining forgiveness. At heart he was delighted. It was by similar scenes to this that she kept him obedient and convinced of her fidelity. For some time past she made him submit to Georges's presence, a youngster who amused her, so she said. She got him to dine with Philippe, and the Count was very amiable. On leaving the table he took the young man on one side and asked him for news of his mother. From that time the Hougons, Vandouvers, and Muffat openly belonged to the establishment, where they met together as intimate friends. It was more convenient. Muffat alone still discreetly timed his visit so as not to call too often, and invariably affected the ceremonious air of a stranger. At night time, when Nana, seated on the floor on her bearskins, pulled off her stockings, he talked in a friendly way of the other gentlemen, of Philippe especially, who was loyalty itself. "That's true. They're all very nice," said Nana, still seated on the ground and changing her chemise. "Only, you know, they see who I am. Should they for a moment forget themselves, I would have them turned out of the house at once." Yet in the midst of her luxury, in the midst of that court, Nana was bored to death. She had men with her every minute of the night, and money everywhere, even in the drawers of her dressing-table amongst her combs and brushes. But that no longer satisfied her.
She felt a void somewhere, a vacancy that made her yawn. Her life rolled on unoccupied, bringing each day the same monotonous hours. The morrow did not exist for her. She lived like a bird, sure of eating, ready to sleep on the first branch she came across. This certainty of being fed left her stretched out the whole day without an effort, asleep in the midst of that idleness and that convent-like submission, as though quite hemmed in her profession of courtesan. Going out only in a carriage, she began to lose the use of her legs. She returned to the amusements of her childhood, kissing Bijou from morning to night, killing time with the silliest pleasures in her unique expectation of the man whom she put up with in a complacent and weary sort of way. And in the midst of this abandonment of herself, the only anxiety she had was for her beauty. She was continually examining, washing, and perfuming herself all over, with the pride of being able to appear naked before anyone and at any moment without feeling ashamed. Nana rose every morning at 10 o'clock. Bijou, the Scotch terrier, woke her by licking her face, and then she would play with him for 5 minutes as he jumped about over her arms and legs, and even onto the count. Bijou was the first of whom he was jealous. It was not proper that an animal should thrust his nose under the bedclothes in that way. Towards 11 o'clock, Frances came to do up her hair, preparatory to the complicated headdress of the evening. At lunch, as she detested eating alone, she generally had Madame Maloire, who arrived in the morning from no one knew where, with her extraordinary bonnets, and returned at night to the mystery of her life without anybody troubling themselves about it. But the worst time was the 2 or 3 hours between luncheon and the evening toilet. Ordinarily she proposed a game at bezique to her old friend. Sometimes she read the Figaro, the theatrical and fashionable news in which interested her. She even occasionally opened a book, for she prided herself on her taste for literature. Her toilet occupied her until nearly 5 o'clock. Then only she seemed to awake from her long somnolence, going out in her carriage or receiving a host of men at home, often dining out, going to bed very late and rising the next morning with the same fatigue, and beginning a fresh day to pass it in a similar manner. Her great diversion was to go to Batignolles to see her little Louis at her aunt's. For 15 days together she would forget him entirely. Then she would be seized with a rage to see him, and hurry there on foot, full of the modesty and tenderness of a good mother, bringing all sorts of presents, as though for an invalid. Snuff for the aunt, oranges and sweeties for the child, or else she would call in her landau on her return from the Bois, attired in such loud dresses that they would upset the whole street. Ever since her niece had become such a grand lady, Madame Lerat had been puffed up with vanity. She called but rarely at the Avenue de Villiers, pretending that it was not her place, but she triumphed in her own street, happy when the young woman arrived in dresses costing 4,000 or 5,000 francs, occupied all the morrow in showing her presents and quoting figures which amazed her neighbors. Generally, Nana reserved Sunday for her family, and on that day, if Muffat asked her to go anywhere, she refused, smiling like a young housewife. It was not possible. She was going to dine with her aunt. She was going to see her baby. With all that, poor little Louis was always ill. He was nearly 3 years old and was getting quite a big fellow, but he had had an attack of eczema on the back of his neck, and now he had deposits in his ears, which made them fear a caries of the bones of the cranium. When she saw him looking so pale, with his poor blood and his soft flesh spotted with yellow, she became very serious, and above all she was greatly surprised. What could be the matter with the love for him to sicken like that? She, his mother, was always so well. The days when her child did not engage her attention, Nana relapsed into the noisy monotony of her existence. Drives in the Bois, first nights at theatres, dinners and suppers at the Maison Dorée or the Café Anglais, then all the public resorts, all the sights where the crowds flocked, Mabille, reviews, races. but she still retained that empty feeling of stupid idleness which gave her pains in her inside. In spite of the constant infatuations in which her heart indulged, she would stretch her arms the moment she was alone with a gesture of immense fatigue. Solitude made her sad at once, for she found herself again with the empty feeling and the tedium of her own society. Very gay by profession and by nature, she would then become lugubrious, and would constantly sum up her life in this cry between two yawns: "Oh, how men bore me!" One afternoon, as she was returning home from a concert, Nana noticed a woman passing along the Rougon-Macquart with boots trodden down at heel, dirty skirts, and a bonnet that had evidently been frequently soaked with rain. All of a sudden she recognized her. "Stop, Charles!" cried she to the coachman, and then called, "Satin! Satin!" The passers-by turned their heads. The whole street looked on. Satin drew near, and dirtied herself still more against the wheels of the carriage. "Jump in, my girl," said Nana coolly, not caring a straw for what the world would say. And thus she picked her up and took her off, disgustingly filthy as she was, in the light blue landau, and by the side of her pearl-grey silk dress trimmed with Chantilly lace, whilst everyone smiled at the highly dignified air of the coachman. From that time Nana had a passion which occupied her. Satin became her vice. Installed in the mansion of the Avenue de Villiers, cleaned and clothed, for 3 days she gave her experiences of Saint-Lazare, all the trouble she had had with the nuns and those dirty policemen who had put her on their list. Nana became very indignant, consoled her, and swore to get her out of the mess, even though she had to see the Minister of Police herself. For the moment, however, there was no hurry. They would certainly not come and seek her there. And afternoons full of tenderness commenced between the two women. Caressing words were heard, and kisses broken with suppressed laughter. It was the little game, interrupted by the arrival of the policeman at the Rue de Laval, which had started again in the way of joke. Then one night it became serious. Nana, who was so disgusted at Laures, now began to understand. She was quite upset and greatly enraged, the more so as, on the morning of the 4th day, Satin disappeared. No one had seen her go out. She had bolted with her new dress, seized with a longing for the open air, with a nostalgia for her favorite pavements. That day there was such a storm in the house that all the servants hung down their heads without daring to say a word. Nana had almost beaten Francois for not having stood in front of the door. She tried, however, to restrain herself, and referred to Satin as a dirty strumpet. It would teach her not to pick such filth out of the gutter another time. That afternoon Madame shut herself in, and Zoe heard her sobbing. Then in the evening she suddenly ordered a carriage and drove to Laures. The idea had occurred to her that she might find Satin at the dining place of the Rue de Martyrs. It was not to get her back again, but merely to slap her face. And it happened that Satin was dining at one of the little tables with Madame Robert. Seeing Nana, she laughed. The latter, struck to the heart, did not create a disturbance, but on the contrary kept very quiet and amiable. She stood champagne and made a number of women tipsy, and then carried off Satin, while Madame Robert had left the room for a moment. But when she got her in the carriage, she bit her and threatened to kill her if she ran away again. And then the same thing kept continually occurring. 20 times Nana, tragical in her fury of a deceived woman, hastened after the hussy, who flew off simply for a fad, bored with the comfort of the grand establishment. She talked of smacking Madame Robert's face. One day she even had the idea of a duel. There was one too many. Now, whenever she went to dine at Laures, she put on her diamonds, and was sometimes accompanied by Louis Veillolin, Maria Blonde, or Tatin Nene, all looking very gorgeous, and beneath the yellow gaslight, in the smell of eatables which pervaded the 3 rooms, these ladies displayed their luxury in very questionable company, delighted at astonishing the girls of the neighborhood, whom they carried off with them when the meal was over. On those days, Laures, laced up and shining, kissed all her customers with a more maternal air than ever. Satin, however, in the midst of all this, preserved her calmness, with her blue eyes and her pure virgin-like face. Beaten, pulled about by the two women, she merely said that it was funny, and that they would have done far better to have come to some understanding with each other. There was no use slapping her. She could not cut herself in two in spite of her wish to please everyone. At last Nana carried the day, having bestowed on Satin the most love and presents, and by way of revenge, Madame Robert wrote some most abominable anonymous letters to her rival's lovers. For some little time past, Count Muffat had seemed uneasy. One morning, in a very agitated state, he placed under Nana's eyes an anonymous letter, in which she saw, in the first few lines, that she was accused of being unfaithful to the Count with Vandeuvres and the two Hugon. "It's false! It's false!" she exclaimed energetically, with an extraordinary accent of truthfulness. "You swear it?" asked Muffat, already relieved. "Oh, on what you like, on my child's head." But the letter was long. Afterwards it went on to recount her connection with Satin in the most ignoble terms. When she reached the end, she smiled. "Now I know where it comes from," said she, simply. And as Muffat wished for a denial of the latter part, she resumed coolly, "That, my dear, is a thing which does not concern you. What can it matter to you?" She did not deny it. His words showed his disgust. Then she shrugged her shoulders. Where did he spring from? That sort of thing happened everywhere, and she named her friends. She even swore that ladies in the best positions were no strangers to it. In short, to hear her, there was nothing more common or more natural. What was not true was not true. He'd seen just before how indignant she was about Vandeuvres and the two Hugon. Ah, had that been true, he would have done right in strangling her. But what was the use of telling him a lie about a matter of no consequence? And she kept repeating, "Come now, what can it matter to you?" Then, as he continued to complain, she silenced him, saying in a rough voice, "Well, my friend, if it doesn't please you, you have a very simple remedy. The doors are all open. You must either take me as I am or leave me alone." He bowed his head. In his heart he was pleased with the young woman's protestations. She, seeing her power, no longer hesitated employing it, and from that time Satin was openly installed as part of the establishment, on the same footing as the gentleman. Vandeuvres had not required the anonymous letter to understand what was going on. He joked about it and had little quarrels of jealousy with Satin, whilst Philippe and Georges treated her as a comrade, shaking hands with her and saying some very equivocal things. Nana had an adventure. One night, having been abandoned by the hussy, she'd gone to dine in the Rue de Martyrs without being able to come across her. While she was eating alone, Daguenet made his appearance. Though he had settled down, he came there occasionally, his old vices getting the better of him, trusting not to meet any of his friends in those dark corners of Parisian abomination. Consequently, Nana's presence seemed rather to put him out at first. But he was not the man to beat a retreat. He advanced smiling. He asked if Madame would permit him to dine at her table. Seeing him inclined to joke, Nana put on her grand cold air and sharply replied, "Seat yourself wherever you please, sir. We are in a public place." Commenced in this style, the conversation became very funny. But when the dessert was served, Nana, feeling bored and burning to triumph, put her elbows on the table and then resumed her old familiar way. "Well, and your marriage, my boy, how is it getting on?" "Not very well," admitted Daguenet. As a matter of fact, when about to venture to ask for the young lady's hand, he had encountered such a coldness on the Count's part that he had prudently abstained from doing so. It seemed to him that it was all up. Nana looked him straight in the face with her bright eyes, her chin in her hand, an ironic smile on her lips. "Ah, so I'm a hussy," she resumed slowly. "Ah, so you must deliver the future father-in-law from my clutches. Well, really, For an intelligent fellow, you're a damned fool. What, you go and say a lot of nasty things to a man who adores me and who tells me everything. Listen, your marriage will come off if I choose, my boy." For a few minutes he'd been of the same opinion. A project of complete submission was forming in his mind. However, he continued to joke, not wishing to let the matter become a serious one. And after putting on his gloves, he asked her, in the most correct manner, for the hand of Mademoiselle Estelle de Beauville. She ended by laughing, as though being tickled. Oh, that Mimi! It was impossible to be angry with him. Dagonet's great successes with the ladies were due to the softness of his voice, a voice of a musical purity and suppleness, which had caused him to be nicknamed among the gay women Velvet Mouth. All yielded beneath the sonorous caress with which he enveloped them. He knew his power, so he lulled them with an endless string of words, telling her all sorts of stupid stories. When they quitted the table she was quite rosy, trembling on his arm, reconquered. As the day was very fine, she dismissed her carriage and accompanied him on foot as far as his lodging. Then, naturally, she went in with him. 2 hours later, she said, as she was putting on her things again, "So, Mimi, you want this marriage to come off?" "Well," he murmured, "it's the best thing I can do. You know I'm quite stumped." After a short silence, she resumed, "All right, I'm willing. I'll help you. You know she's as dry as a faggot. But never mind, as you're all agreeable. Oh, I'm obliging. I'll settle it for you." Then, bursting out laughing, her bosom still uncovered, she added, "Only what will you give me?" He had seized hold of her and was kissing her shoulders in a transport of gratitude. She, very gay, quivering, struggled and threw herself back. "Ah, I know," she exclaimed, excited by this play. "Listen, this is what I must have for my commission. On your wedding day you must bring me the handsel of your innocence. You understand?" That's it, said he, laughing even more than she did. The bargain amused them. They thought it very funny. It so happened that on the morrow there was a dinner party at Nana's. That is, the usual Thursday gathering, Muffat, Vandover, the two Hugons, and Satin. The Count arrived early. He was in want of 80,000 francs to rid the young woman of 2 or 3 debts, and to present her with a set of sapphires for which he had a great longing. As he had already eaten considerably into his fortune, he wished to meet with a money-lender, not yet daring to sell a portion of his estates. So, by Nana's advice, he had applied to Labordette, but the latter, considering it too big a matter for himself, had desired to speak of it to the hairdresser, Francis, who was always willing to be useful to his customers. The Count placed himself in the hands of these gentlemen, merely requesting that his name should not be mentioned. They both agreed to keep his acceptance for 100,000 francs in their possession, and they excused themselves for the 20,000 francs of interest by railing against the swindling usurers to whom, as they said, they had been forced to apply. When Muffat was ushered in, Francis was just finishing Nana's headdress. Labordette was also in the dressing-room, in his familiar fashion of a friend of no consequence. On seeing the Count, he discreetly placed a heavy bundle of banknotes among the powders and the pomades, and the bill was accepted on a corner of the marble dressing-table. Nana wished Labordette to remain to dinner, but he declined, as he was showing a rich foreigner about Paris. However, Muffat having taken him on one side to beg him to go to Becker's, the jeweller, and bring him back the set of sapphires, which he wished to have as a surprise for the young woman that very night, Labordette willingly undertook the commission. Half an hour later, Julien privately handed the Count the case of jewels. During dinner, Nana was very nervous. The sight of the 80,000 francs had upset her. To think that all that money was going to be paid away to tradespeople! It annoyed her immensely. As soon as the soup was served in that superb dining-room, illuminated with the reflection of the silver plate and the crystal ware, she became sentimental and began to praise the joys of poverty. The men were in evening dress. She herself wore a dress of embroidered white satin, whilst Satin, more modest and in black silk, had merely a golden heart, a present from her darling friend, at her throat, and behind the guests Julien and Francois waited, assisted by Zoe, all three looking very dignified. "I certainly amused myself a great deal more when I was without a sou," Nana kept repeating. She had Muffat on her right and Vandouvre on her left, but she scarcely looked at them, being entirely occupied with Satin, enthroned in front of her between Philippe and Georges. "Eh, my love," she said at each phrase, "didn't we used to laugh at that time when we went to old Mother Josse's school in the Rue Polonceau?" They were then serving the roast. The two women launched forth into recollections of their young days. They every now and then had a longing for gossip, a sudden desire to stir up all the mud of their youth, and it was invariably when men were present, as though yielding to a mania for making them acquainted with the dung-heap whence they sprouted. The gentleman turned pale, and glanced about in an embarrassed manner. The two Hugons tried to laugh, while Vandouvre nervously twirled his beard, and Muffat looked more solemn than ever. This ends Chapter 10, Part 2 of Nana. Chapter 10, Part 3 of Nana by Émile Zola, translated by Burton Rasco. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 10, Part 3 of Nana. "Do you remember Victor?" asked Nana. "He was a depraved youngster. He used to take little girls into the cellars." "I remember," replied Satin. "And I remember, too, the big courtyard at your place. There was a doorkeeper with a broom. Madame Boche, she's dead. And I can still see your shop. Your mother was awfully stout. One night when we were playing, your father came home drunk. Oh, so drunk." At this moment Vandouvre essayed a diversion by interrupting the ladies in the midst of their reminiscences. "I say, my dear, I should like some more truffles. They're excellent. I had some yesterday at the Duc de Corbleuse's, and were not to be compared to these." "Julien, hand the truffles," said Nana roughly. Then she resumed. "Ah, yes, Papa was very foolish. What a tumble-down! Ah, if you had only seen it, a regular plunge, such misery! I can well say that I have tasted of all sorts, and it's a miracle I didn't leave my carcass there, the same as Papa and Mamma." This time Muffat, who'd been nervously playing with a knife, ventured to interfere. "It is not a very amusing subject you're talking about." "Eh? What? Not amusing?" exclaimed she, crushing him with a look. "I don't suppose it is amusing. You should have sent us some bread, my dear. Oh, as you know I'm a true-hearted girl, I say what I think. Mamma was a washerwoman. Papa used to get drunk, and he died from it. There, if that doesn't suit you, if you're ashamed of my family—" They all protested. What was she thinking of? They respected her family. But she continued, "If you're ashamed of my family, well, leave me, for I'm not one of those women who disown their father and mother. You must take me with them, do you hear?" They took her. They accepted the father and the mother, the past, everything she wished. With their eyes fixed on the tablecloth, they all four now made themselves small, while she kept them beneath her muddy old shoes, of the Rue de la Goutte d'Or, with the passion of her all-powerful will. And she was slow to lay down her arms. They might bring her no end of fortunes, bring her innumerable palaces, still she would ever regret the time when she used to chew apples with the peel on. It was a fraud, that idiotic money. It was only invented for tradespeople. Then her outburst ended in a sentimental longing for a simple way of living, with one's heart in one's hand, in the midst of a universal benevolence. But at that moment she caught sight of Julien standing with his arms hanging by his sides and doing nothing. "Well, what? Pour out the champagne," said she. "Why are you looking at me like a silly gander?" During the row the servants had not even smiled. They seemed not to hear, becoming more majestic the more Madame forgot herself. Julien poured out the champagne without flinching. Unfortunately, Francois, who was handing round the fruit, held the dish too much on one side, and the apples, the pears, the grapes rolled all over the table. "Stupid fool!" cried Nana. The footman made the mistake of trying to explain that the fruit was not placed securely on the dish. Zoe had disturbed it in removing some oranges. Then said Nana, "Zoe's a fool." "But, madame," murmured the maid, very much hurt. At this madame rose, and with a gesture of royal authority said curtly, "That's enough, I think. Leave the room, all of you. We no longer require you." This execution calmed her. She at once became very quiet and very amiable. The dessert passed off most pleasantly, and gentlemen were greatly amused at having to help themselves. But Satin, who had peeled a pear, went to eat it standing up behind her darling, leaning against her shoulders, and whispering things in her ear which made them both laugh very much. Then she wished to share her last piece of pear, and held it out to Nana between her teeth, and their lips touched as they finished the fruit in a kiss. This produced a comical protest from the gentlemen. Philippe called to them not to stand on ceremony. Vandeuvres asked if they would like him to leave the room. Georges went and took hold of Satin round the waist and led her back to her seat. "How silly you are," said Nana. "You make the little darling blush." "Never mind, my love. Don't take any notice of them. That's our business." And turning towards Muffat, who was looking on in his solemn way, she added, "Isn't it, dear?" "Yes, certainly," murmured he, slowly nodding his head. There were no more protests. In the midst of these gentlemen, of these great names, these ancient integrities, the two women, seated in front of each other, exchanging tender glances, imposed themselves, and reigned with the cool abuse of their sex and their avowed contempt for man. They applauded. The coffee was served upstairs in the parlour. Two lamps lighted up with their feeble light the rose-colour hangings, the lacquer and old gold knick-knacks. There was at this hour of the night, in the midst of the caskets, the bronzes, the china, a discreet glimmer which illumined the gold and ivory incrustations, shone on the gloss of some carved wand, and watered a panel with a silky reflex. The afternoon fire had burned low. It was very warm. The debilitating heat was confined by the heavy curtains and hangings. And in this room, all full of Nana's private life, where her gloves, a handkerchief, an open book lay scattered about, one met her free from all ceremony, with her odour of violets, her jolly girl kind of disorder, creating a charming effect amongst all that wealth, whilst the easy-chairs as big as beds, and the sofas as deep as alcoves, seemed to invite to somnolence, forgetful of the flight of time, to sweet words whispered in the shadows of their corners. Satin went and stretched herself out on a sofa near the fireplace. She lit a cigarette, but Vandeuvres amused himself with pretending to be awfully jealous of her, and threatened to challenge her if she again turned Nana from her duties. Philippe and Georges joined in, teased her, and pinched her so hard that she ended by crying out, "Darling, darling, do make them leave off. They're annoying me again." "Come, leave her alone," said Nana seriously. "You know I won't have her teased. And you, my dearie, why do you always go with them when you know they are so foolish?" Satin, very red in the face, and putting out her tongue, went into the dressing-room, the open door of which showed the pale marble lighted up by the subdued flame of a gas-jet enclosed in a ground-glass globe. Then Nana conversed with the four men, with the charm pertaining to the mistress of a household. She'd been reading during the day a novel that had created a great sensation, The History of a Courtesan, and she was disgusted. She said that it was all false, showing besides an indignant repugnance for such filthy literature, which had the pretension of being true to nature, as though one could describe everything, as though a novel ought not to be written just to while away a pleasant hour. Regarding books and plays, Nana had very fixed opinions. She wished for noble and tender works, things to set her thinking and to elevate her soul. Then the conversation having turned on the troubles that were agitating Paris, on the incendiary newspaper articles, the attempts at riot following the calls to arms enunciated every night at public meetings, She vented her wrath on the Republicans. Whatever did they want, those dirty fellows who never washed themselves? Wasn't everyone happy? Hadn't the emperor done everything for the people? A lot of swine, these people. She knew them, she could speak of them. And forgetting the respect she had just exacted at the dinner table for her little world of the Rue de la Goutte d'Or, she assailed her relations and friends of bygone days with all the disgust and the horror of a woman arrived at the top of the tree. It so happened that every afternoon she had read in the Figaro the report of a public meeting written in a most comical style, and the recollection of which still made her laugh, on account of the slang words used, and the description of a disgusting drunkard who had been turned out. "Oh, those drunkards!" said she with an air of repugnance. "No, really now, their republic would be a great misfortune for everyone. Ah, may God preserve the emperor as long as possible." "God will hear you, my dear," solemnly replied Muffat. "But never fear, the emperor is strong." He liked to see that she had such good feelings. They were both of the same opinion in politics. Vandeuvres and Lieutenant Rougon were also full of jokes about the roughs, braying asses who bolted at the sight of a bayonet. Georges that night remained pale and gloomy. "What's the matter with the baby?" asked Nana, noticing how quiet he was. "Nothing. I'm listening," murmured he. But he was suffering. On leaving the dining room he had overheard Philippe joking with the young woman, and now it was Philippe and not he who was seated beside her. His chest heaved and seemed ready to burst, without his knowing why. He could not bear them to be together. He had such wicked thoughts that a lump rose in his throat, and he felt ashamed in spite of his anguish. He who laughed about Satin, who had endured Steiner, then Muffat, then all the others, revolted and became enraged at the idea that Philippe might one day become that woman's lover. "Here, take Bijou," said she to console him, passing him the little dog, which was sleeping on her lap. And Georges became quite lively again, holding something belonging to her, that animal full of the warmth of her knees. The conversation had fallen on a run of bad luck Vandeuvres had had the night before at the Cercle Impérial. Muffat, who was no player, expressed his surprise, but Vandeuvres, smiling, alluded to his approaching ruin, of which Paris already had begun to talk. It did not matter much how the end came. The thing was to end well. For some time past Nana had noticed he was nervous, with wrinkles at the corners of his mouth, and a vacillating look in his bright eyes. He retained his aristocratic haughtiness, the refined elegance of his impoverished race, and, as yet, it was only a slight vertigo at times, beneath that cranium emptied by women and play. One night that he passed with her, he had frightened her with some atrocious idea. He was thinking of shutting himself up in his stable with his horses, and setting fire to the place, when he had reached the end of his tether. At this time his only hope was in a horse named Lusignan, which was in training for the grand prize of Paris. He lived on this horse, which sustained his damaged credit. Every time Nana wanted money, he put her off till the month of June, if Lusignan won. "Bah," said she jokingly, "he can afford to lose, as he's going to clear everyone out at the races." He merely replied with a mysterious little smile, then added lightly, "By the way, I've taken the liberty of naming a filly of mine, only an outsider, after you. Nana. Nana, it sounds very well. You are not annoyed?" "Annoyed? Why?" said she, in reality greatly delighted. The conversation continued. They were talking of an execution shortly to take place, and which the young woman wanted to see, when Satin appeared at the dressing-room and called Nana in a supplicating voice. The latter rose at once and left the gentlemen, who were taking their ease, puffing their cigars, and discussing a very grave question as to how far a murderer in a chronic state of alcoholism is responsible for his actions. In the drawing-room Zoe was seated on a chair, crying bitterly, whilst Satin was vainly endeavouring to console her. "What's the matter?" asked Nana, in surprise. "Oh, darling, speak to her," said Satin. "For the last 20 minutes I've been trying to reason with her. She's crying because you called her a fool." "Yes, madame, it's very hard. It's very hard," stuttered Zoe, almost choked by a fresh fit of sobbing. This sight moved the young woman. She said some kind words, and as the other did not become calmer, she sat down before her and put her arm round her waist, with a gesture of affectionate familiarity. "But, you silly girl, I said fool just the same way as I should have said something else. I didn't mean it. I was in a passion. There, I was wrong. Now leave off crying." "I love madame so much," stammered Zoe, "after all that I have done for madame." Then Nana kissed the maid, after which, wishing to show that she was not angry, she gave her a dress that she had worn only 3 times. Their quarrels always ended in presents. Zoe wiped her eyes with her handkerchief, and before carrying the dress off on her arm, she said that they were all very sad down in the kitchen, that Julien and Francois had not been able to eat any dinner, as madame's anger had taken away all their appetite. And madame sent them a louis as a pledge of reconciliation. She could not bear to see anyone unhappy. Nana returned to the drawing-room, happy at having put an end to the tiff, which was causing her some anxiety for the morrow, when Satin whispered quickly in her ear. She complained. She threatened to go away if those men teased her again, and she insisted on her darling sending them all off that night. It would be a lesson for them. And then it would be so nice to be alone together. Nana, again becoming anxious, swore that it was not possible. Then the other spoke harshly to her, like a passionate child insisting on having her way. "I insist on it, do you hear? Send them away, or else I'll go." And she returned into the drawing-room and lay down on a sofa, away from the others and near a window, where she remained quite silent and as though dead, waiting with her large eyes fixed on Nana. The gentlemen were drawing their conclusions against the new theories of the writers on criminal law, with that wonderful proposition as to irresponsibility in certain pathological cases. There threatened to be no more criminals, but only invalids. The young woman, who kept nodding her approval, was trying to think of a means of getting rid of the Count. The others would soon be going, but he would be sure to remain behind. And so it happened. When Philippe rose to leave, Georges followed him at once. His only anxiety was not to leave his brother behind him. Vandeuvre remained a few minutes longer. He sounded the ground. He waited to see if by chance some matter did not oblige Muffat to leave him in possession. But when he saw him evidently making himself comfortable for the rest of the evening, he did not persist, but took his leave like a man of tact. But as he moved towards the door, he noticed Satin with her fixed look, and understanding, no doubt, and rather amused, he went and shook her hand. "Well, we're not angry, are we?" murmured he. "Forgive me. On my word, you're the best of us after all." Satin disdained to reply. She did not take her eyes off Nana and the Count, who were now left to themselves. Being no longer under any restraint, Muffat had gone and seated himself beside the young woman, and had taken hold of her fingers, which he was kissing. Then she, to create a diversion, asked him if his daughter Estelle was better. The night before he had complained that the child seemed very melancholy. He could never spend a happy day in his own home, with his wife always out and his daughter wrapped up in an icy silence. Nana was always full of good advice respecting these family matters. And as Muffat, his mind and his body upset, began again giving way to his lamentations, "Why don't you get her married?" asked she, recollecting her promise. And she at once ventured to speak of Daguenet. But at the mention of the name the Count showed his disgust. Never, after what she had told him. She pretended to be greatly surprised, then burst out laughing, and putting her arms round his neck, said, "Oh, how can you be so jealous? Do be reasonable. He'd been talking to you against me, and I was furious. Today I'm really sorry." But over Muffat's shoulder she encountered Satin's fixed gaze. Feeling uneasy, she let go of him, and continued in a serious tone, "My friend, this marriage must take place. I don't wish to prevent your daughter's happiness. He's really a very nice young man. You couldn't find a better one." And she launched forth into unbounded praise of Daguenet. The Count had taken hold of her hands again. He no longer said no. He would see. They could talk of it another time. Then, as he spoke of going to bed, she lowered her voice and made objections. It was impossible. She was not well. If he loved her a little, he would not insist. However, he was obstinate. He would not leave, and she was already giving in when she again encountered Satin's fixed look. Then she became inflexible. No, it could not be. The Count, much affected and looking far from well, had risen and was seeking his hat. But at the door he recollected the set of sapphires, the case containing which he felt in his pocket. He had intended hiding it at the bottom of the bed, so that her legs might come in contact with it when she first got in. It was a big child's surprise, which he'd been planning ever since dinner. And in his confusion, in his anguish at being thus dismissed, he abruptly handed her the jewels. "What is it?" asked she. "Why, sapphires. Ah, yes, that set we saw. How kind of you. But I say, darling, do you think it's the same one? It looked better in the window." Those were all the thanks he had. She let him go. He had just caught sight of Satin, waiting in silence on the sofa. Then he looked at the two women, and no longer persisting, he submissively went off. The house door was scarcely closed when Satin seized hold of Nana round the waist and danced and sang. Then, running to the window, she exclaimed, "Let's see what a fool he looks outside." In the shadow of the curtains, the two women leant on the iron rail. 1 o'clock struck. The Avenue de Villiers, now deserted, stretched far in the distance with its double row of gas lamps, in the midst of that damp darkness of March, swept by great gusts of wind full of rain. Houses in course of construction displayed their tall scaffoldings beneath the black sky. And a mad fit of laughter seized the two girls as they caught sight of Muffat's round back moving along the wet pavement, with the mournful reflection of his shadow across that icy, empty plain of a new Paris. But Nana made Satin leave off. "Take care! The police!" Then they smothered their laughter, watching with a dumb fear two black figures walking in step on the other side of the avenue. Nana, in all her luxury, in her royalty of a woman whom everyone obeyed, had preserved a dread of the police, not liking to hear them spoken of any more than she did death. She felt uneasy whenever she saw a policeman look up at her house. One never knew what to expect from such people. They might very well take them for some low gay women if they'd heard them laughing at that time of the night. Satin tremblingly pressed close up against Nana. Yet they remained there, interested by the approach of a light dancing in the midst of the puddles on the pavement. It was the lantern of an old female rag-picker who was searching the gutters. Satin recognized her. "Why," said she, "it's Queen Pomaré with her wicker cashmere." And whilst the wind beat the fine rain in their faces, she told her darling Queen Pomaré's history. Oh, she was a superb woman once, and drove all Paris mad with her beauty. She had such go, such cheek, used the men like animals, and often had grand personages weeping on her stairs. Now she had taken to drink. The women of the neighborhood amused themselves by giving her absinthe, and in the streets the urchins followed her, throwing stones. In short, a regular smash-up, a queen fallen into the mire. Nana listened, feeling very cold. "You'll just see," added Satin. She whistled like a man. The rag-picker, who was under the window, raised her head and showed herself in the yellow light of her lantern. There appeared in that bundle of rags, beneath a big handkerchief in tatters, a scarred, bluish face, with the toothless aperture of the mouth and the flaming loopholes of the eyes. And Nana, in front of this frightful old age of a courtesan drowned in alcohol, beheld in the darkness the vision of Chamon, that Irma Danglars, the retired prostitute loaded with years and with honors, ascending the steps of her chateau, surrounded by a prostrate crowd of villagers. Then, as Satin whistled again, amused at the old hag who could not see her, she murmured in an altered tone of voice, "Leave off! The police again! Let's go away, quick, my darling." The sound of footsteps returned. They closed the window. On turning round, Nana, shivering and with all her hair all wet, on beholding the room, remained, as it were, struck with astonishment, as though she'd never seen it before and had entered some unknown place. She found the atmosphere so warm, so perfumed, that she experienced a pleasant surprise. The wealth piled up around the ancient furniture, the gold and silk stuffs, the ivory, the bronzes, all seemed reposing in the rosy light of the lamps, whilst from the now hushed house there arose the sensation of a great luxury, the solemnity of the grand drawing-room, the comfortable amplitude of the dining-room, the peacefulness of the vast staircase, with the softness of the seats and carpets. It was like an abrupt expansion of herself, of her requirements of domination and enjoyment, of her wish to possess everything merely to destroy it. Never before had she felt so strongly the power of her sex. She glanced slowly around her, and then said with an air of grave philosophy, "Well, all the same, one is right in availing oneself of every opportunity when one is young." But Satin was already rolling about on the bare skins of the bedroom and calling her, "Come quick, come quick." Nana undressed herself in the dressing-room. To be ready quicker, she took her thick light hair in both hands and shook it over the silver basin, whilst a shower of long hairpins fell from it, ringing a chime on the shining metal. This ends Chapter 10, Part 3 of Nana. Chapter 11, Part 1 of Nana by Émile Zola. Translated by Burton Rasco. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 11, Part 1 of Nana. On that Sunday, beneath the cloudy sky of one of the first warm days of June, the race for the grand prize of Paris was to be run in the Bois de Boulogne. In the morning the sun had risen enveloped in a reddish mist, but towards 11 o'clock, at the moment when the first vehicles reached the Longchamp racecourse, a wind from the south swept the clouds before it. Long flakes of greyish vapour passed slowly away, whilst patches of dark blue sky gradually showed larger and larger from one end of the horizon to the other. And in the bursts of sunshine which kept appearing through the breaks in the clouds, everything sparkled abruptly. The green turf, which was little by little being covered by a crowd of vehicles, and of persons on horseback and on foot. The course still free, with the judges' stand, the winning post, and the starting place. Then opposite, in the middle of the enclosure, the 5 symmetrical stands, with their stories of brick and wood. Bathed in the midday light, the vast plain extended beyond, bordered by little trees, and confined in the west by the wooded hills of St. Cloud and Suresnes, which were crowned by the sharp outline of Mont Valérien. Nana, as excited as if the race for the grand prize was to decide her own fortune, wished to have a place as near as possible to the winning post. She arrived very early, one of the first, in her silver-mounted landau, to which were harnessed 4 magnificent white horses, a present from Count Muffat. When she appeared, with 2 postilions on the near side horses, and 2 grooms seated immovably behind the carriage, there was quite a rush on the part of the crowd, the same as at the passage of a queen. She wore the colours of the Vandouvre stable, blue and white, intermingled in a most extraordinary costume. The little body and the tunic in blue silk were very tight-fitting, and raised behind in an enormous puff, which gave all the more prominence to the tightness in front. The skirt and sleeves were in white satin, as well as a sash that passed over the shoulder, and the whole was trimmed with silver braid which sparkled in the sunshine, whilst, the more to resemble a jockey, she'd placed a flat blue cap, ornamented with a feather, on the top of her chignon, from which a long switch of her golden hair hung down the middle of her back like an enormous yellow tail. 12 o'clock struck. There were still 3 hours to wait for the race for the grand prize. As soon as the landau had taken up its position, Nana put herself at her ease, as though at home. She had amused herself by bringing Bijou and little Louis. The dog, asleep amongst her skirts, was shivering in spite of the heat, whilst the child, dressed up in ribbons and lace, remained as though dumb, and had become so pale from the force of the wind that he looked like a wax figure. The young woman, without troubling herself about her neighbours, talked very loud with Philippe and Georges Rougon, seated opposite to her amidst such a pile of bouquets, white roses and blue forget-me-nots, that they were invisible below the shoulders. "So," she was saying, "as he was becoming quite unbearable, I showed him the door, and for the last 2 days he hasn't been near me." She was speaking of Muffat, only she did not tell the 2 young men the real cause of the quarrel. One night he had found a man's hat in her room. It had merely been a stupid fancy of hers, a mere nobody she'd picked up just to enliven her. "You don't know how peculiar he's becoming," she continued, amused at the details she was giving. "He's a regular bigot. For instance, he says his prayers every night. Oh, it's quite true. He thinks I don't notice it, as I go to bed first, so as not to be in his way. But I have my eye on him. He mutters. He makes the sign of the cross as he turns round to step over me to get to the inside of the bed." "How artful," murmured Philippe. "Does he do it before and after them?" She laughed aloud. "Yes, that's it, before and after. When I doze off, I can hear him muttering again. But what annoys me is that we can't have the least dispute without his immediately talking of the priests. Now, I've always been religious. Oh, laugh as much as you like, it won't prevent me believing what I believe. Only he's too bad. He sobs. He talks of his remorse. For instance, the day before yesterday, after our row, he had quite an attack. I began to feel very anxious." But she interrupted herself to say, "Look, there are the mignons. Why, they've brought the children. Aren't they dressed up, those youngsters?" The mignons were in a very quiet-coloured landau, with a substantial air of people who had made their fortune. Rose, in a grey silk dress, trimmed with little cerise puffs and bows, was smiling, pleased at the evident delight of Henri and Charles, sitting on the front seat in their rather too ample collegian uniforms. But when the landau had taken up its position, and she caught sight of Nana, triumphing in the midst of her bouquets, with her 4 horses, her postilions, and her grooms in livery, she bit her lips, and sitting bolt upright, turned away her head. Mignon, on the contrary, looked very well and lively, waved his hand. It was one of his principles always to keep out of women's quarrels. "By the way," resumed Nana, "do you know a little old fellow, very tidy in his appearance and with very bad teeth? Monsieur Verneau. He called on me this morning." "Monsieur Verneau!" echoed Georges in amazement. "It can't be. He's a Jesuit." "Precisely. I soon found that out. Oh, you've no idea what we talked about. It was so funny. He spoke of the Count and of his disunited family, the happiness of which he implored me to restore. He was very polite, too, and smiling all the time. Then I told him I should be only too pleased to do as he wished. And in the end I promised to make the Count return to his wife. You know, it's not a joke, for I shall be delighted to see the whole lot of them happy. Besides, it will give me a rest, for there are days when he is really too tiresome." Her weariness of the last few months escaped her in that cry from her heart. With all that, too, the Count appeared to be in great straits for money. He was careworn. The bill he had given to Labordette was coming due, and he did not see his way to meet it. "Why, there's the Countess over there," said Georges, who'd been glancing along the stands. "Where?" exclaimed Nana. "What eyes he has, that baby! Hold my parasol, Philippe." But Georges, with a quick movement, forestalled his brother, and was quite delighted at holding the blue silk parasol with silver fringe. Nana looked through an enormous field-glass. "Ah, yes, I see her," said she at length. "In the stand to the right, close to a pillar, is she not? She is in mauve, with her daughter in white beside her. Why, There's Daguenet going up to them." Then Philippe talked of Daguenet's approaching marriage with that stick Estelle. It was a settled thing. They were publishing the banns. The Countess objected at first, but the Count, so it was said, had insisted. Nana smiled. I know, murmured she. "So much the better, Paul. He's a nice fellow. He deserves it." And leaning towards little Louis, she added, "Well, are you amusing yourself? How serious the child looks." The child, without a smile, watched the crowd about him, looking very old and as though full of sad reflections on what he saw. Bijou, driven from the skirts of the young woman, who was always moving about, had gone to shiver against the little one. The space around was rapidly filling up. Vehicles of all sorts continuously arrived in a compact, interminable line. There were enormous omnibuses like the Pauline, which had started from the Boulevard des Italiens with its 50 passengers, and which took up a position near the stands. Then there were dog carts, victorias, and most elegant landaus, which mingled with old tumble-down cabs dragged by the most wretched horses, and four-in-hands and stage-coaches, with their owners seated on the top, and the servants inside taking care of the hampers of champagne, and light traps of every description, some driven tandem fashion, and accompanied by a jingling of bells. Now and again a gentleman on horseback passed, or a crowd of persons on foot rushed in amongst the vehicles. The rumbling noise which accompanied the latter all along the winding turnings of the Bois de Boulogne ceased as they drove on to the grass. Nothing was heard but the murmur of the ever-increasing crowd, shouts and calls and cracking of whips, which resounded in the open air. And each time the sun appeared from out the clouds scattered by the wind, a blaze of golden light lit up the mounted harnesses and the varnished panels, and brought out the brilliant colours of the costumes, whilst in that flood of sunshine the coachmen on their high seats were conspicuous with their long whips. Labordette was alighting from an open carriage, in which Gaga, Clarisse, and Blanche de Civry had reserved him a place. As he was hastening to cross the course and enter the enclosure, Nana got Georges to call him. Then, when he came up, "What's my price?" she asked with a laugh. She was speaking of Nana, the filly, that Nana which had been ignominiously defeated in the race for the Diana prize, and which, even in the months just past, April and May, had not even been placed in the races for the Descartes prize and the Grand Poule des Produits, both of which had fallen to Lusignan, the other thoroughbred of the Vandouvre stable. Lusignan had at once become chief favourite, and had latterly been freely taken at 2-1. "Still at 50, replied Labordette. "The devil! Then I'm not worth much," resumed Nana, who was amused at the joke. "Then I shan't back myself." "No, I'll be hanged if I do. I won't put a single louis on myself." Labordette, who was in a great hurry, was starting off again, but she called him back. She wanted a piece of advice. He, who knew a number of trainers and jockeys, had the best information respecting the different stables. 20 times already his tips had come off. He was nicknamed the King of the Sporting Prophets. "Come now, which horses ought I to back?" asked the young woman. "At what price is the English one?" "Spirit at 3-1. Valerio too, also at 3-1. Then the others, Cosinus at 25, Hazard at 40, Boom at 30, Pichinette at 35, Frangipane at 10. "No, I won't back the English horse. I'm patriotic." "Well, what do you say? Shall it be Valerio too? The Duc de Corbreuse looked quite beaming just now." "Well, no, I'd rather not." 50 louis on Lusignan. What do you say?" Labordette looked at her in a peculiar manner. She leant forward and questioned him in a low voice, for she knew that Vandouvre instructed him to bet for him with the bookmakers, so as to be more free in his own betting. If he'd learned anything, he might as well tell her. But Labordette, without explaining why, advised her to trust to his instinct. He would lay out her 50 louis as he thought best, and she should not regret it. "All the horses you like," she cried gaily as he went off, "But not Nana. She's a jade." They all laughed madly in the carriage. The young men thought it very funny, whilst little Louis, without understanding, raised his pale eyes to his mother, the loud accents of whose voice surprised him. La Bordette, however, was still unable to get off. Rose Mignon had beckoned him, and she gave him some instructions which he wrote down in his notebook. Then Clarisse and Gaga called him back, as they wished to modify their bets. They'd heard different things in the crowd, and were no longer back Valerio too, but went in for Lusignan. He, quite impassible, made notes of what they required. At length he got away, and was seen to disappear between two of the stands on the other side of the course. Carriages still continued to arrive. They now comprised 5 rows along the barrier bordering the course, and formed quite a dense mass, streaked here and there by the light hue of the white horses. Then beyond, there were numerous other isolated vehicles, looking as though they had stuck in the grass, a medley of wheels and of teams in every possible position, side by side, slantwise, crosswise, and head to head. And horsemen trotted across the plots of grass that were still comparatively free, whilst foot passengers appeared in black groups continually on the move. Overtopping this kind of fairground, amidst the strangely mixed crowd, rose the grey refreshment tents, to which the sunshine imparted a white appearance. But the greatest crush, an ever-moving sea of hats, was around the bookmakers, who were standing up in open vehicles, gesticulating like quack dentists, with their betting lists stuck up on boards beside them. "All the same, it's awfully stupid not to know what horse one's backing," Nana was saying. "I must venture a few louis myself." She stood up to select the bookmaker whose face should take her fancy. But she forgot her intention as she caught sight of a crowd of acquaintances around her. Besides the Mignons, and Gaga, and Clarisse, and Blanche, there were on the right, and the left, and behind, in the midst of the mass of vehicles which had now quite shut in her landau, Tétane Néné with Maria Blonde in a victoria, Caroline Equet with her mother and 2 gentlemen in a calash, Louise Violaine all alone and driving a little basket chaise bedecked with orange and green ribbons, the colour of the Méchin stable, Léa de Horn on the box seat of a stage-coach, with a crowd of young men who were making a great noise. Farther off, Lucy Stewart, in a very simple black silk dress, was looking most distinguished beside a young man wearing the uniform of a midshipman, in a carriage of most aristocratic appearance. But what really astounded Nana was to see Simone arrive in a trap that Steiner was driving tandem fashion, with a tiger sitting bolt upright behind, his arms folded and quite immovable. She was resplendent, all in white satin striped with yellow, and sparkling with diamonds from her waist to her bonnet, whilst the banker, with a long whip, urged on the 2 horses, the first a little chestnut, which trotted like a mouse, and the other a tall bay, a stepper which raised its legs very high. "By Jove," said Nana, "that old thief Steiner must have made another haul at the Bourse. Doesn't Simone look smart? It's too much. He'll get copped one of these days." But all the same she exchanged a bow with them from a distance. She kept waving her hand, smiling and turning about, forgetting no one so as to be seen by all. And she continued talking. "But it's her son that Lucy is dragging about with her. He looks very nice in his uniform. That's why she's trying to be so grand. You know that she's afraid of him and pretends she's an actress. Poor young man, all the same, he doesn't seem to have an idea of the truth." "Pooh," murmured Philippe, laughing. "Whenever she chooses she will find him a country heiress." Nana left off talking. She had just caught sight of old Rougon in the thick of the vehicles. Having come in a cab from which she could see nothing, the old lady had quietly mounted the driver's seat. And there, standing up to the full height of her tall figure, with her noble-looking face in long curls, she commanded a full view of the crowd, and seemed to be reigning over her women people. They all discreetly smiled to her. She, as a superior being, pretended not to know them. She was not there to work, she came to see the races for pleasure, for she was an inveterate gambler, and was mad about horses. "Look, there's that idiot Lafaloise, said Georges suddenly. It was a surprise to all of them. Nana no longer recognized her Lafaloise. Since he had inherited his uncle's fortune, he had become an extraordinarily fashionable young man. With his collar slightly turned down in front, dressed in a light-colored suit which fitted tightly to his bony shoulders, and with his hair curled, he affected a jog-trot of weariness, a feeble tone of voice, slang words and phrases which he never took the trouble to finish. "But he looks very well," declared Nana, fascinated. Gaga and Clarice called Lafaloise, throwing themselves at his head, so to say, trying to hook him again. But he left them at once, with an air of pity mingled with disdain. Nana attracted him, and hastening to her, he stood on the step of the carriage, and as she chaffed him about Gaga, he murmured, "Oh, no more of the old guard. It's no use their trying. Besides, you're now my Juliette." He placed his hand on his heart. Nana laughed immensely at that abrupt declaration before everyone. But she resumed, "There, that'll do. You're making me forget that I want to bet. Georges, you see that bookmaker over there, the fat red one with curly hair? He has the head of a dirty rascal, which takes my fancy. You go and bet with him." "Well, what shall I back?" "I'm no patriot. Oh, no," stuttered Lafaloise. "All my money is on the English horse. What a lark if he wins! All the French will go mad." Nana thought his language disgraceful. Then they discussed the merits of the different horses. Lafaloise, to make everyone think that he was a judge of horseflesh, pretended they were all sorry animals. Baron Verdier's Frangipane was by truth out of Lenore. It was a big bay, and might have had a chance if it had not been lamed during training. As for Valerio, too, from the Corbreuse stable, it was not in condition. It had had the gripes in April. Oh, they were keeping that dark, but he was sure of it, on his word of honor. And he ended by recommending Hazard, a horse belonging to the Méchin stable, the worst beast of the lot, and which no one would look at. The deuce! Hazard showed superb form and such a style. There was an animal that would surprise everyone. "No," said Nana. "I shall bet 10 louis on Lusignan and 5 on Boom." On hearing this, Lafaloise burst out again. "But, my dear, Boom is simply awful. Don't back him. Even Gasse, the owner, won't. And Lusignan, he's not in it. All rubbish. By Lamb out of Princess. Just think of it. Not the ghost of a chance for anything by Lamb out of Princess. All too short in the legs." He was almost choking. Philippe observed that notwithstanding all that, Lusignan had carried off the Descartes prize and the Grand Pool des Produits. But the other was ready for him. What did that prove? Nothing at all. On the contrary, they should beware. And besides, Gresham was to ride Lusignan, so what was the use of arguing? Gresham had no luck. He never won. And the discussion, which started from Nana's landau, seemed to spread from one end of the race ground to the other. Screeching voices were heard. The passion for gambling passed over all, giving a flush to the faces and putting confusion into the gestures, whilst the bookmakers were furiously calling out the prices and inscribing the bets made. Only the small fry of the betting fraternity were there. The big bets were being made inside the enclosure. It was the greediness of the smaller gamblers risking their 5 francs, displaying their eagerness for a possible gain of a few louis. In short, the big battle was expected to be between Spirit and Lusignan. Some Englishmen, easily recognizable by their appearance, were walking about amongst the different groups as though at home, with flushed faces and already triumphing. Brahma, a horse of Lord Reading, had won the grand prize the previous year, a defeat for which all French hearts were still bleeding. This year it would be a regular disaster if France was beaten again, so that all the women were dreadfully excited on account of national pride. The Vandouvre stable became the rampart of the honor of France. They all backed Lusignan. They upheld him. They cheered him to the echo. Gaga, Blanche, Caroline, and the others all put their money on him. Lucy did not do so, because her son was with her, but it was said that Rosemignon had commissioned Labourdette to back him to the extent of 200 louis. Only old Tricon, seated beside her driver, awaited the last moment, very cool in the midst of the wrangling, predominating over the increasing uproar, in which the names of the different horses were continually repeated in the sprightly remarks of the Parisians and the guttural exclamations of the Englishmen. She listened and took notes in a majestic manner. "And Nana," said Georges, "is no one backing her?" No one was backing her. She was not even mentioned. The outsider of the Vandeuvres stable was eclipsed by Lusignan's popularity. But La Falloise raised his arms in the air and exclaimed, "An inspiration! I shall put a louis on Nana." "Bravo! I'll put 2, said Georges. "And I 3, added Philippe. And they kept increasing their amount, pleasantly paying their court, quoting figures as though they were bidding for Nana at an auction. La Falloise talked of covering her with gold. Besides, everyone ought to back her for something. They would go and canvass among those willing to bet. But as the 3 young men hastened off to carry out their designs, Nana called to them, "Remember, I'll have nothing to do with her, not on any account. Georges, 10 louis on Lusignan, and 5 on Valerio too." They rushed away. She, greatly amused, watched them glide amongst the wheels, stoop beneath the horses' heads, and beat all about the place. As soon as they recognized anyone in a carriage, they hurried to them and lauded the filly to the skies. And great bursts of laughter passed over the crowd as now and again they looked back and triumphantly held up their fingers to show the number of louis they had bet, whilst the young woman, standing up in her carriage, waved her parasol. However, they did not meet with much success. A few men allowed themselves to be persuaded. Steiner, for instance, who felt strangely moved at the sight of Nana, risked 3 louis, but the women all most emphatically refused. Thank you, they did not want a certain loss. Besides, they were not in a hurry to add to the success of a beast of a girl who put them all in the shade with her 4 white horses, her postilions, and her air of devouring everyone. Gaga and Clarice stiffly asked La Falloise if he thought them a couple of fools. When Georges boldly presented himself at the Mignons' carriage, Rose, highly incensed, turned away her head without answering. One must be a dirty baggage to allow one's name to be given to a horse. Mignon, on the contrary, followed the young man, looking greatly amused, and saying that women always brought luck. "Well?" asked Nana, when the young men returned after a long visit to the bookmakers. "You're at 40, said La Falloise. "How? At 40, cried she in amazement. "I was at 50. What has happened?" Labourdette just then returned. They were clearing the course, and the ringing of a bell announced the first race. And in the uproar by this occasion she questioned him respecting the sudden rise in price, but he answered evasively. No doubt there had been a few inquiries about the filly. She was obliged to be contented with that explanation. Besides, Labourdette, who appeared to have something on his mind, told her that Vandeuvres intended coming if he could possibly get away for a time. The race ended almost unnoticed in the waiting for the big event, when a cloud burst over the course. For some little while the sun had disappeared, and a dull light darkened the crowd. The wind rose and the rain came down, first in big drops, and then in torrents. There was a momentary confusion. Shouts and jokes and oaths were heard on all sides, whilst the people on foot scrambled under cover in the refreshment tents. In the carriages the women tried to shelter themselves, holding their parasols with both hands, and the bewildered footmen hastened to raise the hoods. But the shower ceased almost immediately. The sun reappeared with dazzling splendor, shining amidst the last fine drops of rain. A long strip of blue appeared in the place of the cloud as the wind carried it over the Bois. And the sky became quite bright, raising the laughter of the women, who no longer feared for their elegant costumes, whilst the flood of golden sunshine, in the midst of the snorting of the horses and the helter-skelter and agitation of the soaked crowd shaking off the wet, lit up the ground all sparkling with drops of crystal. "Oh, poor little Louis," said Nana. "Are you very wet, my cherub?" The child, without a word, let her wipe his hands with her pocket handkerchief. She then wiped Bijou, who was trembling more than ever. It was nothing, only a few spots on the white satin of her dress, but she didn't care. The bouquets, freshened up, glittered like snow, and she, feeling so happy, smelt one of them, wetting her lips as though in dew. The shower, however, had had the effect of suddenly filling the stands. Nana looked at them through her field-glass. At that distance one could only distinguish a compact and mixed mass, piled up on the different tiers, a dark background broken by the pale faces. The sun filtered in through the corners of the roof, curtailing the seated crowd with angles of light, and giving a washed-out appearance to the costumes of the women. But Nana was most amused by the ladies whom the shower had driven from the rows of chairs placed on the gravel at the foot of the stands. As admission to the enclosure was rigorously denied to all gay women, Nana made the most spiteful remarks about the respectable members of her sex, who she considered were shockingly badly dressed and looked highly ridiculous. A murmur ran through the crowd. The Empress was entering the little stand in the center, a pavilion in the form of a Swiss cottage, the large balcony of which was furnished with red armchairs. "Why, there she is," said Georges. "I did not think he was on duty this week." Count Bouffat's stiff, solemn figure had appeared behind the Empress. Then the young men began to joke, regretting Satin was not there to go and give him a knock in the stomach. But Nana, looking through her field-glass, caught sight of the head of the Prince of Scotland in the imperial stand. "Look, there's Charles!" she cried. She thought he was fatter. In 18 months he seemed to have become broader, and she gave some details. Oh, he was a devilish strong fellow. Round about her, the other women in their carriages were whispering that the Count had given her up. It was quite a story. The Tuileries had become scandalized at the Chamberlain's behavior since he'd been going about with her openly. So, to preserve his place, he'd put an end to his connection with her. Lafaloise impudently repeated the story to the young woman, again offering himself and calling her his Juliet. But she had a hearty laugh and said, "It's absurd. You don't know him. I've only to whistle to him, and he'll throw everything up for me." For a few minutes she'd been watching Countess Sabine and Estelle. Daguenet was still with them. Fauchery, who had just arrived, disturbed everyone in order to get to them, and he also remained there smiling. Then she continued, disdainfully pointing to the stands. "Besides, you know, all those people no longer amaze me. I know them too well. You should see them with the gloss off. No more respect. Respect is done with. Filth below, filth up above. It's always filth and company. That's why I won't put up with any nonsense." This ends Chapter 11, Part 1 of Nana. Chapter 11, Part 2 of Nana by Émile Zola. Translated by Burton Rasco. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 11, Part 2 of Nana. And she made an extended gesture which included all, from the grooms leading the horses on to the course, to the sovereign herself, who was conversing with Charles, a prince, but a dirty fellow all the same. "Bravo, Nana! She's capital, Nana!" exclaimed Lafaloise enthusiastically. The sounds of the bell were lost in the wind. The races continued. The race for the Ispahan prize had just been won by Berlingot, a horse belonging to the Méchin stable. Nana called to Labordette to ask him for news of her 50 louis. He laughed and refused to tell her which horses he had backed, so as not to change the luck, he said. Her money was well invested, as she would see by and by. And as she told him of her 2 bets,
10 on Lusignan and 5 on Valerio too. He shrugged his shoulders with an air of saying that women would make fools of themselves in spite of everything. This surprised her a great deal. She could no longer understand anything. At this moment the animation increased around. Luncheons were spread in the open air to help to pass the time until the race for the grand prize was run. Everyone ate and drank still more anywhere, on the grass, on the high seats of the stagecoaches and the drags, in the Victorias, the broughams, and the landaus. There was a general spread of cold meats and unpacking of hampers of champagne, which the footmen brought from under box seats. The corks flew out with feeble detonations, which were carried away by the wind. Jokes were bandied about. The sound of breaking glasses introduced cracked notes into the nervous gaiety. Gaga and Clarisse were making quite a meal with Blanche, devouring sandwiches on a cloth which they had spread over their knees. Louise Violaine had alighted from her basket-chaise and joined Caroline Hequet, and on the grass at their feet some gentlemen had set up an imitation bar, where Tatin, Maria, Simone, and the others came to drink, whilst close by, up aloft, there was quite a band on a stagecoach with Léa Dehorn, all emptying bottles as fast as they could and getting quite tipsy in the sunshine, shouting and gesticulating above the crowd. But soon everyone pressed round Nana's landau. She was standing up filling glasses of champagne for the men who came to shake hands with her. One of the footmen, Francois, handed up the bottle, whilst La Falloise, imitating the voice of a mountebank, called out, "Walk up, gentlemen, it's all for nothing. There's some for everyone." "Do be quiet, my dear fellow," Nana ended by saying. "We look like a lot of buffoons." She thought him very funny, however, and was immensely amused. One moment she had the idea of sending Georges with a glass of champagne to Rose Mignon, who pretended she did not drink. Henri and Charles looked bored to death. The youngsters would have liked some champagne, but Georges, being afraid of a row, drank the wine himself. Then Nana recollected little Louis, whom she had forgotten behind her. Perhaps he was thirsty, and she got him to take a few drops of wine, which made him cough frightfully. Walk up, gentlemen," repeated La Falloise. "It doesn't cost 2 sous, it doesn't cost 1 sou. We give it for nothing." But Nana interrupted him, exclaiming, "Look, there's Bordenave over there. Call him. Oh, please run and fetch him." It was indeed Bordenave, who was walking about with his hands behind his back, and a hat that looked rusty in the sunshine, and a greasy frock coat all whitened at the seams. A Bordenave disfigured by bankruptcy, but still as furious as ever, displaying his misery amongst the world of fashion with the cheek of a man ever ready to violate fortune. "The devil! What style!" said he, when Nana, like the good-natured girl she was, held out her hand to him. Then, after tossing off a glass of champagne, he uttered this remark, full of deep regret. "Ah, if I was only a woman! But damn it all, it doesn't matter. Will you return to the stage? I've an idea. We'll take the Gaiety Theatre, and between us we will carry Paris by storm. What do you say? You at least owe me that." And he remained standing, grumbling to himself, though happy at seeing her again, for, as he said, that confounded Nana was balm to his heart, merely by living before him. She was his daughter, his very blood. The circle increased. Now La Falloise was pouring out, whilst Philippe and Georges went in search of more friends. Slowly but surely everyone was attracted to the spot. Nana had a laugh and a witty remark for everyone. The different bands of drinkers drew nearer. All the champagne scattered about came towards her. There was soon but one crowd, but one uproar around her landau, and she reigned among the glasses held towards her, with her yellow hair flying in the breeze and her snow-white face bathed with sunshine. Then, to crown all, and to finally settle the other women who were enraged at her triumph, she filled her glass and raised it on high, in her old posture of Venus victorious. But someone was touching her on the back, and on turning round she was surprised to see Mignon on the seat.
She disappeared for a moment and seated herself beside him, for he had something important to say to her. Mignon was in the habit of saying everywhere that his wife was ridiculous to have a grudge against Nana. He considered it stupid and useless. "This is what's the matter, my dear," murmured he. "Be careful not to make Rose too wild. You understand, I prefer to put you on your guard. Yes, she has a weapon, and as she has never forgiven you the little Duchess affair—" "A weapon?" interrupted Nana. "What the deuce do I care?" "Listen, it's a letter that she must have found in Fauchery's pocket, a letter written to that wretch Fauchery by Countess Sabine. And on my word, it's all there in black and white. So Rose intends to send the letter to the Count to be avenged on you and him." "What the deuce do I care?" repeated Nana. "It's awfully funny, though. Ah, so it's true about Fauchery. Well, so much the better. She annoyed me immensely. What a joke it'll be." "But no, I don't want it to be done," hastily resumed Mignon. "It would make such a scandal. Besides, it would be of no use to us." He stopped, afraid of saying too much. She exclaimed that she was certainly not going to pull a respectable woman out of the mire, but as he persisted she looked him full in the face. No doubt he was afraid of seeing Fauchery back in his family circle if the Countess were exposed. That was just what Rose wished, at the same time desiring vengeance, for she still entertained a tender feeling for the journalist. And Nana became thoughtful. She was thinking of Monsieur Venot's visit, and was forming a plan whilst Mignon was trying to convince her. "Well, suppose Rose sends the letter. There'll be a great scandal, won't there? You will be mixed up in it. Everyone will say it's your fault. Then the Count will at once separate from his wife." "Why so?" asked she. "On the contrary—" But in her turn she interrupted herself. There was no need for her to think out aloud. At last she pretended to enter into Mignon's view so as to get rid of him, and as he advised her to give in a bit to Rose, to pay her a little visit, for instance, there before everyone, she replied that she would see, that she would think about it. A sudden uproar caused her to stand up again. On the course some horses passed like a flash of lightning. It was the race for the City of Paris prize, which fell to Cornemuse. Now the race for the grand prize was about to be run. The fever increased. Anxiety seized on the crowd, which stamped and swayed in an endeavor to make the time pass more quickly. And at that last moment a surprise bewildered the betting men. The continual rise in the price of Nana, the outsider of the Vandouvre stable. Gentlemen returned every minute with a fresh quotation. Nana was at 30. Nana was at 25. Then at 20. Then at 15. No one understood what it meant. A filly beaten on every race course, a filly which that very morning could not find a backer at 50. What could be the meaning of that sudden craze? Some laughed and talked of the clean sweep made of all those idiots who were allowing themselves to be taken in. Others, serious and anxious, were sure there was something up. All sorts of stories were recalled, of the robberies countenanced on the racecourse. But this time the great name of Vandouvre silenced all accusations, and the skeptics found most believers when they prophesied that Nana would come in a good last. "Who rides Nana?" asked La Falloise. Just then the real Nana reappeared. Then the gentleman, bursting into exaggerated laughter, gave an indecent meaning to the question. Nana bowed. "It's Price," she replied. And the discussion recommenced. Price was an English celebrity, unknown in France. Why had Vandouvre engaged this jockey when Gresham generally rode Nana? Besides, everyone was surprised to see him trust Lusignan to that Gresham who, as La Falloise said, never came in first. But all these remarks were lost in the jokes and the contradictions and the extraordinary hubbub of various opinions. To pass the time, everyone returned to the bottles of champagne. Then a whisper passed round, the groups made way, and Vandouvre appeared. Nana pretended to be cross. "Well, you're nice not to come till this time, I who've been longing to see the enclosure." "Come then," said he, "there is still time. You can have a look round. I just happen to have a lady's ticket." And he led her off on his arm, she delighted at seeing the jealous looks with which Lucy, Caroline, and the other women watched her. The two Hugons and La Falloise, remaining in the landau, continued to do the honors of her champagne. She called to them that she would be back directly. But Vandeuvres, having caught sight of La Bordette, beckoned to him, and a few brief words passed between them. "Have you picked up everything?" "Yes." "For how much?" 1,500 louis, a little everywhere." As Nana, full of curiosity, was listening, they said no more. Vandeuvres was very nervous, and his clear eyes seemed lighted up with little flames of fire, the same as on the night when he frightened her by talking of burning himself in his stable with his horses. As they crossed the course, she lowered her voice and said, "I say, just tell me this. Why has the price of your filly gone up? It's creating quite a sensation." He started and exclaimed, "Ah, so everyone's talking of it. What a set they are, those betting men. When I've a favourite, they all jump at it, and there's nothing left for me. Then, when an outsider's inquired after, they clamour and cry out as though they were being fleeced." "Well, you must put me on my guard, for I've been betting," she resumed. "Has she a chance?" A sudden rage overpowered him, without any apparent reason. Have the goodness not to badger me any more. Every horse has a chance. The price has gone up, of course, because some people have been backing her. Who, I don't know. I'd rather leave you if you're going to continue your idiotic questions." This way of speaking was neither in accordance with his usual temper or habits. She felt more surprised than hurt. He too felt ashamed of himself, and as she stiffly requested him to be more polite, he apologized. For some little time past he'd been subject to these sudden fits of temper. No one belonging to the gallant world of Paris ignored that on that day he was playing his last cards. If his horses did not win, if they lost him the considerable sums for which he had backed them, it would be not only a disaster, but a regular collapse. The grand appearances which his undermined existence, destroyed by disorders and debts, preserved, would tumble and noise his ruin abroad. And Nana, as everyone also knew, was the man-destroyer who had finished him, who had been the last to attack that already damaged fortune, and had cleared off all that remained. The maddest caprices imaginable were related. Gold thrown to the winds, an excursion to Baden, where she'd not even left him the money to pay the hotel bill, a handful of diamonds flung into the fire one night of intoxication to see if they would burn like coal. Little by little, with her big limbs and her noisy, vulgar laughter, she had taken complete possession of that air, so impoverished and so cunning of an ancient race. At that hour he was risking his all, overpowered by a taste for what was vile and idiotic, that he had even lost the strength of his skepticism. 8 days before, she'd made him promise her a chateau on the Normandy coast, between Havre and Trouville, and he had made it a point of honor to keep his word. Only she preyed on his nerves. He thought her so stupid that he could have beaten her. The gatekeeper had permitted them to enter the enclosure, not daring to stop the woman on the Count's arm. Nana, full of pride on at length placing her foot on that forbidden spot, studied her poses and walked slowly along in front of the ladies seated at the foot of the stands. On 10 rows of chairs there was a deep mass of elegant costumes, blending their gay colors in the open air. Chairs were turned round, friends had formed into groups just as they chanced to meet, the same as in some public garden, with children playing around. And higher up, the tiers of the stands were filled to overflowing, whilst the delicate framework cast its shadows over the light-colored garments. Nana stared at the ladies. She made a point of looking fixedly at Countess Sabine. Then, as she passed in front of the imperial pavilion, the sight of Muffat standing up near the Empress in all his official dignity amused her immensely. "Oh, how stupid he looks!" said she out loud to Vandouvre. She wished to see everything. This bit of a park with its lawns and its groups of trees did not strike her as very interesting. A refreshment contractor had set up a large bar near the railings. Beneath an immense circular thatched roof, a group of men were shouting and gesticulating. This was the betting ring. Close by were some empty horse boxes, and to her disappointment she merely beheld the horse of a gendarme. Then there was the paddock, a little more than 100 yards round, where a stable lad was walking Valerio to, well covered up. And that was all, with the exception of a number of men on the gravel paths, wearing their orange-colored tickets in their buttonholes, and a continual promenade of people in the open galleries of the stands, which interested her for a moment. But really, it wasn't worthwhile being upset, because one was kept out of there. Daguenet and Fauchery, who were passing, bowed to her. She beckoned to them, so they were obliged to draw near, and she launched out into abuse of the enclosure. Then, interrupting herself, she exclaimed, "Hallo! There's the Marquis de Chouard! How old he's looking! He's doing for himself, the old rogue! Is he still as unruly as ever?" Then Daguenet related the old fellow's last prank, a story of a day before which had not then got about. After hovering around for months, he had just given Gaga, it was said, 30,000 francs for her daughter Amélie. "Well, it's abominable!" exclaimed Nana indignantly. "It's a fine thing to have daughters. But now I think of it, it must have been Lily that I saw over there in a brougham with a lady. I thought I knew the face. The old fellow must have brought her out." Vandouvre was not listening, but stood by impatiently and anxious to get rid of her. However, Fauchery having said that if she had not seen the bookmaker she had not seen anything, the Count was obliged to take her to these, in spite of his visible reluctance. This time she was satisfied. It was really very curious. In an open space composed of a series of grass plots bordered by young chestnut trees, and shaded by tender green leaves, a compact line of bookmakers, forming a vast circle, as though at a fair, awaited those desirous of betting. In order to overlook the crowd, they were standing on wooden benches. They had posted up their betting lists against the trees, whilst, with an eye ever on the watch, they at the least sign made notes of bets so rapidly that some of the spectators gazed at them with open mouths and without comprehending. All was confusion. Odds were shouted out, and exclamations greeted the unexpected changes in the prices. And now and again, increasing the hubbub, scouts running at full speed would arrive and call out at the top of their voices the news of a start or a finish, which would raise a long murmur midst all that fever for gambling beneath the shining sun. "How funny they are," murmured Nana, highly amused. "Their faces all look as though they were turned inside out. You see that big one there? Well, I shouldn't care to meet him by myself in the middle of a wood." But Vandouvre pointed out to her a bookmaker, an assistant in a draper's shop, who had made 3 millions in 2 years. Slim, delicate-looking, and fair, he was treated by everyone with the greatest respect. He was spoken to smilingly, and people stood by to look at him. They were at last about to leave, when Vandouvre nodded to another bookmaker, who thereupon ventured to call to him. He was one of his old coachmen, an enormous fellow with shoulders like an ox and a very red face. Now that he was tempting fortune on the racecourse, with a capital of doubtful origin, the Count gave him a helping hand, commissioning him with his secret betting, and always treating him as a servant from whom one has nothing to hide. In spite of this protection, the fellow had lost some very heavy sums one after another, and he also was playing his last card on that day, his eyes all bloodshot and himself on the verge of a fit of apoplexy. "Well, Maréchal," asked Vandouvre in a low voice, "how much have you against?" 5,000 louis, sir," replied the bookmaker, also speaking low. "That's good, isn't it? I must admit that I've lowered the price. I've laid the odds at 3-1. Vandouvre looked greatly annoyed. No, I won't have it. Put it back at 2 to 1 at once. I will never tell you anything again, Maréchal." "Oh, but what can that matter to you now, sir?" resumed the other, with the humble smile of a confederate. "I had to attract the people so as to place your 2,000 louis." Then Vandover made him give over. But as he went away, Maréchal, recollecting something, regretted that he had not questioned him respecting his filly's rise in price. He was in a pretty mess if the filly had a chance, for he had taken 200 louis about her, laying 50 to 1 against. Nana could not make anything out of the words whispered by the Count, but she did not dare question him again. He seemed more nervous than ever, and abruptly placed her under the care of Labordette, whom they found waiting at the entrance to the weighing place. "You must take her back," said he. "I have something to attend to. Goodbye." And he went inside. It was a narrow apartment, with a low ceiling, and almost filled with a big weighing machine. It was like the room where luggage is weighed at a small suburban station. Nana was again greatly disappointed. She'd figured to herself a very vast affair, a monumental apparatus for weighing the horses. What? They only weighed the jockeys? Then there was no need to make such a fuss about it. Seated in the scales, a jockey, looking an awful fool, with his saddle and harness on his knees, was waiting till a stout man in an overcoat had taken his weight, whilst the stable lad at the door held the horse, Cosinus, around which the crowd gathered, silent and wrapped in thought. They were clearing the course, but he returned a few steps to show her a little fellow talking to Vandover apart from the others. "Look, there's Price," said he. "Ah, yes, he rides me," she murmured with a laugh. She thought him very ugly. To her all the jockeys looked like fools, no doubt, said she, because they were not allowed to grow. That one, a man of 40, had the appearance of an old dried-up child, with a long, thin face, looking hard and death-like and full of wrinkles. His body was so knotty, so reduced, that the blue jacket with white sleeves seemed to cover a piece of wood. "No," she resumed as they moved away, "you know he isn't my fancy." A mob still crowded the course, the wet-trodden grass of which looked almost black. The crowd pressed in front of the boards, placed very high up on iron posts, which exhibited the numbers of the starters, and with raised heads greeted uproariously each number that an electric wire, communicating with the weighing place, made appear. Some gentlemen were ticking their racing cards. Pichenette, having been scratched by his owner, caused a slight commotion. Nana, however, simply passed by on Labordette's arm. The bell was ringing persistently for the course to be cleared. "Ah, my friends," said she as she re-entered her landau, "it's all humbug, their enclosure." Everyone about her applauded her return. "Bravo, Nana! Nana is restored to us!" How stupid they were! Did they think her one to give them the slip? She returned at the right time. Attention! It was going to begin. And the champagne was forgotten. Everyone left off drinking. But Nana was surprised to find Gaga in her carriage, with Bijou and little Louis on her knees. Gaga had come there for the sake of being near La Faloise, though she pretended that she had done so because she so longed to kiss the baby. She adored children. "Ah, by the way, and Lily?" asked Nana. "It's she, is it not, in that old fellow's brougham over there? I've just been told something that isn't very creditable." Gaga assumed a most grieved expression of countenance. "My dear, it has made me quite ill," said she woefully. "I cried so much yesterday. I was obliged to keep my bed all day, and even this morning I was afraid I should not be able to come. Well, you know what my notion was. I did not wish her to do as she has done. I had her brought up in a convent, and intended getting her well married. And she always had the best advice and was constantly looked after. Well, my dear, she would have her own way. Oh, we had such a scene, bitter tears, unpleasant words, until it ended by my slapping her face. She felt so dull she would try the change. Then when she took it into her head to say, 'It's not you, anyhow, who have the right to prevent me,' I said to her, "You are a wretch. You dishonor us. Be off." And so off she went. But I consented to make the best arrangement I could for her. However, there's my last hope gone, and I'd been planning, such grand things. The sounds of a quarrel caused them to stand up. It was Georges who was defending Vandeuvre against several vague rumors that were passing from group to group. "How absurd to say that he no longer believes in his horse!" exclaimed the young man. "Only yesterday at the club he backed Lusignan to the extent of 1,000 louis. "Yes, I was there," added Philippe, "and he didn't back Nana for a single louis. If Nana's got to 10-1, it's not owing to him. It's ridiculous to give people credit for so much calculation. Besides, what interest could he have in behaving so?" Labordette listened in a quiet sort of way, and shrugging his shoulders, observed, "Let them say what they like, they must talk of something. The Count has just laid another 500 louis at least on Lusignan, and if he's backed Nana for 100, it's merely because an owner must show some faith in his horses." "What the devil can it matter to us?" yelled La Falloise, waving his arms. "Spirit will win. France is nowhere. Bravo, England!" A tremor passed slowly through the crowd, whilst a fresh peal of the bell announced the arrival of the horses at the starting place. Then Nana, to obtain a better view, stood up on one of the seats of her landau, treading on the bouquets of forget-me-nots and roses. With a glance round, she took in the vast horizon. At this last moment, when the excitement was at fever heat, she beheld first of all the empty course, enclosed by its grey barriers, along which policemen were stationed at intervals, and the broad band of muddy grass before her became greener and greener in the distance, until it merged into a soft, velvety carpet. Then, as she lowered her eyes and gazed around in her immediate vicinity, she saw an ever-moving crowd standing on tiptoe or clambering on to the vehicles, excited and animated by the same passion, with the horses neighing, the refreshment tents shaking in the wind, and riders urging on their steeds in the midst of the foot-passengers hastening to the barriers. Whilst, when she looked at the stands on the other side of the course, the people seemed smaller, the massive heads appeared merely a medley of colours filling the paths, the benches, and the terraces, beneath the dull sky. And she could see the plain beyond. Behind the ivy-covered windmill to the right there was a background of meadows, intersected with plantations. In front, as far as the Seine, which flowed at the foot of the hill, park-like avenues, along which interminable rows of immovable vehicles were waiting, crossed each other. Then, on the left, towards Boulogne, the country spreading out again, opened into a view of the bluey heights of Meudon, intercepted only by a row of paulownias, the rosy tufts of which, without a single leaf, formed a sheet of vivid crimson. People still continued to arrive. Numbers were hastening from over there, looking like so many ants as they weeded their way along a narrow path which crossed the fields, whilst far off, in the direction of Paris, the spectators who did not pay, a host who camped out in the wood, formed a long black moving line under the trees on the outskirts of the Bois. But suddenly a feeling of gaiety excited the 100,000 souls who covered that bit of a field with a commotion of insects disporting themselves beneath the vast sky. The sun, which had been hidden for the last quarter of an hour, reappeared and shone in a flood of light, and everything sparkled once more. The women's parasols looked like innumerable shields of gold above the crowd. Every one applauded the sun, gay laughter saluted it, and arms were thrust out to draw aside the clouds. At this moment a police officer appeared, walking alone along the centre of the now deserted course. Higher up, towards the left, a man could be seen holding a red flag in his hand. "That's the starter, the Baron de Mauriac," replied Labordette to a question of Nana's. Among the men surrounding the young woman, and who pressed even on to the steps of her landau, there arose a hubbub of exclamations, of sentences left unfinished, in the flush of first impressions. Philippe and Georges, Bordenave, La Falloise could not keep quiet. This ends Chapter 11, Part 2 of Nana. Chapter 11, Part 3 of Nana by Émile Zola. Translated by Burton Rasco. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 11, Part 3 of Nana.
Don't push! Let me see! Ah, the judge is entering his box. Did you say it was Monsieur de Souvigny? I see he must have good eyes to decide a close contest from such a place. Do be quiet, they're hoisting the flag. Here they come, look out! The first one is Cosinus.
A red and yellow flag waved in the air from the top of the starting post. The horses arrived one by one, led by stable lads, the jockeys in the saddle, their arms hanging down and looking mere bright specks in the sunshine. After Cosinus, Hazard and Boom appeared. Then a murmur greeted Spirit, a tall, handsome bay, whose harsh colors, lemon and black, had a Britannic sadness. Valerio, too, met with a grand reception. He was a lively little animal, and the colors were pale green, edged with pink. Vandover's 2 horses were a long time making their appearance. At length, the blue and white colors were seen following Frangipane. But Lusignan, a very dark bay of irreproachable form, was almost forgotten in the surprise created by Nana's appearance. No one had ever before seen her thus. The sunshine gave to the chestnut filly the golden hue of a fair-haired girl. She glittered in the light like a new Louis, with her deep chest, her graceful head and neck and shoulders, and her long, nervous, delicate back.
"Why, she has hair the color of mine!" exclaimed Nana, delighted. "I feel quite proud of her."
They all climbed on to the landau. Bordenave almost trod on little Louis, whom his mother had forgotten. He caught hold of him, grumbling in a paternal manner, and, lifting him onto his shoulder, he murmured, "Poor young'un, he must see too. Wait a minute, and I'll show you your mamma. There, over there. Look at the Gigi." And as Bijou was scratching his legs, he lifted him up also, whilst Nana, delighted with the animal that bore her name, glanced at the other women to see how they took it. They were all madly jealous. At this moment old Tricon, on her cab, immovable until then, waved her hands and shouted some instructions to a bookmaker over the crowd. Her instinct prompted her. She backed Nana. Lafaloise was making an unbearable row, however. He was quite smitten with Frangipane. "I've an inspiration," he cried. "Just look at Frangipane. See what go there is in him. I take Frangipane at 8-1. Who'll bet?" "Do be quiet," Labordette ended by saying. "You'll only regret it all by and by." "Frangipane's a jade," declared Philippe. "He's already wet with perspiration. Look, they're going to canter." The horses had turned to the right, and they started on their preliminary canter, passing in front of the grandstand in a disordered crowd. Then the excited remarks broke out again. Everyone spoke at the same time. "Lusignan is in good condition, but he's too long in the back." "You know, not a farthing on Valerio, too. He's nervous. He holds his head too high. It's a bad sign. Hello, it's Bourne who's riding Spirit. I tell you he has no shoulder. A good shoulder means everything. No, Spirit is decidedly too quiet. Listen, I saw Nana after the race for the Grand Poule des Produits. She was soaking her coat as though dead and breathing fit to burst. 20 louis she isn't placed. Enough, enough! What a confounded nuisance he is with his Frangipane. It's too late. They're going to start." Lafaloise, almost crying, was struggling to get to a bookmaker. The others had to reason with him. All the necks were stretched out, but the first start was not a good one. The starter, who in the distance looked like a thin black stick, had not lowered his red flag. The horses returned to the post after a short gallop. There were 2 other false starts. At length the starter, getting the horses all well together, sent them off with a skill that won admiration on all sides.
"Magnificent start!"
"No, it is chance. Never mind, they're off." The noise died away in the anxiety which filled every breast. Now the betting ceased. The game was being played on the immense course. Complete silence reigned at last, as though all breathing was suspended. Faces were raised, white and trembling. At the start, Hazard and Cosinus had made the running, leading all the others. Valerio too followed close behind them. The rest came on in a confused mass. When they passed in front of a stand, shaking the earth, and with a sudden gust of wind caused by their immense speed, the group had stretched out to fully 40 lengths. Franco-Prussian was last. Nana was a little behind Lusignan and Spirit. "The deuce!" murmured Labordette. "The English one is picking his way well through them." Every one in the landau had something to say, some exclamation to utter. All stood upon tiptoe and watched intently the bright colors of the jockeys borne along in the sunshine. As they ascended the incline, Valerio too took the lead. Cosinus and Hazard were losing ground, whilst Lusignan and Spirit, neck and neck, were still followed closely by Nana.
"Damn it! The English horse has won, that's quite plain," said Bordenave. "Lusignan is tiring, and Valerio too can't stay."
"Well, it's disgusting if the English horse wins," exclaimed Philippe, in a burst of patriotic grief. A feeling of anguish gradually overwhelmed that mob of people. Another defeat! And a wish of extraordinary ardor, amounting almost to a prayer, for Lusignan's success was inwardly expressed by all, whilst they abused Spirit and his funereal-looking jockey. The crowd, scattered over the grass, broke up into bands who were running with all their might. Horsemen galloped swiftly over the ground. And Nana, turning slowly round, beheld at her feet that surging mob of men and animals, that sea of heads looking as though dashed about and carried along the course by the vortex of the race, streaking the bright horizon of the jockeys. She watched the fast-stepping legs, which, as the distance increased, assumed the slenderness of hares. Now, at the farthest limit of the circle, she saw them sideways, looking so small and slight against the green background of the Bois. Then suddenly they disappeared behind a large cluster of trees close to the course. "Don't despair," cried Georges, still full of hope. "It's not over yet. The English horse is caught." But Lafaloise, again overcome by his disdain for the national cause, became quite scandalous in his applause of Spirit. "Bravo! It served them right. France was in need of the lesson. Spirit first, and Frangipane second. It would aggravate his fatherland." Labordette, whom he thoroughly exasperated, seriously threatened to throw him out of the carriage. "We'll see how long they take," quietly observed Bordenave, who, with little Louis on his shoulder, had pulled out his watch. One by one the horses reappeared from behind the clump of trees. Then the crowd uttered a long murmur of amazement. Valerio too still had the lead, but Spirit was gaining on him, and Lusignan, who was next, had given way, whilst another horse was taking his place. The spectators could not understand it at first. They mixed up the colors. Exclamations arose on all sides. "But it's Nana!" "Nana? Absurd! I tell you Lusignan still keeps his place." "Yes, it is, though. It is Nana. It is easy to recognize her by her golden color. There, look at her now. She seems all on fire. Bravo, Nana! There's an artful minx for you." "Bah, it's nothing. She's only making the running for Lusignan." For some seconds that was the general opinion, but the filly slowly continued to gain ground in a continued effort. Then an immense emotion seized upon all. The horses in the rear no longer excited the smallest interest. A last struggle began between Spirit, Nana, Lusignan, and Valerio too. Their names were on the lips of everyone. Their progress or their falling off was proclaimed in short, disconnected sentences. And Nana, who had climbed on to the coachman's seat, as though lifted up by some invisible power, was all pale and trembling, and so deeply moved that she could not say a word. La Baudette, close beside her, was once more smiling. "Well, the English horse is in difficulties," said Philippe joyfully. "He is not going so well." "Anyhow, Lusignan is done for," cried La Faloise. "Valerio too leads the way. Look, there they are, the whole four of them, close together." The same words came from every throat. "What a rate they're going at! Oh, what a frightful rate!" Nana now beheld the group coming towards her like a flash of lightning. You could feel their approach, and almost their breathing, a distant roar which grew louder and louder every second. The whole crowd impetuously rushed to the barriers, and preceding the horses, a heavy clamor escaped from every chest, coming nearer and nearer, with a sound like the ocean breaking on the shore. It was the final outburst of brutal passion aroused by a colossal venture. 100,000 spectators with one fixed idea, burning with the same hankering for luck, following with their eyes those animals whose gallop carried off millions. They shoved and trampled on one another, with clenched fists and open mouths, each one for himself, and urging on his favorite with his voice and gestures. And the cry of this vast multitude, which was like the roar of some savage beast, became more and more distinct. "Here they come! Here they come! Here they come!" But Nana continued to gain ground. Now Valerio too was distanced, and she led with spirit by 2 or 3 necks. The rumbling noise resembling thunder increased. As they came on, a tempest of oaths greeted them from the landau. "Gee up, Lusignan, you big coward, you sorry beast! Look at the English one, isn't he grand? Go it, old fellow, go it! And that Valerio, it's disgusting! Ah, the carrion, my 10 louis are nowhere now. There's only Nana in it. Bravo, Nana! Bravo, little slut!" And Nana, on the coachman's box, was swinging her hips and thighs without knowing she did so, as though she herself was running. She kept protruding her body under the notion that it helped the filly along, and each time she did so she sighed wearily, and said in a low, painful tone of voice, "Go it! Go it! Go it!" A grand sight was then beheld. Price, erect in the stirrups, his whip raised, flogged Nana with an iron arm. That old dried-up child, that long figure, usually looking so hard and dead, seemed shooting sparks of fire, and in a burst of furious audacity, of triumphant will, he instilled some of his own spirit into the filly. He kept her up, he carried her along, covered with foam and with eyes all bloody. The cluster of horses passed like a flash of lightning, sweeping the air, taking away the breath of all who saw them, whilst the judge on the lookout calmly awaited. Then there arose an immense cheer. With a final effort, Price had lifted Nana to the post, beating Spirit by a head. The clamor that burst forth was like the roar of the rising tide. "Nana! Nana! Nana!" The cry rolled and grew with the violence of a tempest, gradually filling the air, from the innermost recesses of the Bois to Mont Valérien, from the meadows of Longchamp to the plain of Boulogne. Around Nana's landau a mad enthusiasm was displayed. "Long live Nana! Long live France! Down with England!" The women waved their parasols. Some men sprung into the air and turned round vociferating. Others, laughing nervously, flung up their hats. And on the other side of the course the crowd in the enclosure responded. And agitation passed through the stands without one being able to discern anything distinctly beyond the commotion of the air, like the invisible flame of a brazier, above that living heap of little chaotic figures, twisting their arms about, with black specks indicating their eyes and open mouths. The cry continued unceasingly, growing in intensity, caught up in the distance by people camping beneath the trees, to spread again and increase itself with the emotion of the imperial stand, where the Empress joined in the applause. "Nana! Nana! Nana!" The shout rose beneath the glorious sun, which stimulated the delirium of the crowd with a shower of gold. Then Nana, standing on the box seat of her landau, stretched to her full height, thought it was she that they were applauding. For an instant she stood immovable in the astonishment of her triumph, watching the course invaded by a host so compact by such a sea of black hats that the grass could no longer be seen. Then, when all that mob had taken up its position, leaving a narrow passage to the entrance of the course, acclaiming Nana again as she retired with Price, broken in appearance, lifeless, as though empty, the young woman violently slapped her thighs, forgetting everything as she gave vent to her triumph in the coarsest language. "Ah, damn it all! It's me, though! Ah, damn it all! What luck!" And not knowing how to show the luck that was overwhelming her, she seized hold of and kissed little Louis, whom she had just caught sight of on Bordenav's shoulder. 3 minutes and 14 seconds, said the latter, putting his watch back into his pocket. Nana still listened to her name, with which the whole plain resounded. It was her people who applauded her, whilst in a straight line with the sun she throned over them, with her hair shining like a star and her blue and white dress of the color of the heavens. Labordette, before hastening away, told her that she'd won 2,000 louis, for he had placed her 50 louis on Nana at 40 to 1. But the money affected her less than that unexpected victory, the splendor of which made her queen of Paris. The other women had all lost. Rose Mignon, in a fit of passion, had broken her parasol, and Caroline Hequet and Clarisse and Simone, and even Lucy Stewart, in spite of her son's presence, all swore in an undertone, exasperated by that big girl's luck, whilst old Tricot, who had crossed herself both at the start and finish of the race, towered above them to the full height of her tall body, delighted at her discernment, and like an experienced matron canonizing Nana. Around the landau, however, the rush of men increased. The band had uttered the most ferocious yells. Georges, almost choked, continued to shout by himself in a broken voice. As the champagne ran short, Philippe, taking the 2 grooms with him, hastened off to the refreshment tents. And Nana's court grew larger and larger. Her triumph determined the laggards. The movement which had made her landau the central object ended in an apotheosis. Queen Venus surrounded by her delirious subjects. Behind her, Bordenave was muttering oaths with the tender feelings of a father. Steiner himself, reconquered, had left Simone and was hanging on to one of the carriage steps. When the champagne arrived, when she raised her glass full of wine, the applause was so deafening, the cries of "Nana! Nana! Nana!" were so loud that the amazed multitude looked around, expecting to see the filly, and one no longer knew whether it was the animal or the woman who most filled the men's hearts. Mignon hastened to her, in spite of Rose's black looks. The confounded girl put him quite beside himself. He must embrace her. Then, after he kissed her on both cheeks, he said paternally, "What bothers me is that Rose will now for certain send the letter. She's in such a rage." "So much the better. That's just what I want," said Nana, forgetting herself. But seeing him lost in astonishment at her words, she hastened to add, No, whatever am I saying? Really, I no longer know what I say. I'm tipsy." And indeed she was intoxicated with joy and with the sunshine, as with her glass raised on high, she applauded herself. To Nana! cried she, in the midst of a still greater increase of uproar, laughter, and cheers, which little by little gained the entire race-course. The races were drawing to a close. They were now running for the Vaublanc prize. Vehicles were departing one by one. Vandouvre's name was frequently uttered in the midst of squabbles. Now it was clear. For 2 years past, Vandouvre had been preparing for this exploit by always instructing Gresham to pull Nana, and he had only produced Lusignan to make the running for the filly. The losers lost their tempers, whilst the winners shrugged their shoulders. What next? It was all right. An owner could manage his stable as he chose. There'd been much queerer things done than that. The greater number of people considered Vandouvre very smart to have secured through his friends all he could possibly get on Nana, which had explained the sudden rise in her price. They talked of 2,000 louis at an average of 30 to 1, which meant a gain of 1,200,000 francs, a sum so large that it commanded respect and excused everything. But other rumors, very grave ones, which were whispered about, came from the enclosure. The men who returned from there brought details. Voices were raised as they related the particulars of a frightful scandal. That poor Vandeuvres was done for. He'd spoilt his superb hit by a piece of arrant stupidity, an idiotic robbery, in commissioning Maréchal, a bookmaker whose affairs were in a very queer state, to place on his account 2,000 louis against Lusignan, just for the sake of getting back his 1,000-and-odd louis, which he had openly bet on the horse, a mere nothing. And that was the fatal crack in the midst of his already tottering fortunes. The bookmaker, warned that the favourite would not win, had made about 60,000 francs by the horse. Only Labordette, not having received exact and detailed instructions, had gone and placed with him 200 louis on Nana, which he, in his ignorance of what was going to be done, continued to lay at 50 to 1 against. Done out of 100,000 francs by the filly, with a clear loss of 40,000, Maréchal, who felt everything giving way beneath him, had suddenly understood all on seeing Labordette and the Count conversing together after the race in front of the weighing place. And with the fury of an old coachman and the rough manner of a man who's been robbed, he had just created a frightful disturbance before everyone, telling the story in most atrocious language and gathering a mob around him. It was added that the stewards were about to inquire into the matter. Nana, whom Philippe and Georges were quietly informing of what had happened, kept making reflections, without, however, ceasing to laugh and to drink. It was, after all, very likely she recollected certain things, and then that Maréchal was a horrid fellow. Yet she still doubted when Labordette appeared. He was very pale. "Well?" queried she in a low voice. "It's all up with him," he replied simply, and he shrugged his shoulders. He'd acted like a child, this Vandeuvres. She made a gesture of being bored. That night at Mabille, Nana met with a colossal success. When she arrived, towards 10 o'clock, the uproar was already formidable. This classic night of folly gathered together all the gallant youth of the capital, an aristocratic company indulging in horseplay and a stupidity worthy of lackeys. There was quite a crush beneath the garlands of flaring gas jets, a mass of dress suits of extravagant costumes. Women with bare shoulders in old dresses only fit for soiling walked round and yelled, stimulated by drinking on a gigantic scale. At 30 paces one could no longer hear the brass instruments of the orchestra. No one danced. Idiotic remarks, repeated no one knew why, circulated among the groups. They all exerted themselves, but without succeeding in being funny. 7 women shut up in the cloakroom cried to be delivered. A shallot, picked up and sold by auction, fetched 2 louis. Just then Nana arrived, still dressed in the blue and white costume that she wore at the races. The shallot was presented to her in the midst of a thunder of applause. They seized hold of her in spite of her struggles, and 3 gentlemen carried her in triumph into the garden, across the ruined lawns and bedamaged beds of flowers and shrubs. And as the orchestra was in the way, they took it by assault and smashed the chairs and desks. A paternal police organized the riot. It was not till the Tuesday that Nana felt quite recovered from the emotions of her victory. She was talking that morning with Madame Lerat, come to give her news of little Louis, who had been unwell ever since his outing. She was highly interested in an event which at that moment was occupying Paris. Vandeuvres, warned off all the race-courses, his name withdrawn the same night from the list of members of the Cercle Impérial, had on the morrow set fire to his stable, and had been burned with his horses. "He told me he would," the young woman was saying. "Ah, the young fellow was a regular madman. It gave me such a fright last night when I heard of it. You see, he might very well have murdered me one night, and besides, oughtn't he to have told me about his horse? I should at least have made my fortune. He said to La Baudette that if I was let into the secret, I would at once tell my hairdresser and a host of other men. How very polite! Ah, no, really, I can't regret him much." After thinking the matter over, she had become furious. At that moment La Baudette entered the room. He had been collecting her winnings for her, and brought her about 40,000 francs. That only added to her ill humor, for she ought to have won 1,000,000. La Baudette, who pretended to be very innocent in the matter, boldly forsook Vandouvre altogether. Those ancient families were all done for. They always came to grief in a ridiculous manner. "Oh, no," said Nana, "it's not ridiculous to set oneself afire like that in a stable. I think he ended grandly. Oh, you know, I'm not defending his affair with Maréchal. Now that was ridiculous. When I think that Blanche had the idiocy to pretend that I was the cause of it all. I said to her, 'Did I tell him to steal?' I suppose one may ask a man for money without driving him to commit a crime. If he had said to me, 'I've nothing more,' I should have rejoined, 'Very well, we'd better part,' and that would have been the end of it." "No doubt," observed the aunt gravely. "When men become obstinate, it is so much the worse for them." "But as for the closing scene—" "Oh, it was indeed grand," resumed Nana. "It seems that it was terrible. The thought of it makes my flesh creep. He got everybody out of the way and shut himself inside with some petroleum, and it blazed away. Ah, it must have been a sight. Just fancy a big place like that, nearly all of wood, and full of hay and straw. The flames, they say, rose nearly as high as steeples. The best part was the horses, who didn't want to be roasted. They were heard kicking and flinging themselves against the doors, and uttering cries like human beings. Some of the people there nearly died from fright." La Baudette gave a low whistle of incredulity. He did not believe in Vandouvre's death. One person swore that he'd seen him get out through a window. He had set fire to his stable in a fit of madness, only as soon as it began to get warm, it probably brought him to his senses again. A man who behaved so stupidly with women, so empty-headed, was not capable of dying in such a grand style. Nana's illusions were dispelled as she listened to him, and she merely made this remark: "Oh, the wretch! It was such a grand ending." This ends Chapter 11, Part 3 of Nana.